Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We're excited to have the Family Collective joining us here again. Diane Arnold joining us live today. Of course, we're going to have a great conversation. As a licensed professional counselor, she specializes in mental health and relationship concerns. And again, it's at the Family Collective. So the website, thefamilycollective.co. And welcome back today. How are you?
Good. How are you, Jill?
I'm doing well. It's feeling like spring in New York. You're in Charleston, right? South Carolina, so it's already hot.
Yeah, it is seriously already 80 something today. It
Oh
is
my
warm.
goodness.
I
Beautiful.
know.
Well, spring is in the air. Happy Passover, happy Easter to everyone. And time of year to reflect and to think about things. And of course, as a licensed mental health professional, we could all use a boost in our mental health. So please tell us a little bit about yourself and company before we begin today's conversation.
Well, the Family Collective is, like we talked about last week, something that our family started with the idea that we could give back some of the things that we've gleaned over the years, not just as a couple, my husband and I, and we talked a little bit about that. Went through some really hard things in our own marriage, but we also really have a heart for trying to help people either cope with the family situations that they have or even get back to a healthier family situation. So we have a lot of resources for that. And we are actually in the process of putting out some information on the topic that we're going to talk about today.
Perfect. Yeah, I know it's about, never enough, right? What does it mean to never be enough, right? Sometimes you say we feel like we're not good enough because we compare ourselves with so many different people, especially in this world of social media and seeing people out there day in and day out. And we may be comparing our weaknesses to another person's strengths. So we're going to talk about this today, and you're going to give us some examples, of course, of what are some examples of never being enough, if you don't mind sharing this topic to start.
Yeah. And I know that you can relate, I can relate, that's one of the things that happens in this life is we unfortunately compare ourselves, or some people get the sad, reality of being told that they're not enough, whether it be from their families, whether it be middle school drama, if you remember that, or even, authority figures in their life today. You can have, bosses, you can have, people in your life today that you may struggle with feeling that you never really measure up.
Yeah.
Right. And so there are things that I think, well, I know that research tells us some common things that where those come from or where we can get hit in these, and body image is huge, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have everywhere you look, somebody's perfect, right? And then there's constantly concerns about our monies or jobs. You may have been born with poverty or wealth, and people compare, different things to other people all the time. Weirdly, a lot of things that are happening right now with people, the younger generation, I shouldn't say weirdly, but they're struggling with, being a good family themselves. How do I be a good mother or father myself? If I didn't have a great example, that is something that I really want to make sure that I do, well or better. Our backgrounds can make us feel like we're different. Our physical health, of course, our mental health. Some people have serious concerns about their faith. And I would say surviving trauma and being labeled, stereotyped are in the top list of where people are, it doesn't feel like I measure up.
It's so true. Sad, but true. Yeah.
Sad, true. Everybody's in that list going, yeah, right. And I don't know, maybe you have some other examples, or maybe the people out there that are listening have some other examples. But one of the things that came to my mind when I was thinking about talking with you about this, do you remember the story of Pretty Woman? from
Of
that
course,
movie.
Julia Roberts, Richard Gere, a
Yeah,
classic. Yeah.
right.
Yes.
And she's, a working woman, and she goes to shop on Rodeo Drive,
Mm-hmm.
and they won't let her buy anything.
Yeah. They're judging
And
her because the way she's
they're-
dressed, the way she looks, beautiful woman, but in
right.
very skimpy, risque clothes, which, you would normally not see that on Rodeo Drive. I get it, but talk about discrimination.
And just what was going through her head is what I thought of. And as
Yeah.
you kind of follow through, that story, she starts to dress differently. She starts to get treated differently. She starts feeling loved, accepted, valued, by somebody. And the next thing you know, she starts to see herself that way. And as she sees herself that way, she starts holding herself differently. She starts, acting differently. And somewhere along the line, and I don't know the story, maybe like you do, but the Richard Gere's business partner finds out, that she's a prostitute, and he propositions her. And you watch what happens to her is exactly what happens to us when we feel that level of hurt or shame about something. She immediately gets hurt, angry, and she runs. She tries to leave. She tries to hide, to the point where she even tried to give back the money. If I remember the story correctly, she tries to give me, like, her storyline in her head completely changes
Yeah.
because she thought I had some value, and someone came back and said, no, you don't.
Yeah.
This is who this is who you are. And it's that shame that I want to kind of talk about a little bit today,
Mm-hmm.
because it's it's what makes us feel like we don't measure up,
Belong. Mm-hmm.
right? And then what happens, right? um our hope turns into hopeless, and our power becomes powerless, and our worth becomes worthless, because we struggle with what's you know truly happening in our life.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's ever been a sting for you, I want to talk a little bit about, some of the things that we can do to walk toward probably a healthier place, like we saw in that movie. So the first thing I would say is recognize, what are some of the symptoms when you know that's happening to you. Are you the person like Julia Roberts that wants to hide? Or are you the person that blows up,
Mm-hmm.
and gets angry at the world, or do you go away and blame yourself?
Yeah.
Or maybe pick up some bad coping mechanisms. People do this all the
Drugs,
time.
alcohol. Yep.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's because I'm trying to push down some feelings
Mm-hmm.
that are really real in my life, and then one of the things that after that I've seen that is very effective is we have to struggle to be vulnerable again. And I mean, that's so hard because you're telling someone to purposely take another risk when it's possibly taking another risk that caused the hurt, But if you don't, like you said, you're going to close down again.
Exactly. Yeah. And you say our hope turns into hopelessness, right? Our power becomes powerless. Our worth becomes feeling worthless. Bottom suddenly drops out of our security.
Right, right. And that's the place where I think, like I said, a lot of people struggle. You hear words like, again, I know everybody out here has heard this at one point or another, you're fired.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love you anymore. You don't belong here. Whatever the message is that you heard, that
Mm-hmm.
goes to that place where I'm very self-critical, and it's like, okay, I'm not okay.
Yeah.
Right. So I think along the way, and I'm going to just say, I'll use what we talked about last time, along the way where I heard those words in my life, I can relate to the fact, where you live in a fog, you try to pretend it's not happening, or, how could it be that someone doesn't love me or doesn't care for me anymore? Kind of like the Julia Roberts thing, you get numb and you try to go away.
Yeah.
And counselors, we acknowledge that there are some wounds so painful that even our own minds refuse to focus on them. We just numb it out, right? And so when that happens to us, we have to, well, basically what we worry about is that shame becomes an identity.
Yeah.
You know, rather than something I did, it becomes I'm bad. It's who I am. You know, rather than something done or said to us, it's, you know, what I am.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely, it does. Yeah. And by the
Yeah.
way, just to point out, I want to remind everyone that we're speaking to you at the Family Collective. And just to get the best forms of contact, would you mind sharing again the website and any phone numbers you want to share before we
Yeah.
continue?
The website is thefamilycollective.co, and the email address is the same at
Perfect.
the
All
Family
right.
Collective.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Sorry to interrupt. It was a kind interruption. So
Yeah.
we're talking here today. Thank you. With our guest, yeah, about, well, people feeling not good enough. I think it happens to so many of us and all of us, right, Diane? Diane Arnold here. She's a
Yes.
professional mental health counselor. She's based out of Charleston, South Carolina. And just to confirm, are you licensed in what states to work with people?
Yep, I'm only licensed to work with people in the state of South Carolina. And
Perfect.
so as you know, that was a great segue to the fact that, if anything that we're talking about,
Resonates with.
resonates with anyone, we need to make sure we will, at the end of this, talk about a couple phone numbers that you can reach out to.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk more about recognizing these certain symptoms in a sense, right?
Yeah, well, like I said, what does it mean? I think the most importantly is how do you walk out of this? Everybody knows they struggled with it at one point in their life, but how do I walk out of it? So how do I how do I open myself and become vulnerable again? Sometimes it's much easier to hide behind this,
So true.
and,
Yeah.
and right. And
Mm-hmm.
text somebody and not go out there and not say, you know what? I have this hurt. I have these problems. These things have, happened to me in my life. And I know that when we hide that, we basically isolate. And it's probably what I would love to talk about next time is, what it's like to feel alone. But, when we isolate, it just makes the pain worse. And people that are struggling with this actually try to shut off their need for vulnerability to avoid everything that all the hurt we just talked about, to not take those risks.
Yeah.
So if you want to experience, connection again, it's going to take a risk on your part. You're going to have to take a step toward it. And that's a hard thing for people to hear.
Scary. Yeah.
It's a hard thing for people to hear, because like I said, sometimes you're in this place today because you did take a risk on something, and so you want to close yourself out and go away. So it's start of a mindset to say, okay, even if I'm not ready right now, at some point, I'm going to have to go back out there and be vulnerable again, and talk about some of my fears and uncertainties with, I would hope, safe people, people that, your friends or your family, start there. But that's what I would say would be the second thing, is to actually look for that relationship, maybe even at work.
Yeah.
Maybe there's someone you can start sharing with work. There was a research paper that was done out there where they had a gentleman who sat next to someone for 30 years. And every morning they said hello, and every, evening they said goodbye. And what in the end they realized is they had zero connection, right? They had never learned to be intimate or open with each other. And then there was someone who had sat next to someone for 6 weeks and had started to share, just share life. Here's some of the things that are great, and here's some of the things that are hard. And that couple, or those work couples, measured, hugely different in how well they knew each other, and how, intimate they were in those relationships, and which one was more healthy
Mm-hmm.
was the 6 week relationship. So even there, to take those risks with someone at work where you may not have,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of walk out some of that vulnerability there,
Yeah.
a huge step toward starting to heal some of those feelings.
We could all use some healing for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Um, I would say, looking for healthy love experiences, I'd love to explain that.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of Brene Brown?
No, no, not until you mentioned no.
No. So she's a researcher, and the funny thing about her research is actually what she researches is shame. And she's phenomenal. If you ever want to go look at some of her material, or some of her YouTube material, she's a great speaker, but it's very interesting. And one of the things that she says is, if you could put self disappointment into a petri dish and add unconditional love, if you could see that,
Mm-hmm.
if there's some, two entities that you could actually see, that the shame would not survive, that it is 100% the cure for that feeling that you have.
Yeah,
Isn't that amazing?
it is. It is.
With
Because I mean, unfortunately, I think all of us have some of that, but it's hard to talk about, hard to face, hard to try to fix when, how many people come to you? I mean, they really want the change, they want the help, but they're also fearful. And that's part of a whole nother issue. You got that fear and that anxiety to try to make yourself better, but it's worth a shot. I always say, you know, the one thing after COVID was it kind of inspired me to live my best life. I mean, there was so much horrific, loss of lives, loss of jobs, loss of structure, everything. You ever thought in 2000, in the 2000s period, we would ever live like this in a pandemic? But at the same time, you realize the value of how precious life is, and it pulls me forward. And I say, no matter what I'm scared of, I got to at least try. You just never know when it's your last day. And yeah, I mean, if I could share that with someone who may be on the verge of, needing that mental help that they're not trying to get, why not? I mean, now is the time, and life is just so precious. And yeah, we're all fearful. We really are fearful of so much, but why not better yourself? You never know what can come
right.
from it. Yeah.
That's a great example, Jill. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
because I think there were a lot of people during the pandemic that struggled
Yeah.
with, not just fear, but
Yeah.
mistrust,
Mm-hmm.
and it all kind of culminated into people, like you said, hiding.
Yeah.
you know I just, not necessarily from people, but from everything. Just like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where to turn. And your example is amazing, where you're like, no, I can't live like this. I
Mm-hmm.
need, I need to honestly take a risk,
Yeah.
because you did. I need to take the risk to go out there and live life. And I don't know if you chose to be with people or what you did to, but you chose to do it differently
Yeah.
than to,
Absolutely.
yeah, than to just stay and go, okay, I can't, you know, I can't be like this. And I I agree, that's kind of what we're talking about, people who are struggling, thinking, okay, this, whatever it is, it's not going to measure it up,
Mm-hmm.
and I struggle with, it not being enough in my life. And, what do I need to do to step out of it? So knowing your symptoms,
Mm-hmm.
you know, um, taking the risk that you took. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, because what you did, you expose yourself, you were vulnerable.
I think we all are. I just, want everyone to realize that, to try your best not to be ashamed of, easier said than done. But I'll let the expert speak. Let's continue the conversation. We still have a few minutes left, hon.
Yeah. Well, and so then the third thing we're talking about is purposely look for those love experiences. And I am not saying run out and go to, a bar and find somebody to be in love with tonight. I'm looking for people that will accept you and love you. And so I was just going to ask you that, Jill, when you said, I'm going to risk, I'm going to be vulnerable. Did you go toward people?
Yeah.
Did you have some friends? Yeah.
Friends, not
Friends and
family. I
family.
went to family and I realized that was a bad decision. And the truth
Okay.
is, sometimes it's better to go to a neutral party. And that's why I would
Yeah.
suggest a mental health counselor, someone, because they don't have that opinion or judgment about you already. I mean, talk about that, right? I mean, as a third party, the benefits of that, someone who gets to know you for and doesn't judge you. That could really help a lot.
Right. And that is part of the roadblock that, that people have is,
Mm-hmm.
I've trusted and I don't know where to
Yep.
trust. And so we're saying, take the risk. And
Mm-hmm.
with the family collective, we're saying, let us help you with some of these relationships. Let us help you with some of these situations or thought patterns that you have that you're
Mm-hmm.
struggling with that can help you be your best you. That's what we want for you, is for you, like you said, I love that example, just to not be afraid to be your best you, to walk out whatever your destiny is.
Yep.
At the family collective, we believe, a lot in our personal journey having to do with our faith.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that, that can be helpful when people are struggling and trying to figure out
Yep.
some of these things. But I think the third thing is to look for those purposefully, those love experiences, people who are going to care deeply about you. And maybe they are people that are already in your life, but maybe they're people that you need to add to your life.
Sure.
I I remember when I was hiding and struggling myself, it seemed like, I would get people that would come to me and, bring a meal to our family, or, offer to take the kids, or
Yeah.
just, even people that would
Those.
say, "I'm just praying for you," it was people that were, and I needed to be open to those experiences. Like what I just said about Brene Brown, that exactly the two things can't exist in a petri dish. The love will overtake that fear and that shame.
So true. Ah. Oh, we still have 5 minutes left. What else do you want to add? I know there's a lot to the notes, and not that we have to get to everything, but
No, but
what
come
else do
on.
you want to say?
No, well, I mean, is there anything that you would like to ask about it? I guess I would love if you would,
Well,
if there's a question you want to have, or.
well, my question, I mean, I was, don't you think it's, it's not a question, it's kind of telling you, but having a third party, someone who's not involved with the situation, I think makes it so much better and I think more productive for so many people. But yeah, I just had a bad experience, so not everybody will, but I love the fact that there is that third party, non-judgmental opinion, and I think that really can help someone overcome something, especially. But not everybody has family to rely on either. Doesn't mean, but yeah, so I feel like that's a kind of a question, but it's also someone's opinion, right? What's better, to go to a mental health counselor or to a family or a friend?
Yeah, I mean, I
Mhm.
think, yeah,
Yeah.
of course, we want to restore all the relationships that we can restore, Jill, but
Mhm.
we're in charge of our side of that coin,
Yeah.
right? We
Mhm.
can't ever make people, I wish I could make people behave.
Yeah,
But
and
we can. Go ahead.
could you tell us a little about where mostly shame starts? Does it start from childhood trauma? Um,
Childhood trauma is a great big precursor that yes, absolutely. That's why I said sometimes middle school drama is a
mhm.
place where you may end up, seeing a lot of this, start in your life. But um it can be from family. I know you kind of alluded to that,
Mhm.
but I would say this about that. As you kind of walk through some things in your life and you heal on your own
Mm-hmm.
with, like you said, with a third party person, or, with a trusted friend,
Yep.
or coworker, or, even a boss,
Yeah.
as you walk through some of these things, you will, as that starts to change in you, those old circumstances won't be the trigger that they used to be.
Yeah.
What we talk about, in mental health is, we can't change memories. Nobody can
True.
change our memories, right? We can't change what they were, but we can add to them, or we can see them through a different light. I always say, see them through a different lens. What other circumstances were going on with the people in those memories. So when a trigger comes to my head, I can say, yes, that happened, but
Mm-hmm.
da 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 da. I can add to it, with other. It's so hard to this concept to do in 30 seconds, but with other circumstances, so that I won't ever make it go away, but I will widen what it looks like in my
Yeah.
memory.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be all negative. I will add to it this and this and this. And actually you can see those neurons doing that in your brain. It's really cool.
Firing.
Yeah. But actually firing and firing. But we want to always, like I said, the shame heals. That's why it heals with those unconditional love experiences.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to bring those in
That.
to those, maybe this happened to me, like you said, childhood trauma experience, but these people love me, these people care. Go back to the Pretty Women thing that we thought about. This is what I think about myself, but this is what someone else thinks of me. This is how they value me. This is, how they see me.
True.
Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Right. So I'm adding to it. She didn't change who she was. She added to it.
Well, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Remind us how we can reach you directly, please.
Yes, thefamilycollective.co.
Mm-hmm.
And we would love to hear from you. And if you have any questions, or you have any additional thoughts, or you want to send me some information, you can reach out to us on an email, and we would love to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Pleasure speaking with you. And thank you for today's topic of conversation. And I hope it raises some questions and raises some, thoughts out there of people who really may be in need of help, not to be ashamed, not to be afraid, because there are licensed mental health experts out there that can work with you. And again, if you're in the Charleston area, we found someone, thefamilycollective.co.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time today, for being here, and looking forward to the next conversation. Thanks again. Very thorough. I appreciate that. And thanks for going down that list.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
John Goulet joining us here live on the Zoomcast and podcast. Again, he's the chief researcher from Looking Back. That's lookingback.net. It began, back in 2019? You said after working on your family's own history and starting back in 1996. So all this experience has helped you now become an expert with family research, genealogy, and so much more. So let me start by having you introduce yourself today, John. How are you?
I am good, thank you. Good afternoon to you. As she says, I'm John Goulet. I'm kind of the chief bottle washer at lookingback.net. And we're here to talk to you about genealogy, what you can do to help yourself, and what we can do to help you. It's always been a question with genealogies. Why do I want to hire a genealogist?
Yeah.
There's good reasons for that.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. One of the things, of course, is the information that we learn from our family trees helps us know more about our whole family in the past and the present. It denotes to even go along and show you problems that you might have health-wise with earlier generations, because things happen and there are passed generation to generation, which is not unusual. Here comes my partner.
Sure.
Anyway, that's one of the reasons, as we I think discussed the other day, about people finding different illnesses that they have in the family. The other thing, one thing that they like family search and can use it for is it's necessary to locate errors, to settle estates, or deal with other family legal matters. What's funny about that is about 2 days ago, I received a note from a person, I will not give their name, but they are trust and estate practitioner. He wanted to speak about me and my family tree. So I'm waiting to hear from them again now today. Hoping it might be that old rich uncle that I never knew or something.
Yep. Hello. Please introduce the missus for us today.
We will. Sorry. This is Kathy.
Hi, Kathy. How's it going? Hi. Good to see you again.
Well, thank you.
We're used to being called many names.
Oh, well, tell me a little bit about yourself as well. I know we got to meet briefly last week,
Right.
but today's our long show. So we're excited to get to know you both and to find out how you can help everyone.
Well, John and I are very much alike as far as family search is concerned, but I am second generation. My grandparents came from Europe. So I had to do a lot of research on European background. And in order to do that, one of the things I had to do was to study history. And I did some searching, and I was lucky to find people who came from the area of Europe where it was once it was in Poland. Well, it was in the area of Eastern Europe. My background is Ukrainian. With my grandmother, she was in a village in Poland. That area of the world switched from one country to another, starting in World War II, or actually in World War I. And it was, you hear about what's going on in Ukraine right now. And it was similar to what was going on where she was from. And the village that she came from was listed as historically as a nobility area. The King of Poland at one point in time had said that they would make it, because they had fought for Poland, that they would make it I'm sorry. Make it a village
Of nobility.
of nobility.
Okay.
Yeah. So the people who came from that area and moved to the United States had been interested in their history, and there was information that was there that you wouldn't find in most people from that area of the world. I have mostly Polish, a significant number of Ukrainians, and I also have some area of the world that is in the Balkans.
Wow.
There's a story about, and I still have not worked out what this was, but supposedly there is also some area of the world when the Poles and the Swedish is what they kept saying that I have not broken that down. I couldn't use DNA to do that, so I'm having to do research by looking at books, other historical documents. But anyway, it's been fun. And I also have worked with John a little bit on his family tree because he's got some challenges there. And all of that has given us a great deal of experience in doing difficult family trees. John's family is as much as a problem as mine is. And although I have met many people within that area of the world, that we've worked together on our family tree. So some of these things are what you can do. My father's side of the family was Slovak, but my mother told me that they didn't speak the same language, but it was so close that when my grandmothers and grandfather were together, it was they could understand each other when they spoke. So anyway, I think that gives us a lot of experience in looking back in order to have a broad experience level across the continent,
Wow.
basically.
Obviously, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's fun. It's lots of fun. And I can't tell you how many people I know around the country. And I've also started to meet people in the United States who I didn't have any experience with before.
And overseas.
And overseas. We got an email the other day from a man. Oh, bless you.
Thank you. I try to hit mute in time. Thank you.
That's all right. Anyway, my father's side of the family is Slovak, and this man is a relative of ours, and he's in the area, the same village that my grandparents were from. And seems like half the village came over here.
Wow.
So I've got people there, plus there's, of course, I get Chicago. I get into why people change their names, not at Ellis Island. I have a cousin who is came in and on his entry in 98.
No, 51.
Wow.
51. Yeah. God. I did not get a good night's sleep last night, so I'm a little. Anyway, there's a man who grew up in the same village that my grandparents were in, and it was very interesting to hear from him detail, and I just it's really interesting. We like having conversations like that, and what ends up happening is I have phone numbers, I have email addresses, etc. So, and then her husband is Irish, and my cousin who's here, my first cousin, was invited to go over to Ireland for a reunion, which she did do. So and I've got it that they had a good time sharing information and doing what you need to do when you're doing a family tree or family history. But and we'll be going into that a little bit more later too. But that's why I got involved in that, and that why I think that would make looking back a good resource for anybody who needed some help. I mean, we've got it in many different directions.
Wow. And let's just remind everyone how we could reach you. Share the website, phone number, any form of contact.
Okay, John, why don't you give them that information?
Okay, the website is looking back .net, but to get in touch with us personally, you can drop a note to me, J Goulet, Goulait, at lookingback.net. And you also can get us by phone at 804-445-9681. And if we don't answer, you'll be knowing that I'm busy, and I'll get right back to you. And you'll get a note from me or a voice from me anyway.
Great. Well, also, what else did you want to, if someone out there is listening, they may say, well, we can go online. There's the ancestry things, the 23andMe, but that could also be very helpful for you and your work, because that just doing a DNA test doesn't tell you everything.
No,
but it can help connect the dots. But you guys have the knowledge to really go. I mean, you're talking like town halls, right? Libraries, orphanages, all these type of records you guys have access to.
Right. That's the main thing with it. We talk about DNA, and I don't like to get into it right away because most people think, well, I can run out and get a DNA test and it'll answer all my questions, but it doesn't do that. It takes a little bit more. In fact, it took me a lot longer because I started with DNA early in my quest to find out who and whom I was and where I came from. And I was in it so early that it took 6 years before I even got a match on the name.
Oh, wow.
So, that's a thing there. And that is not abnormal. And that's one of the reasons we're here. We can help that way and a lot of other ways. As I said, as was explaining even earlier, because what happens too is you run into brick walls because people change their names, not purposely sometimes, but they're changed. And often, especially from French Canadians moving down in the beginning, often a lot of them would change their names because of seeking, a better job, better schools, better neighborhoods, whatever. So in question, I always like to use the name LeBlanc, which actually is the whites. So they've changed their names to the whites. There's a lot of others like that. In fact, on my name, Goulet, which I spell AIT as opposed to ET, which is a correct spelling, the original spelling of it, I've got, I think, 11 other names that go with it. So it gets to be fun. And that's where you run into a lot of brick walls with family search. So that's where we can be a lot of help.
Right. I have, as I told you, there is a gentleman who I know is a relative, and he came in by his name, his Polish name or Ukrainian name, which was Shizurko. And when he came into the United States, he was called a stateless person. And I think, but I've got to do some research on this, that in Poland during World War II, in the village that they were in the beginning of World War II, the Nazis came in and they did a lot of death situations within the family. They moved certain people into labor camps. The story is from the family that they went to they went to Siberia, and I think that's true because the family moved to Russia, and actually there was some that went to Germany. There was and what was interesting that I found out that in the camps that the Germans had, 50% of them were not Jewish. 50% of them were maybe religious leaders, school people in the resistance between Russia and Germany. So I did have relatives that were in the area that was unknown. So anyway, this man, his name was Shizurko, Antoni Shizurko. And he gave the address, and the way I know he is my relative, his address was my grandmother's house. Now that was when my brothers were born, and they were babies, and so it was difficult. We didn't do a lot of talking, and I didn't know that he was coming into the country, into my grandmother's home.
In fact, she didn't know until she saw the paper.
Yeah, I got the paper. I got the paper from that.
Yeah.
How he came in, and he went from. I found out that he went from my grandmother's house to Pennsylvania, in the area where the
coal mines.
Yeah, the coal mines were, Scranton area. And in Scranton, he went in and he changed his name, and he changed it to Antoni Shizurko. And then he left there and he went to Ohio, but then he left there relatively quickly, and he went to Chicago, where most of the people that I'm aware of were from Chicago, are from Chicago now, or various places, but they all came from Dobra, which was the area that they were in Poland.
Okay.
And so anyway, every time he moved, the paperwork that went with him showed everything that was right, but unfortunately his name changed again. And then when he went to Chicago, he did some paperwork. I can't remember if it was getting his information in, but anyway, it changed again. And that time it was Tony Shizurko. And then apparently there was problems. It appears, and I have no proof of this yet, that he changed his name because people couldn't pronounce it, and that Shizurko is hard. So
if you see it spelled,
yeah, it's got S's and Z's and C's and U's. Anyway, he got into the community of Dobra. So I see the people who signed for him were all from Dobra.
Okay.
And
what was his last name when he was
Shizurko?
No, when he last time in Chicago.
Yeah, Tony Shizur. And it was every time he did it though, on the paperwork that came through, it said that he was a person of that community. So he is definitely a cousin of mine. That was filling in a big blank because I couldn't get through beyond my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she apparently told my mother a lot, and my mother didn't share it with me, which is common. What she did share was she shared Lviv, and apparently there were family members who went into Lviv either as religious people or
Okay.
educational connection. So it's kind of fun, but it's still not complete. It takes a long time to get this complete.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the
Wow.
information about the Russian program, that I heard after my grandmother died, and young people don't get interested very often in information about their backgrounds. And when my mother and her brothers were cleaning the house out, they found some pictures
Oh, wow.
in the Russian camp.
Oh my gosh.
But tell her what happened to him.
My mother came over to me and said, "Do you want these?" And I said, "No, thank you." Because I didn't know I'd be doing what I'm doing now.
Oh,
And then she
wow.
threw them away.
And I threw them. I told her to throw them away, and she did.
Wow.
But I remember what was on the one picture that she told me to look at. She thought would be my cousin. It was a boy, a young boy about my age. And my mother told me that my grandmother would send money and clothing over to the people in the Russian camp. And unfortunately, my mother didn't believe that anything got to them and that they would have the money stolen, and it would be problematic. So it's a long story. It's complicated. Doing your family history when you have a situation similar to this, it's not easy. Now, once I got the name of the village and once the internet came to be, I got on Facebook, which a lot of people do. And there was a group of people all from Dobra who decided that they wanted to have a little something about the area, about the village, and they pulled together on their thing some history, which led me into doing a lot of reading, searching on the internet for any pieces of information I could find on the village, and it was interesting. Now, to make matters even worse, I have apparently the family history goes way back, and there's things that make it seem like it's true. Number one, there was a woman who came to my grandmother's funeral, and at the funeral there was a woman who came in. Now my grandmother lived in on Long Island, where a lot of people came into.
That's where I live.
Yeah, maybe way back when we're cousins.
Do you know where? Yeah, do you know where specifically in Long Island or no?
Yeah, Lynbrook. I was born there.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow. So I live out east in Suffolk County in a place called Holtzville. You may only know it because of the IRS, but other than that, so about 40 minutes away from Lynbrook, but definitely further out east. Amazing.
So anyway, I've learned about a lot of people, and I was following up with my uncles and my mother before, but they're all deceased now. So anyway, it was very interesting with going through the history of the village. It talked about, they had a reunion with the people in the village, and they talked a lot about what happened during World War I and World War II. And they talked about how women were raped and robbed, and it was a very horrible thing. People were taken out of the village into the woods, and there is a place very close to the village where there was they were killed, and they just recently found in the woods near there stories of the people. Now, when they had the reunion, it was all in Polish or Lithuanian. So it was something where I had to learn how to say, I don't speak Polish, I don't speak Lithuanian. So what I had to do is I had to learn how to
use a translator.
Use my translator.
Oh my goodness.
It's
on the internet, you've got translators. So
yeah.
That's
there's a lot that goes on that we will need to get into, and other people need to think to talk to their parents, their relatives, and people around them that knew the family to get information. That's what we want to get across right now.
Right.
And like I say, they want it for different reasons, but I think the best reason that I like, because they're going to make me work, is people that don't wish to do that, their family, because they don't have the time or the interest, but they want to know.
Or the ability.
Or the ability, and they don't want
to go through what I went through to
but they want to know.
Plus, the village that my grandmother was from was basically 100% way back, and I don't know how far back it was. It was nobility. So it was a very interesting journey for me to do, but there was a story.
Save that for another day.
Well, I have started it already. Okay, well, we'll save it for another day. You'll come and you'll hear what I learned about my grandmother at her funeral.
Oh.
So, well, we gotta go. My goodness, this is great. The two of you, so glad we finally connected. Again, remind us how we can reach you directly.
You can reach us directly by phone at 804-445-9681 or via email to goulait@lookingback.net.
Beautiful. Thank you guys so much for sharing your story, your journey, and now for helping so many people with what you do. You are very sweet. I'm so glad we finally connected. Yay! And we'll do it again soon, right?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Have a great day, and we'll talk next week. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house, and there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So excited to have Robert Lane coaching joining us today. Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you all from. We're excited to talk to our coach and producer and friend, Robert Lane. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you, Jill. Excited to be here, as always.
Well, excited to have you here. I got to also add the word author. We're going to get to know you, obviously. Let's first start off by telling us your website.
Sure. The website is robertlanecoaching.com.
Perfect. And let's talk about the coaching work that you do. You really help and specialize in, well, helping those published nonfiction authors, right? Turn their book into audiobooks and, well, dreams into reality, right? Why don't you tell me specifically? Go ahead.
Sure. That's okay. Yes, I am an audiobook coach and producer. Through my business, Robert Lane Coaching, I have a coaching program that helps. We really specialize with nonfiction writers, published nonfiction writers, to take their book, this great published book that they have, and to turn it into an audiobook that they voice in their own voice. And it's not just only nonfiction authors. I guess the umbrella would be nonfiction, but coaches who have written and published books, entrepreneurs, teachers and educators who have books, and even poets. They all obviously fall into the nonfiction, but helping them narrate their own audiobook is crucial, because that is taking what they've written, their personality, their uniqueness, and putting it from written form into audio form.
Wow. Awesome, awesome, awesome work. Well, we got to find out more about you, I think, before we continue, if you don't mind. We'll get into specifics and, of course, talk more about the work you're doing. But I really like to jump to the part to get to know you. So where do we begin? Tell me where you were born, what brought you here. I need your backstory. I think it's important to get to know you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I grew up in LA, in Southern California. Currently, I live in Sedona, Arizona. I've been out here since 2009. My career basically started in the entertainment industry. I've spent 30 plus years working in the business in various facets, from radio, hosting shows, music shows, talk shows, which led to doing things, in front of camera, behind camera, production. 20 of those years, obviously, which I still do as an audio editor, is audio. Love audio. But the last chunk of my career was spent as a feature project manager for 20th Century Fox. And when I left the industry, I decided to I wanted to give back. I wanted to do something that was really helpful. So I decided to pursue being a coach, and did all this, studying and certifications and all that stuff. And I became a career coach. And from that led to me writing my book, which is called Lights, Action, You.
Which, by the way, he has sent me a copy. Amazing. And I love the feel of it. It feels like the back of my iPhone case. It's got, no, really. I mean, let alone the book itself, but it feels good and it looks good. Tell us more. Tell us more.
Great. So I wrote the book because I didn't want to just do another typical self-help book. So I took stories and experiences from working in the entertainment world, and with each story, I tie it to a coaching concept or technique or lesson that was the takeaway from that particular story. So the reader gets some entertaining inside scoop about the entertainment business, but what most important thing is learning tools and techniques, time management, how to manage yourself in a toxic work environment, how to deal with fear, not being afraid to ask for help. I mean, there's a whole variety of topics that I touch on in the book. So after the book was published, I had authors approaching me saying, hey, I have a book and I want to turn it into an audiobook because I see, you did that. Yeah. So I decided to expand my coaching business and create a audiobook coaching program, which is called Your Book, Your Voice, and to take authors from every step of the phase, every phase that it takes to from recording, setting up your recording space, to the fine art of voiceover and narration, and how to do a compelling narration and to be engaging for your listener, all the way through to publishing your audiobook on Audible and Amazon and Apple Books. And so the course it's a 6-week course, and by the end of the course, you have your audiobook done.
Awesome. Amazing. And by the way, we want to point out again, it's robertlanecoaching.com, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to bring up, I have a 6 and an 8-year-old. So my 2 boys, we were at the store last night at Target, and they want, they want this toy, I want that toy. And you shared something in your notes, which I could relate to. You were talking about Toys R Us and how you learn the value of money. Could you just share that with us?
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny. I guess at an early age, I learned about money and discipline. Money and discipline. When I was a kid, I think I was like maybe 6 years old at the time. I wanted this really cool pop gun. And so I saved my allowance, and I saved and saved and saved. And so my mom took me to Toys R Us, and we're going to get this pop gun. So I grab it, we get up to the counter, and I didn't have enough money because I didn't know anything about sales tax. What's sales tax? So my mom says, I will loan you the extra money, and then you can pay me back through allowance. And I stood there for a second, and I thought about it, and I thought, maybe it'd be better if I saved my money and I could get something better than this pop gun. So it just kind of hit me that there was value to having discipline on where you're spending your money. So it's not like hoarding money, but it was just okay, there maybe something better that I can do with my money later on. So maybe I should save it instead. And I ended up not getting it. I really wanted this pop gun, but I ended up not getting it. And that kind of was the first lesson that I learned about money and finances, and being disciplined about not just splurging.
Got it. Wow. I love it. Well, I know you've also been through many obstacles as well, like we all have. Could you share a little bit about that?
Regarding the business or the coaching business?
I mean, any personal obstacles. Again, self-doubt I was reading about, right? Can we do it? Can we achieve? And clearly you've achieved.
Right. Yeah, self-doubt, that is something that I've dealt with, and I'm sure a lot of people do. And it comes down to believing in yourself, believing in what you're doing, no matter what your career is. If you are an entrepreneur, especially, and I know you've heard this term before, it's thrown around a lot, imposter syndrome, feeling that you're not worthy enough, or you don't have the right skills, but you do. And so it's about believing in yourself. It's about confidence in what you do. And confidence is key, and that is something that I teach in the audiobook coaching program, because we do talk about confidence. We talk about owning your voice, loving the voice that you have, and believing that you can narrate your own book. And you really can. So that should not be an obstacle stopping any published author from taking this great work that they put in written form, and being able to narrate their own book and expressing it, as an audiobook.
Well, also, we're going to talk more, obviously, about your book. And I know you want to kind of dive into a little bit, though, about, I guess it's the business itself, right? And to talk about the audiobook industry, in a sense, and some technical aspects of it, right?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. The audiobook world is great. It's growing and expanding. Audiobook sales grows at roughly 26.4% annually. So it's growing and growing and growing. There were a couple of articles, I think one was in Business Wire, and there were some other websites that specialize in audiobooks, that they're saying, by the year 2030, the audiobook business is going to be like a $1 billion business. And here's another really interesting stat. In 2019, audiobooks surpassed sales over ebooks. and the gap is getting wider and wider. So people are really loving hearing their audiobook, when they're driving, or there's so many places that you can listen to it. And just one more stat I'm going to throw out here too, and that is people buy the audiobook, and they also tend to buy either the ebook or the paperback or even the hardcover, because they like to read along as they listen. And that seems to be more of a growing trend. So as an author, it's great because you get to have somebody purchase your audiobook and your ebook or paperback.
Yeah. Well, also just want to point out, guys, we're about halfway through our show. Always got to remind everyone, how do we reach out to you? Could you share a website, phone number, social media pages, anything that's important to you, Robert?
Absolutely. Again, you can go to robertlanecoaching.com. That's the main website. I am on Instagram, which is robert.a.lane.
Perfect.
Is the handle. And if anybody wants to get in touch with me via email, definitely do so. That is robert@rrpstudios.com. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer questions about what it takes to create an audiobook or anything, regarding that. I'd love to be able to help and answer any questions.
And also, let's talk more in regards to, you mentioned as a young child, you really didn't have a mentor, right? But then wait, the guitar teacher. And then could you share a little bit about that? And what brought you here?
Yeah, I was, I was thinking about, okay, did I really have any mentorship when I was growing up? And I was like, oh, no, I don't think so. But then I had a great guitar teacher who taught me traditional and contemporary jazz. Now, here you're talking to a kid who wants to be a rock star. Yeah. So why do I want to learn this stuff? But actually, he opened my eyes and ears to a world of music that I wasn't familiar with, but I have incorporated into all the music that I do as a musician. And even in high school, I had this crazy nun. Her name was Sister Angela Clare. And she got me writing, actually. I wrote 3 poetry books after I graduated high school. And all of them were dedicated to her because she made an impact in my life. So I guess, I don't know if that really falls into the category of mentorship, but it definitely was somebody who was influential in my life. So those are the 2 people that I can think of off the top of my head.
Awesome. And there's so much more to you, and as an author, as a person, as a coach, and for someone out there, listening, your own coaching journey, you said started almost 4 years ago. You spent 35 years plus working in the entertainment industry, as we talked about before. This is amazing. We want to talk more about the work you're doing, the coaching aspect, the book. Where did you want to go? There's so much in your notes. I just want to make sure we're covering everything since it is our first time together, Robert. So I'll follow your lead.
Yeah. Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, I did spend, all that time working in the business. And again, after writing the book, Lights Action You, that did open the door to creating this audiobook coaching business, which I really love doing. It's really a marriage of 2 things that I love. I love coaching because I love helping people, and I love audio editing. Because for people who may not be familiar with what it takes to create an audiobook, it's not where you grab your book and you hit record and you just read it and you're done. There's a lot of moving parts in regards to creating an audiobook. Every section of your book is a separate audio file. So, for example, if I grab my book, I have my, your opening credits, right? Your opening credits, that's one track. That's your title, your subtitle, who it's written by, who it is narrated by. Every single chapter in your book is a separate audio file. If you have an introduction, if you have a foreword, if you have acknowledgments or a dedication page, those are all separate tracks. So an audiobook can be, in 20, 30, maybe even 40 separate audio tracks. Wow. So when you record, you're doing each one separately. So what I do as part of the program is, once the author records, let's say they do 2 chapters, they send their audio to me. I do the post-production on it, make sure it's clean, it sounds great, it meets the exact specifications that the audio needs to be for publication. And then once I have everything that they need, then I will do the uploading for publication for them. So really the author's main concern is just doing a great narration. That's what I want them to focus on.
Got it. In one chapter in particular, you talk about everyone can be a manager of time.
Yes. Yes.
Time's a hard thing. I struggle with time management, with working full time, raising 2 kids alone, and trying to, I always say, I don't have time. I don't have time. Like, and it's a problem. What is your take on time? Right? Some people procrastinate.
That's
Do they
true.
want to write their book? Do they want, yeah.
Right. So I look at it this way. We all have the same 24 hours in a day. So what makes someone who's mega successful different from someone who struggles to try to get their day-to-day, tasks done? And it really comes down to time management. And we realize we do have more time than we think. In the book, I talk about doing a time audit where you log exactly what do you do in a 24-hour day, and you do that for 3 days, and then you look at the data. It's basically research, and you can see how much time am I spending on social media, how much time am I spending watching TV, how much time do I spend at my job, how long are my lunch hours, how much time do I spend sleeping. So you really get a very clear picture of where your time is, what the priorities are, and are you doing things that are just busy work and not moving your business forward, or are you spending a lot of time doing things like social media? Those are things that you can adjust to allocate for other things that are more productive, and maybe put those higher on the priority list.
Got it. Interesting. Thank you for that. Sorry, random question.
No, that's a great question. That's
You may have the answers as my next coach, right?
Well, a lot of people, they say, I can't do an audiobook, I don't have time. And it's like, well, no, I think you do. And, one of the things that I talk about in the program is, at least just carve out an hour a day.
Yeah.
Minimum an hour a day. If you can do 2 hours, awesome. But an hour a day, you'll get your book done. You will get it done. And like I said, it is a do it with you program. So, I'm there for the author every step of the way. We do weekly group calls. We have a private Facebook group for clients. So when we're not on group calls, if there's any questions, I'm there. You can, they can contact me, and I'm there to help them out.
Awesome. You also have something happening on tomorrow, the next day, Wednesday. What's happening on the 14th?
The 14th of June. So I guess I'll mention the date, since if this is replayed, it may have passed. But
True. You're smart.
But on Wednesday, June 14th, I'm hosting a very special webinar called The Art of Audiobook Narration. And we're doing a deep dive into what it takes to do a great narration. Not just only technical aspects, but the mental aspect, because mindset is key. Mindset is so important. You have to be in the right frame of mind before you even hit that record button. So we're going to dive into that, and the tools and techniques and things that you can do to prepare yourself to do a great narration. So the webinar is, again, this Wednesday, June 14th. It's at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. on the East Coast. There is a registration link at robertlanecoaching.com. So there's a news and events section, and you can just click right on there and register. We'd love to have you as part of it. And you know what? This is also not just for authors as well, because I think a lot of people can really benefit from this, just to be able to speak in public, or maybe you're doing a presentation for your boss, or there's a variety of techniques in the narration webinar that you can apply to different aspects of your life and build that confidence.
Yeah. Well, we still have 5 minutes left. Robert, what other aspect of you and your work do you want to share with us?
If you're a nonfiction author, you really do need to narrate your own book. Reason being is it's your story. It's your story, and you need to tell it the way it's meant to be heard. Now, granted, there are great voiceover people. There are great, narrators, and they'll do a fabulous job. But remember, it's their interpretation. It's still their interpretation. Especially if you're a coach and you have a book that you've released, it would only make sense for you to be the person to narrate the audiobook because it's your coaching program, because it's your personality. For example, if, let's say you're a weight loss coach and you've written a book, and we have two weight loss coaches, weight loss coach A, weight loss coach B. They're both equally qualified. Maybe the techniques they teach are similar, but why would somebody sign up to work with this coach over the other coach? It's personality. It's how they connect. And when you narrate your own audiobook, you're connecting directly with that reader / listener. And if they're drawn to you, especially if you have a coaching program, the percentage of them working with you just skyrockets. So that's why it's so important to narrate your own book.
And what do you love about what you do, Robert? Clearly you're passionate about it. I could see it. Tell us.
Oh, you know what? Seeing the joy of what an author, when their book is done and they hear themselves and they're amazed, like, wow, this, I don't sound that bad at all. Seeing their joy and to be able to help them have one more great format in their arsenal, as an author, having a paperback, an ebook, a hardcover, now an audiobook, that's just more expansion of getting out there to a market that you're not tapping into. This also opens the door for creating marketing campaigns, maybe combining, the audiobook with the ebook and doing a special offer. And some authors even use the audiobook as a calling card to book speaking engagements. So there's a lot of uses to it.
Awesome. Well, we love having you here. We want everyone to reach out to you. And if someone is interested, of course, let's start with a book, Lights, Action You, The Guide to Master Your Mindset, Overcome Work Stress, Regain Your Personal Freedom. Robert A. Lane, how do we find this?
It's available on Amazon. You can just go to Amazon. You get your ebook Kindle version and the paperback, and of course the audiobook.
All right. And if we want to work with you as a coach, how do we do it?
Shoot me an email. Go to robertlanecoaching.com. There is a contact page there, and it also has the the email address, robert@rrpstudios.com. Feel free to reach out. I'd love to talk with you.
Perfect. Well, pleasure having you here. Excited to have you, and really, best of luck. This is awesome stuff that you're doing here. And you say, you're sharing your best stories in this book from over 30 years working in that entertainment industry. If you're just tuning in, it's Robert Lane Coaching. We're talking to him here, and he's going to give us all these valuable lessons and tools to help us navigate any situation at your job, in your personal life, right? So even if you're not working in the entertainment business, it doesn't matter. These are all concepts that apply to everyday life, and to really stay present and to keep that positive mindset, right? Which is something sometimes we forget to do. And as a coach, I'm sure you got plenty of tips and tricks, which I would love to ask next time. And the next time we speak, are we back next week?
We are back next week.
Exciting. Thank you again, Robert. Really appreciate you having the time for us to be here to join us. And as you say, you are what do you say? You are the CEO of...
You are the CEO of you. Yes.
Love it. Thank you so much. Really pleasure having you here. Looking forward to the next time we connect, Robert, and have a fantastic day.
Thank you. You too, Jill. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So excited to have Robert Lane Coaching joining us today. Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're all from. We're excited to talk to our coach and producer and friend, Robert Lane. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Good. Thank you, Jill. Excited to be here, as always.
Well, excited to have you here. I got to also add the word author. We're going to get to know you, obviously. Let's first start off by telling us your website.
Sure. The website is robertlanecoaching.com.
Perfect. And let's talk about the coaching work that you do. You really help and specialize in, well, helping those published nonfiction authors, right? Turn their book into audiobooks and, well, dreams into reality, right? Why don't you tell me specifically? Go ahead.
Sure, that's okay. Yes, I am an audiobook coach and producer. Through my business, Robert Lane Coaching, I have a coaching program that helps. We really specialize with nonfiction writers, published nonfiction writers, to take their book, this great published book that they have, and to turn it into an audiobook that they voice in their own voice. And it's not just only nonfiction authors. I guess the umbrella would be nonfiction, but coaches who have written and published books, entrepreneurs, teachers and educators who have books, and even poets. They all obviously fall into the nonfiction, but helping them narrate their own audiobook is crucial, because that is taking what they've written, their personality, their uniqueness, and putting it from written form into audio form.
Wow. Awesome, awesome, awesome work. Well, we got to find out more about you, I think, before we continue, if you don't mind. We'll get into specifics and, of course, talk more about the work you're doing. But I really like to jump to the part to get to know you. So where do we begin? Tell me where you were born, what brought you here. I need your backstory. I think it's important to get to know you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I grew up in LA, in Southern California. Currently, I live in Sedona, Arizona. I've been out here since 2009. My career basically started in the entertainment industry. I've spent 30 plus years working in the business in various facets, from radio, hosting shows, music shows, talk shows, which led to doing things, in front of camera, behind camera, production. 20 of those years, obviously, which I still do as an audio editor, is audio. Love audio. But the last chunk of my career was spent as a feature project manager for 20th Century Fox. And when I left the industry, I decided to I wanted to give back. I wanted to do something that was really helpful. So I decided to pursue being a coach, and did all this, studying and certifications and all that stuff. And I became a career coach. And from that led to me writing my book, which is called Lights, Action, You.
Which, by the way, you sent me a copy. Amazing. And I love the feel of it. It feels like the back of my iPhone case. It's got, no, really. I mean, let alone the book itself, but it feels good and it looks good. Tell us more. Tell us more.
Great. So I wrote the book because I didn't want to just do another typical self-help book. So I took stories and experiences from working in the entertainment world, and with each story, I tie it to a coaching concept or technique or lesson that was the takeaway from that particular story. So the reader gets some entertaining inside scoop about the entertainment business, but what most important thing is learning tools and techniques, time management, how to manage yourself in a toxic work environment, how to deal with fear, not being afraid to ask for help. I mean, there's a whole variety of topics that I touch on in the book. So after the book was published, I had authors approaching me saying, hey, I have a book and I want to turn it into an audiobook because I see, you did that. Yeah. So I decided to expand my coaching business and create a audiobook coaching program, which is called Your Book, Your Voice, and to take authors from every step of the phase, every phase that it takes from recording, setting up your recording space, to the fine art of voiceover and narration, and how to do a compelling narration and to be engaging for your listener, all the way through to publishing your audiobook on Audible and Amazon and Apple Books. And so the course it's a 6-week course, and by the end of the course, you have your audiobook done.
Awesome. Amazing. And by the way, we want to point out again, it's robertlanecoaching.com, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to bring up, I have a 6 and an 8-year-old. So my two boys, we were at the store last night at Target, and they they want this toy, I want that toy. And you shared something in your notes, which I could relate to. You were talking about Toys R Us and how you learn the value of money. Could you just share that with us?
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny. I guess at an early age, I learned about money and discipline. Money and discipline. When I was a kid, I think I was like maybe 6 years old at the time. I wanted this really cool pop gun. And so I saved my allowance, and I saved and saved and saved. And so my mom took me to Toys R Us, and we're going to get this pop gun. So I grab it, we get up to the counter, and I didn't have enough money because I didn't know anything about sales tax. What's sales tax? So my mom says, I will loan you the extra money, and then you can pay me back through allowance. And I stood there for a second and I thought about it, and I thought, maybe it'd be better if I saved my money and I could get something better than this pop gun. So it just kind of hit me that there was value to having discipline on where you're spending your money. So it's not like hoarding money, but it was just okay, there maybe something better that I can do with my money later on. So maybe I should save it instead. And I ended up not getting it. I really wanted this pop gun, but I ended up not getting it. And that kind of was the first lesson that I learned about money and finances, and being disciplined about not just splurging.
Got it. Wow. I love it. Well, I know you've also been through many obstacles as well, like we all have. Could you share a little bit about that?
Regarding the business or the coaching business?
I mean, any personal obstacles. Again, self-doubt I was reading about, right? Can we do it? Can we achieve? And clearly you've achieved.
Right. Yeah, self-doubt, that is something that I've dealt with, and I'm sure a lot of people do. And it comes down to believing in yourself, believing in what you're doing, no matter what your career is. If you are an entrepreneur, especially, and I know you've heard this term before, it's thrown around a lot, imposter syndrome, feeling that you're not worthy enough, or you don't have the right skills, but you do. And so it's about believing in yourself. It's about confidence in what you do. And confidence is key, and that is something that I teach in the audiobook coaching program, because we do talk about confidence. We talk about owning your voice, loving the voice that you have, and believing that you can narrate your own book. And you really can. So that should not be an obstacle stopping any published author from taking this great work that they put in written form, and being able to narrate their own book and expressing it, as an audiobook.
Well, also, we're going to talk more, obviously, about your book. And I know you want to kind of dive into a little bit, though, about, I guess it's the business itself, right? And to talk about the audiobook industry in a sense, and some technical aspects of it, right?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. The audiobook world is great. It's growing and expanding. Audiobook sales grows at roughly 26.4% annually. So it's growing and growing and growing. There were a couple of articles, I think one was in Business Wire, and there were some other websites that specialize in audiobooks, that they're saying, by the year 2030, the audiobook business is going to be like a $1 billion business. And here's another really interesting stat. In 2019, audiobooks surpassed sales over ebooks, and the gap is getting wider and wider. So people are really loving hearing their audiobook, when they're driving, or there's so many places that you can listen to it. And just one more stat I'm going to throw out here too, and that is people buy the audiobook, and they also tend to buy either the ebook or the paperback or even the hardcover because they like to read along as they listen. And that seems to be more of a growing trend. So as an author, it's great because you get to have somebody purchase your audiobook and your ebook or paperback.
Yeah. Well, also, just want to point out, guys, we're about halfway through our show. Always got to remind everyone, how do we reach out to you? Could you share a website, phone number, social media pages, anything that's important to you, Robert?
Absolutely. Again, you can go to robertlanecoaching.com. That's the main website. I am on Instagram, which is robert.a.lane.
Perfect.
Is the handle. And if anybody wants to get in touch with me via email, definitely do so. That is robert@rrpstudios.com. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer questions about what it takes to create an audiobook or anything, regarding that. I'd love to be able to help and answer any questions.
And also, let's talk more in regards to, you mentioned as a young child, you really didn't have a mentor, right? But then wait, the guitar teacher. And then could you share a little bit about that? And what brought you here?
Yeah, I was, I was thinking about, okay, did I really have any mentorship when I was growing up? And I was like, oh, no, I don't think so. But then I had a great guitar teacher who taught me traditional and contemporary jazz. Now, here you're talking to a kid who wants to be a rock star. Yeah. So why do I want to learn this stuff? But actually, he opened my eyes and ears to a world of music that I wasn't familiar with, but I have incorporated into all the music that I do as a musician. And even in high school, I had this crazy nun. Her name was Sister Angela Clare. And she got me writing, actually. I wrote 3 poetry books after I graduated high school. And all of them were dedicated to her because she made an impact in my life. So I guess, I don't know if that really falls into the category of mentorship, but it definitely was somebody who was influential in my life. So those are the 2 people that I can think of off the top of my head.
Awesome. And there's so much more to you, and as an author, as a person, as a coach, and for someone out there, listening, your own coaching journey, you said started almost 4 years ago, and you spent 35 years plus working in the entertainment industry, as we talked about before. This is amazing. We want to talk more about the work you're doing, the coaching aspect, the book. Where did you want to go? There's so much in your notes. I just want to make sure we're covering everything since it is our first time together, Robert. So I'll follow your lead.
Yeah. Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, I did spend, all that time working in the business. And again, after writing the book, Lights Action You, that did open the door to creating this audiobook coaching business, which I really love doing. It's really a marriage of 2 things that I love. I love coaching because I love helping people, and I love audio editing. Because for people who may not be familiar with what it takes to create an audiobook, it's not where you grab your book and you hit record and you just read it and you're done. There's a lot of moving parts in regards to creating an audiobook. Every section of your book is a separate audio file. So, for example, if I grab my book, I have my, your opening credits, right? Your opening credits, that's one track. That's your title, your subtitle, who it's written by, who it is narrated by. Every single chapter in your book is a separate audio file. If you have an introduction, if you have a foreword, if you have acknowledgments or a dedication page, those are all separate tracks. So an audiobook can be, in 20, 30, maybe even 40 separate audio tracks. Wow. So when you record, you're doing each one separately. So what I do as part of the program is, once the author records, let's say they do 2 chapters, they send their audio to me. I do the post-production on it, make sure it's clean, it sounds great, it meets the exact specifications that the audio needs to be for publication. And then once I have everything that they need, then I will do the uploading for publication for them. So really the author's main concern is just doing a great narration. That's what I want them to focus on.
Got it. In one chapter in particular, you talk about everyone could be a manager of time.
Yes.
Time's
Yes.
a hard thing. I struggle with time management, with working full time, raising 2 kids alone, and trying to, I always say, I don't have time. I don't have time. Like, and it's a problem. What is your take on time? Right? Some people procrastinate.
That's
Do they
true.
want to write their book? Do they want, yeah.
Right. So I look at it this way. We all have the same 24 hours in a day. So what makes someone who's mega successful different from someone who struggles to try to get their day-to-day, tasks done? And it really comes down to time management. And we realize we do have more time than we think. In the book, I talk about doing a time audit where you log exactly what do you do in a 24-hour day, and you do that for 3 days, and then you look at the data. It's basically research, and you can see how much time am I spending on social media, how much time am I spending watching TV, how much time do I spend at my job, how long are my lunch hours, how much time do I spend sleeping. So you really get a very clear picture of where your time is, what the priorities are, and are you doing things that are just busy work and not moving your business forward, or are you spending a lot of time doing things like social media? Those are things that you can adjust to allocate for other things that are more productive, and maybe put those higher on the priority list.
Got it. Interesting. Thank you for that. Sorry, random question.
No, that's a great question. That's
You might have
really
the
great
answers as my next coach, right?
Well, a lot of people, they say, I can't do an audiobook, I don't have time. And it's like, well, no, I think you do. And, one of the things that I talk about in the program is, at least just carve out an hour a day.
Yeah.
Minimum an hour a day. If you can do 2 hours, awesome. But an hour a day, you'll get your book done. You will get it done. And like I said, it is a do it with you program. So, I'm there for the author every step of the way. We do weekly group calls. We have a private Facebook group for clients. So when we're not on group calls, if there's any questions, I'm there. You can, they can contact me, and I'm there to help them out.
Awesome. You also have something happening on tomorrow, the next Wednesday. What's happening on the 14th?
The 14th of June. So I guess I'll mention the date, since if this is replayed, it may have passed. But
True. You're smart.
But on Wednesday, June 14th, I'm hosting a very special webinar called The Art of Audiobook Narration. And we're doing a deep dive into what it takes to do a great narration. Not just only technical aspects, but the mental aspect, because mindset is key. Mindset is so important. You have to be in the right frame of mind before you even hit that record button. So we're going to dive into that, and the tools and techniques and things that you can do to prepare yourself to do a great narration. So the webinar is, again, this Wednesday, June 14th. It's at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. on the East Coast. There is a registration link at robertlanecoaching.com. So there's a news and events section, and you can just click right on there and register. Would love to have you as part of it. And you know what? This is also not just for authors as well, because I think a lot of people can really benefit from this, just to be able to speak in public, or maybe you're doing a presentation for your boss, or there's a variety of techniques in the narration webinar that you can apply to different aspects of your life and build that confidence.
Yeah. Well, we still have 5 minutes left. Robert, what other aspect of you and your work do you want to share with us?
If you're a nonfiction author, you really do need to narrate your own book. Reason being is it's your story. It's your story, and you need to tell it the way it's meant to be heard. Now, granted, there are great voiceover people. There are great, narrators, and they'll do a fabulous job. But remember, it's their interpretation. It's still their interpretation. Especially if you're a coach and you have a book that you've released, it would only make sense for you to be the person to narrate the audiobook because it's your coaching program, because it's your personality. For example, if, let's say you're a weight loss coach and you've written a book, and we have two weight loss coaches, weight loss coach A, weight loss coach B. They're both equally qualified. Maybe the techniques they teach are similar, but why would somebody sign up to work with this coach over the other coach? It's personality. It's how they connect. And when you narrate your own audiobook, you're connecting directly with that reader/listener. And if they're drawn to you, especially if you have a coaching program, the percentage of them working with you just skyrockets. So that's why it's so important to narrate your own book.
And what do you love about what you do, Robert? Clearly you're passionate about it. I could see it. Tell us.
Oh, you know what? Seeing the joy of what an author, when their book is done and they hear themselves and they're amazed, like, wow, this, I don't sound that bad at all. Seeing their joy and to be able to help them have one more great format in their arsenal, as an author, having a paperback, an ebook, a hardcover, now an audiobook, that's just more expansion of getting out there to a market that you're not tapping into. This also opens the door for creating marketing campaigns, maybe combining, the audiobook with the ebook and doing a special offer. And some authors even use the audiobook as a calling card to book speaking engagements. So there's a lot of uses to it.
Awesome. Well, we love having you here. We want everyone to reach out to you. And if someone is interested, of course, let's start with a book, Lights, Action You, The Guide to Master Your Mindset, Overcome Work Stress, Regain Your Personal Freedom. Robert A. Lane, how do we find this?
It's available on Amazon. You can just go to Amazon. You get your ebook, Kindle version, and the paperback, and of course, the audiobook.
All right. And if we want to work with you as a coach, how do we do it?
Shoot me an email. Go to robertlanecoaching.com. There is a contact page there, and it also has the the email address, robert@rrpstudios.com. Feel free to reach out. I'd love to talk with you.
Perfect. Well, pleasure having you here. Excited to have you, and really, best of luck. This is awesome stuff that you're doing here. And you say, you're sharing your best stories in this book from over 30 years working in that entertainment industry. If you're just tuning in, it's Robert Lane Coaching. We're talking to him here, and he's going to give us all these valuable lessons and tools to help us navigate any situation at your job, in your personal life, right? So even if you're not working in the entertainment business, it doesn't matter. These are all concepts that apply to everyday life. And to really stay present and to keep that positive mindset, right? Which is something sometimes we forget to do. And as a coach, I'm sure you got plenty of tips and tricks, which I would love to ask next time. And the next time we speak, are we back next week?
We are back next week.
Exciting. Thank you again, Robert. Really appreciate you having the time for us to be here to join us. And as you say, you are what do you say? You are the CEO of...
You are the CEO of you. Yes.
Love it. Thank you so much. Really pleasure having you here. Looking forward to the next time we connect, Robert, and have a fantastic day.
Thank you. You too, Jill. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we are back here with our friend, our author, and just amazing person, man of many names. We got Michael Kell, but the real name is Jean-Michel Palikov. Can you help me say it?
Yes, that is right.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Amazing author. There's a lot to him, his past, his history, and of course, how we can help you. And he's got many books that he's going to talk about, and of course, available for purchase. You can go read, you can buy. New works in progress, and I know we've touched upon some of that as well. But as an author, he really is very, you'll see as he speaks. You're going to get to know him today. If this is your first time with him, let me first start off by asking you to tell the audience a little bit about yourself. Thank you.
Well, I hope everybody had a happy holiday. But my greatest love in life is to explore in the outer realms. It sounds funny, but it's like sometimes a painting works through an artist to express itself. So the image is already existing. And writing books is the same way. Most of my stories come from stories that are ongoing, and I'm just the person who looks at that story and expresses what that story wants to say. But what I want to do today a little bit is to tell people about my early life, because if you understand, you can't do it like 72 years that fast, but there's some interesting things that happened in my life, which nobody hardly believes. Well, some people do, but they're actually true. And I wanted just to mention them because there's a lot of miracles goes on in the world. And I'm not saying I'm a miracle, but miraculous things happen if you pay attention. In fact, they happen all the time, but we just haven't been taught to pay attention to small little miracles. And most miracles are small because they're easier to do. And some gigantic one, that violates natural law, such as bleeding Madonna's, eyes bleeding. Impossible. So if I could just start is that I was born in Puerto Rico, in Saudi Arabia, like I think I mentioned before. And my mother was there working with Bechtel. My father was there working with Bechtel. And the oil company over there is it's called Aramco, Arabian American Oil Company. And my dad was going out there putting in pipelines for oil and stuff and managing things. And about a year before I was born, this is a story he told me when I was like around 12. A year before he was born, he was driving back by himself from expecting some things. And he saw a sandstorm coming up. And now in a sandstorm, if you can get in some place like an oasis, which usually for some reason is more protected, I guess it's because there's sand dunes around it. So there's one up ahead. So he pulled into it, and as he pulled into it, he saw there were 3 camels. They were tied, secured. And so he parked his car and he walked over, and there's a local fire, and there's 3 Bedouins there. My dad spoke Arabic. And he was a Muslim when he was there. Wherever he used to go work, he learned the language quickly, and he adopted their religion because it made life much easier for everybody. And so he went over to introduce themselves, and they said, "We've been waiting for you." So surprised, I imagine. And they said, "Well, sit down. We got something we have to tell you." And they had a coffee pot there, so they poured him some coffee with sugar. And the guy in the center, apparently, was the head Bedouin guy, said, "You are here because we asked you to come with us. And it's something very important we have to tell you. And we lifted up the sandstorm just to bring you over here. And the sandstorm won't bother us. But we have to tell you that, that my friend to the right is a very good astrologer and knows the stars. Now, usually in Islam, they don't like astrology because they think it's like sorcery.
Yeah.
But he is really good at it. And so he told us some way some stars were in the heavens, and he said, "You got to come look at this." And we saw what he saw was true. And he said, "This heralds the birth of an angel on earth, which is rather rare." And so we have to tell you. And they chatted for a while, and he said, "You're going to have a son born on November 1st." I mean, they did in Arabic, okay, but
okay. Wow.
On November 1st at 2 p.m. apparent solar time. because there's, I don't know if they're on solar time, but one of the few places that actually they're off the clock a little bit. And so he said, okay, thanks, fine. I don't think he believed him. And so my mom got pregnant, and I happened to be born at 1:57 p.m. parent solar time on November 1st, which happens to be All Saints Day.
Wow.
And so, you know, so she told me a story, and I don't know if it's true or not, because he was a good storyteller too. But it seems to be true based on things happening later on. And so I always wondered what I was supposed to do. Okay. And one of the things I really liked when, you know, when Lawrence of Arabia came out, you know, and it's a scene in there, you know, when the guys, they lift their muskets, you know, and go, Lawrence, Lawrence, Lawrence. I was thinking, oh, that'd be kind of cool. Except they'd be saying, Jean-Michel.
Yeah.
And but I never went back to Saudi Arabia, and I just sort of forgot about it. But then when I was 3, we'd moved to Puerto Rico, which I mentioned before.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My mom was in the midst of having my youngest brother. I had 2 brothers, my youngest one, and it was only like about a year and a half. But she was had a really bad pregnancy because she's a little bit older, and my other brother was a real troublemaker. Even though he was only like a year and a half, but he was always into things. And so across the street, there was a very small set of houses. You know, the Catholic nuns took care of women that got kicked out of the house by their family, okay, because they're pregnant, you know, so they're evil and harlots. And the ladies who ran this house, Miller Superior was named Teresa, you know, said, no, God doesn't hate people that make mistakes. In fact, God loves pregnant women without marriage, probably more than anything else, because God knows how hard it is to be a single mom, especially in a prejudicial society. And so we left the convent, came over here, and this is what we take care of. We get them jobs, we find a place to live, you know, and wherever they need to do. So I used to go visit them, and so one day they came to my mom's house and knocked on the door, and the maid answered, and they said, "Can we talk to Miguel's mother?" He's called me Miguel, mother, and they did. And so Sister Teresa talked to her and knew she was having problems and said, "You know, we can take Miguel off your hands, so to speak. He likes everybody over here. He's learning Spanish really fast, and he can just live with us, and that way you don't have to worry about him." And so she agreed, strangely enough, but she did. So I moved over there, and the nurse and the nun's really nice, but there's one novitiate named Anna Marie who was like 17, and she and I bonded right away. And I'm pretty sure it's from past life stuff, just because of what happened and things. And so I spent like probably almost 3 years there, and then with the nuns helping out and stuff. And so Anna Marie and I got very close.
And at what age were you now? You were 5?
Well, I left when I was like 5.5, so
okay.
I was there like 3 years, like 2 years, 2.5 years. I don't know exactly, so I remember the dates. And you know, and so we got very, very close doing things, and I would help her out and things. And I lived in their room, no big deal. But you know, it's the only place they had. And so she had a friend who was an older nun named Agnes Louise. And Agnes Louise used to be a professor. And one day when we were visiting her, and she always knew like when we were going to be there, try to sneak up on her, but couldn't do it. And she'd go, "Okay, Miguel, I see you. You can't see me. I'm behind a pillar. I see you. Come on." So one day she told us a story about a book she had. And this book was written by someone named Gabriel, not the angel. Gabriel.
Okay.
Okay. And so Agnes Louise spent all the extra free time we had teaching me metaphysics, you know, and religion, but it wasn't a Catholic religion, you know, totally. It was a little more advanced than things. And so during that thing, I would have visions of a beautiful lady named Ariel. Okay. And what I found out, contrary to the Catholics and the Protestants, actually the Trinity is not thought of properly because they leave out gender.
Okay.
You know? And so there is like a grandfather and a grandmother, you know, and there's a mother and a father, and there's Jesus, and he has a sister, because gender has to be balanced. Because it can't be out of balance, the universe would even be worse place than it is if it could be here. And so Ariel was Jesus' sister in these worlds. And so I spent a lot of time with her, you know, because she come visit me and say, "Oh, little baby, give me kids," little motherly stuff. But they started teaching me all kinds of things from this book. and then Anna Marie taught me to read. It's fast. So I learned how to read fast in Spanish. And I read this book and stuff. And so between being predicted and what's going on is I was building up my own theology.
Wow.
Started at 3. It took a long time to do it. And then I was physics in it and stuff. But Anna Marie had a really bad life. Is that her mother died when she was born. And her father was very rich. And his father was so mad at Anna Marie because her mother died that he sent him to be taken care of by a caretaker in one of his houses, and her husband. And there was a gardener there. And these people were nice, but they did not have the capability to love anything. But they weren't mean, okay? They were just, what can I say, unlovable. And so she grew up all by herself, except for an imaginary friend named Eugenia. And the only people who were nice to her were the nuns, because he would let her go to church on Sunday. But he had to, he's Catholic. And but she couldn't go anywhere at a time. And so, but she was supposed to be in puberty. She had a governess then to teach her some stuff. But when she got out of the bath, the governess came in and saw that she didn't have any pubic hair. And she said, "Let me see on your arms, no hair." And Anna Marie knew what's going on, and so I'm going to take you to the doctor. So they took her to the doctor, and the doctor said, "Well, she's perfectly fine, but she's not going to have babies. There's no way. She's not going to finish, maturation." And so her dad got really mad then because he couldn't even palm her off on somebody with a dowry, unless she was beautiful. And so he sent her to the nunnery. And so the nuns took a long time to rehabilitate her in terms of getting comfortable with people because she was afraid. And so when I met her, she told me that story one time, which I thought was pretty sad. And so Agnes Louise and I one day decided that she can have a birthday party. It's like her 19th birthday, and the nuns aren't supposed to have birthday parties. But Agnes said, "I don't care. She needs a birthday party because she needs to know that people were to care about her and that God cared about her." And so, so we said okay, and so we went to Agnes Louise found a restaurant to go to that she knows people in it because she'd been there a long time. And then Anna Marie and I went to the library just because she'd never been to the library. Neither did I, but I thought it'd be fun to go there. So we spent time in the library. Then after the library, we wanted to do something. This is the part I want to read because it's hard to tell a story in its entirety. Okay, I think we have time.
Yes, we do. Go for it.
And so when we left the library, I told Sister, that's Anna Marie, Mom, I used to call her Mummy. Mummy, your birthday is not yet over. We need to take a walk, and I'll buy you a treat, or I saved up some money for you. So we was rolling towards the restaurant chosen by Sister Agnes Louise. And when we got there, I took her inside. Sitting in the corner was Agnes Louise with her present wrapped for Mummy. Agnes Louise waved us over to the table. We sat down. And she said, "Today, Anna Marie, we're going to celebrate your natal day. It is our secret, so we do not tell the other sisters. But to tell the truth, this is all Miguel's idea. We really wanted for us to give you a birthday party, so you would know that you are special to us and that we love you." Finished Louise. And Sister Anna Marie started to cry, for such warmth and joy poured into her sweet heart, the kingdom of the Holy Family within. She did not know what to say, but she finally realized that she was really and honestly loved by grandmother and me. I used to call Sister Anna Louise grandmother. Her father's meanness was now unimportant. She wiped her eyes, saying in a broken voice, "I love both of you, for you two are my real family. I was never a bad little girl, but I was a strong little girl. Thank you both." Sister Agnes Louise and I had tears of joy in our eyes. Sister Agnes Louise said, "Enough. We are here to celebrate the holy day. The Holy Family kissed your birth with a soul seed, not to be emotional." She cried out, "Jose, we're ready for Anna Marie's birthday dinner." Jose, the owner of the restaurant, served as our waiter. We all had the best meal in our lives. Well, my life was less than 4 years, but it was really pretty good. After our dinner was finished, Jose came out to the kitchen with a birthday cake, having 19 burning candles. The waiters and the kitchen staff were playing some musical instruments and singing a Spanish birthday greeting. Sister Anna Marie did not know what to do, but she was really happy. All she could say was, "Thank you, Holy Mother. God bless all of you. I never had a birthday celebration ever." Jose placed the cake on the table and told Sister Anna Marie to make a grand wish and blow out the candles so the smoke and Holy Spirit would carry her wish to heaven. She closed her eyes, took my hand into hers, took in a deep breath, and blew out all the candles. Everyone clapped. Jose said, "Bravo, sister, bravo." Jose handed Sister the cake knife, saying, "Cut enough cake, cut enough slices for all of us here so we can honor your holy day for eating some of your cake. Rita, bring out some sangria for everyone, even our little gentleman. So on that momentous day, a miracle was accomplished in Holy San Juan. For when I looked into Mummy's heart, I saw that Ariel and Holy Mother had removed every last speck of darkness and pain and placed it with the purest glow. For the first time in her life, Mummy's aura glowed with a soft golden white light, which everyone could see at the party. I saw that both Divine Ariel and Holy Mother were standing next to Mummy, with their arms wrapped around her neck. I understood why Mummy was glowing, but I said nothing. I looked over at Sister Agnes Louise, and I knew she saw what I saw. Rita, Jose's spirited wife, was the first to say, "Everyone, look, the Holy Virgin Mother and the Holy Spirit have blessed this child, for she shines with the holy light. It is a miracle, Jose, a real miracle. God has blessed all of us. Praise to our Lord and his mother." Everyone present repeated after her, "Praise to our Lord and our mother, and his mother." After things had quieted down, the table was cleared, Anna Marie had stopped glowing. Both of us noticed that she had permanently transformed, as she was no longer burdened by her past emotional pain. When I looked deeply into her eyes, I saw that she and I were one divine I thou, two in manifestation, but only one in essence. She and I were there in the bedchamber with room sufficient enough for one unified ego. I saw that her love for me was now unconditional, and that her love had been forever. Truly, the Holy Family brought to all of us a wondrous miracle. It goes on, but that's probably enough. And so the reason I like that story, in Anna Maria stuff, is it's always made me have a really tender heart, especially for single moms.
Mhm.
And I'm nice to single dads too, but single moms always catch my eye and my heart.
That's why you love me. Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's
Gosh.
being a mom is an impossible job, but being a mom without like a family to help you. I mean, you have
hard.
overseas, they have grandmas and grandpas, so it helps. But to do it by yourself is like impossibly impossible. You know, and I don't think they're respected enough in our society for how powerful women they are. You know, but they're still kind and nice and loving and sweet and feminine, but they're powerful female warriors. And and I just wish more people would see that.
Well, thank you. I agree. And as a single mom, I could so empathize and relate. It's not easy. And let me just ask, just back to you. So you were in Puerto Rico. So you had two siblings?
Yeah,
You
one was Stephen was born in California. That's my next brother. My little brother, Rick,
okay,
was born in Puerto Rico.
Got it. But so your
My
mom,
was
so
with
your
trains.
so your mom, I didn't know this, but so your mom was single when she was there, living alone?
No. My mom wasn't single. The single ladies were at the nun's house, and so I play with the kids because some have you have a kid, okay?
Got it. Mm-hmm.
And so I was kind of like the host for the kids, sort of.
Aw.
But it's just seeing all them and talking to them, and they were young, and they just most of them just got talked into somebody loved them and they didn't really, so it was sad. And so that's why trying to live unconditionally is what I really like to do. But I don't do a good job. I do a terrible job. But it works best when you're surprised.
Yeah. Wow. But that's an amazing story. So you actually lived over there with them for just 2 years or so, right?
Yep. And then she died at the end. My parents went on vacation for like a week or two. I mean, in Puerto Rico. I came back. Anna Marie, Sister Teresa said, Anna Marie is sick. She's going to die. I know what that meant, really. And I think she had consumption in those days. This is a long time ago, but it was tuberculosis. And so she said, "Go talk to her before she leaves. Gotta go talk to her before she leaves." So I ran in there crying, of course, and hugged her. She was like sweating and had to lift her up because she's really weak. And I saw Holy Mother and Ariel were there with her. Agnes Louise wasn't there, so nobody else would see them except for me. And and she smiled as best she could. She goes, "I was so afraid I'd die without seeing you, but I'm going to wait for you. Wait for you in heaven." And then Holy Mother said, "It's okay. She'll come. If you need some problems, she and I will come down and help you."
Wow.
Right. And then she passed, and then Sister Teresa took me outside so we could cry, and she was crying too. Because Anna Marie, for all the bad things that happened to her, was the nicest, sweetest person you could ever meet. But she could do things too, strong things.
Yeah.
but she really was strong inside. She just didn't know it. So I think she, over those 2.5 years or so, I mean, not only did I grow, but she grew a whole bunch,
Mm-hmm.
you see. And the thing is like, I know she's my soulmate.
Oh, wow. So how old was she when she passed?
She's like, probably like 20. She turned 20 or just
Oh
before
my
20.
goodness, so young. Wow.
Yeah. So she didn't get to fulfill her destiny. But love stories are nice, And they come out in
Yeah.
varieties.
Oh my goodness. You must think about her each and every day, right? I'm sure not a day goes by.
That's almost true. Some days I get so full of stupid things I have to do that I don't have time to bother her.
Right? Well, thank you for sharing that. My goodness. Now, so as in all of your writings and your work, clearly you were just reading. What were you just reading from
That's
specifically?
gotta be it's called The Curious Life of the Good Doctor.
Okay.
That's my name of my radio show I had, was A Good Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to work on it. I don't know if I ever get it done because I'm too busy doing other things. But I'd like to get it done because, as you can see, I've lived a charmed life. It hasn't been an easy one. Okay. But it's been a life that I often look forward to the challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it doesn't come out very well, from normal people's point of view. But every time you're challenged, you stand up for what's right. They're going to kill you. You should put your prison in America, very long at least. And and it made me strong.
Wow.
And so
wow.
I have to go down, but I still haven't quite figured out exactly what I'm supposed to do after promising God I'd be God's helper when I was 3 before the nuns.
Wow. Is that when it was? That's when you made the promise to them?
Yeah. And
but ironically, you learned the story, and you didn't know, your father didn't tell you the story about him in the sandstorm meeting them, who mentioned that he was going to have a son who's going to be an angel. He didn't, so you didn't know that, but at the age of 3, you were already 12. But so at the age of 3, though, you were called in with the nuns. Wow. So yeah, that's like you're clearly your path and your destiny. And wow.
It's been interesting. I think people's lives are much more interesting than they sometimes think.
Yeah.
Because they're not. But actually, I don't know how much time we have, but one thing I want to say is that I want to talk about the freedom exercise. It's my new project, okay? And I'm really behind on it. Not the exercise, that was easy. How to do it, but how to do it like in a 12-week course. High-end, course. But, when Jesus, Buddha said a lot of things that were true. All of the Vedanta guys said things are true, the gurus and swamis. So everybody sees the truth, but they interpret it sometimes not exactly in the most beneficial way. But when Jesus, I think I talked about this, but when, Jesus talked about the kingdom of heaven and little children, I mean, that's a place that everybody's born into.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to remember it. You have to recover it. But when you find it, you start working with it. And you can call it whatever you want. Names are just words, but you're not the same person anymore. Because there's a power inside you, that's calm, unperturbed. And so, your body will get perturbed, your brain will get perturbed a little bit, but you can deal with things really, really well. And people used to ask me, well, actually one time, I have a church I run, and we wanted to get an exemption from taxes, okay? And so, and they didn't like my church. It's a good Christian church, though. And so I was sitting there, and the guy goes, it's funny, I read your thing, and it says the first thing you recommend people do if they want, come to your churches, is to stop believing in stuff. And he goes, do you believe in God? And I go, I don't believe in anything in the way you talk about it. Because why would I believe in something if I know it?
Yeah.
And I said, you guys are just out of here, get out of here. I mean, you don't even understand anything. Because and you can get that feeling. And you can call Holy Family. Your image you want to create is fine, but there really is something divine in our universe.
Yeah.
And trying to be a pure atheist is a hard argument to talk about. Being a traditional Protestant is a hard argument to talk about, in my opinion. Being a Catholic is a hard argument to talk about because there's so much stuff that's come in that's unnecessary, and it wasn't even in the New Testament.
Got it. So, wow.
People need to really be empowered.
Oh, amazing. Wow. Another story and to add to the works. And I know we didn't even establish, I mean, for people who may not know of you yet, they're learning, but all of your books, where can we find them? How can we contact you? Could you share your website or contact information?
Okay, in order to buy that book, God's Greatest Miracle Told Through Little Angels, the best place, you can go to you can go to Indie Books, you can go to Barnes and Noble, but if you go to Amazon, we need more reviews. And it's not because the reviews we have are bad. It just, if you buy a book, you leave a review, it helps the author a lot because then it gets advertised. If you don't have a ton of reviews, it doesn't get advertised very well. Yeah. So that's the best place to go now. And the reason is, if you go to our website, you can't buy anything because they haven't given me access to demand on print yet.
Yeah.
I don't, it's messed up. And so I can't really do that. But if and the best place to leave a message is to go, if you want to talk to me, is go to email at enlightenment123numbers.org.
Beautiful. Thank you. And we still got 3 minutes left. I don't want to cut you short. How did you want to end this off? I mean, we have a new year ahead of us. Any advice or guidance since you are an angel? See? Michael or Michelle?
We can talk about that because a lot of people say that, okay? And it's not an easy place to be if you think about it. We can talk about it one time. But what I like to say is that I am really happy that I met you.
Thank you.
I mean, you are the most radiant princess in all of Christendom.
Thank you. Am I an angel too? Is that what you're going to tell me now? You're passing it along to me? I didn't know. No. Well, hold on. Angel. Get it? Angel. Jill. Could be angel.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Is this our last time together?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I thought we were signing off saying goodbye. I was like, what? I didn't know.
Actually, I think we might know because I know there's so I'm confused, like how many visits there are, because they keep talking to me, and so what about doing? So okay, I'll do that, So I know we have at least more, but I have more visits, so I don't know how they handle it.
Perfect.
So hopefully it's with you.
Well, I'm just the host. So I just get my schedule each day who I'm talking to, but clearly I think we're working together. I just wasn't sure. The way you were signing off, I thought it was a goodbye.
No.
Which was very kind of you. But no, I'm glad we're going to speak again. Yeah. And, the new year here, a lot of us start to make resolutions. Not everybody believes in those, but it is a new start to a new chapter, to a new year, and it could be very inspirational to so many, and also it could be very depressing for so many. So what I just want to leave off and say, looking forward to speaking with you again in the new year, because your positivity and creativity and your stories, I think, can really help someone out there to believe. And there's just so much more to the life that we're living here on a daily basis. And now I'm getting so deep and emotional, but for real, we need to talk to more good people like you, because you bring a lot of joy to me, to our listeners. And now knowing that you're even a real angel. See, you could just tell by talking to someone they're good people, I think. And now to even know more of your backstory. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So if we want to reach out to you one more time, tell us the website. Tell us the website one more time.
A website is Worlds of JM Puerco, no spaces, .com.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's okay. You have a fantastic day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. All right, everybody, welcome back. And I am here with my friend Laura Fluke, everybody. Laura Fluke from The Quiet Room. Hey, Laura, how are you doing? And happy early Thanksgiving.
Yeah, same to you as well. Are you ready yet?
I believe I'm getting there. My mom just got back in town, so it's these days it's very small. But looking forward to it. How about you? What do you got going on?
I will be actually hosting over here. So my daughter and her family, and then my sister and her family will be over. So yeah. So, we're kind of doing a little bit of the typical traditional and adding in a couple of Croatian dishes and
That's
stuff.
what I was going to ask. I mean, from the Croatian background, what's different about Thanksgiving, or is it the same?
Well, obviously Croatia doesn't celebrate US's Thanksgiving, but I mean, I guess it depends on each family, but this year will be the first year. My family doesn't know it yet, but this will be the first year that I'll make stuffed cabbage rolls.
Oh,
So I'll have turkey and all of that stuff, but as a secondary protein, I'm going to make stuffed cabbage. So I'm a little excited about that. It's been a little while since our family's had them. So
okay.
yeah.
Well, in Croatia, do they have anything similar to Thanksgiving?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, the reality is that I'm an American Croatian,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But my heart is just, I certainly follow all of our traditions and foods and, some of the culture and stuff like that. But some of the more, the bigger, somebody who's from there, I was born here, but I have friends that would probably know more of the traditions and stuff like that are, country based for them. So
I see. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, that's neat. Well, before we get started, I have something I wanted to ask you about. It's about one of the practices that you do
please.
in your work. But beforehand, can you just give us a little, in case people are just tuning in and don't know too much about you and about how you're helping people and
Right.
practice? If it just just a real quick kind of wrap around.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've been doing craniosacral therapy for about 6 or 7 years or so. And it's a beautiful it's a very light touch modality to help people kind of move through pain and stress and maybe a little bit of overwhelm, to correct things physically. Sometimes people will come in. I actually had a client come in last week, and actually this is a cool story to share. Actually, she came in, she's doing life like we all do, of course, and was just noticing that she just felt a little more stressed than she wanted to be. Came in, she had been, moving through a sinus infection or something along those lines. And I says, what are we working on today? Because I just, I'm just so tired of all of this congestion in here. So sure enough, we worked on all of that. And, like on some parts of her body, like her low back was bothering her, and then her shoulder was a little sore. So we worked on that. So then I said, how's your sinuses? How's your face feeling? And she goes, still kind of clogged. So wearing, gloves, I can go inside of the mouth and work on the tissues around the cheeks. I can, pull the cheekbones up and kind of open those sinuses. And then, then I can go to the roof of the mouth and kind of pull the roof of the mouth, soften that a little bit. And you could just feel the tissues begin just releasing. They become more smooth, more gentle. They soften, they feel like they're melting, that kind of thing. So sure enough, I go and I work on one side, and, I check in with her and I says, how's everything feeling? She goes, feels like this side's all the way big and this side's still compressed. So sure enough, I go in and I work on now the left side and everything like that. She looked at me and she goes, man, I didn't realize that just talking about everyday life, she was speaking about, some notable, but some mundane everyday life things. And she says, I feel like I'm 50 pounds lighter because I've talked about this. I've processed through some of this. I had this connection. There was support, and then physically on a mechanical level, because we were able to go and interact with her face and, just change, the way that it was interacting with other parts of her face, she felt relief. Actually, I don't know if she's still dealing with the sinus, drainage type thing, but I know that she had said very distinctly, I just feel more clear, I can think straighter, and it kind of comes back to what we were saying, in other conversations. This work doesn't change your scenario. It just changes the way that way a person can interact with it. Do you know what I mean? And maybe they're not as stressed. They get some of the fog or the heaviness out of their head, or, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where craniosacral becomes a beautiful tool, or the work that, I do, whether it's, Reiki, which is, Reiki means, life force, universal life force, basically. So, and then I've been finding, I have to be honest with you, I think that I'm finding that a life force that also permeates our body is our awareness. And I think when we connect that awareness with our breath, then we really kind of see where we're at. You know what I mean? And I know that's kind of a deep kind of thought this early in the morning, but we were having a conversation the other day, a friend and I, and she had described somebody as a narcissist. And I'm like, that may apply, based on our common knowledge of what narcissists are, and I mean, I don't like that word, because it just feels like it's a word that somebody would use in psychology that in some ways has a pathology to it. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a issue, there's a dis-ease with a person.
Yeah. It's
And
a negative thing.
so,
yeah.
right, is a negative thing. And I mean, whether it applies or not is not the question, but I think so many of us get caught in using that word that I think when I've noticed the difference between someone we may say, well, he's a narcissist, he doesn't think of anybody, versus somebody who may be, we may use the word enlightened or awake or aware. And I think that they're in a higher state of consciousness. And I think that there's some truth to that. When I'm aware of how my actions are affecting you, then I become much more compassionate, become much more empathic, or, and empathetic to what's going on in your life, and kind of going, okay, if I understand and know what's going on in your life, then I have a greater potential to go and have our relationship be smooth, as opposed to assuming that because you're so involved with your life that, you are a narcissist. I don't like that. You know what I mean? It's kind of an odd off topic kind of thing, but yeah, it's just something that I think if we become aware of ourselves, and I think that this is where this work, really comes in handy, is when we're less stressed and we're not having to go and stare at, all of the chaos that may be in front of our face or in our scenario. If we can get calmed down and regulated, within our nervous system, within our body, within our minds, then we open up a greater potential for a smoother relationship, or interaction with somebody. And we have a less potential to look at that person and say, oh, you're a narcissist because you're not thinking of anybody. Well, did you stop and see what's going on in their life too?
Right.
So sorry, it was a little editorial. That
Okay, it's all right. Okay. So my question was, in your work, some of your sessions may include work throughout the shadow light spectrum. Can you talk to me about what that is?
Yes. I would say that the shadow is something, or the darkness that we have in our lives. This is something that we fear. We may, some people may, oh, that's of, say the devil or Satan or whatever. So we see darkness as being something bad or evil. And granted, of course, it surely can be. But I think that it's, the shadow parts of us are also those things that we kind of we put off in the corner that we don't want to necessarily see. And, then now something comes up in life and somehow there's some light cast upon that shadow part, that thing that you were trying to put off to the side and not deal with, maybe not examine, maybe not sit with, And then it feels like it's a dark thing because there's no light on it. Now, if we go and we bring light into it and kind of go, okay, let's let's shed some light on what we're seeing, this scenario, that may be causing a person to react differently than they may wish. They may feel upset. They may be, angry or mad, or, whatever the response is. If it's a painful something that we have in that shadow in the dark where we don't want to deal with, a lot of times we'll act out in pain because, you just hit something that was bothering me. And I've been trying to hide that for a long time. Now the scenario comes up and now I'm somewhat forced to look at it because there's a crack of light on it, right? The something in this is, you walk away from that scenario, you walk away from that interaction with the person, and where we're wise to do things and where that awareness and that you become self-conscious, like not to the point, oh, don't look at me, but self-conscious of going, how is this affecting me?
Yeah.
And where you're going with, how is this shadow part that I've been hiding? How is it affecting me currently? And is it affecting the way I'm doing life? And do I want to do it that way now from this point forward? That is an earmark of somebody who's willing to kind of do their work and kind of go, I'm kind of tired of bumping up against this shadow place, this dark space, this whatever it is that I haven't really looked at before. And if that person is either they feel like they're at a point in their own mindset that they can kind of sit with it and work with it themselves, great. If they're not, and this thing keeps coming up and they're triggered and they just don't know what to do with that scenario, this is maybe where a session comes in with me, kind of going, okay, let's settle down into this and kind of go, okay, is your current scenario that may be bumping against that shadow piece, is your current scenario bothering you, or are you in pain or uncomfortable because of what was bumped up against? So then we sit with that and we say, oh, wow, I didn't really think about that. Well, this is just the way I've always done it. I've always responded this way. And, so then the next question may be, not to sound all Dr. Phil, but is that working for you? You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah.
So we have to sit back and with support and, somebody looking at the scenario with somebody, it's so much easier to kind of not feel so overwhelmed by, well, I'm talking about the scenario that once poked me before, and now I have new understanding about it, and now it's not so painful. So say, for example, so if I get tired, when I get tired just mentally or emotionally or even spiritually, I kind of feel like, nobody knows I'm tired. Nobody knows I'm here. Or start feeling not sorry for myself, but, doesn't anybody know that I'm struggling or anything like that? And so then we start having expectations. At least I do. Then I'm thinking, well, how come my daughter's not calling? And how come my son's not calling? And how come, I haven't talked to this person? And so this shadow part of, I'm feeling tired and I'm feeling alone is kind of rising up, and it's getting worse and it's getting worse. And now I'm thinking, well, you know what? You guys are idiots for not calling and asking how I am. Well, they don't even know what's going on. So now, as an example, I go and I call a friend and I'll say, hey, this is what's going on. I just feel bad that, I didn't hear from so-and-so, something like that. And then my friend, who I work with upon occasion should go, okay, well, what are you looking at? Why are you feeling that way? Well, because, and then when she asks certain questions, I'm like, okay, you know what? It really has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with the fact that today I'm stressed, I'm tired, I'm overwhelmed, or I'm, fill in the blank, or I'm in pain physically, or, I'm just tired of dealing with this, thing over and over again, and I want to change it. So sometimes when we get to that place where we don't want to work with it, we put it in the shadows and just work with it another time. And then, like I said, at some point, you can only go around the mountain so many times before you finally sit there going, oh my God, I gotta change this. Yeah. What do I do? So that's where, dialoguing, where, support in this manner, these types of, this internal support really helps, because then you're able to process Why am I thinking that way? Why am I behaving that way? And it's not like it's overt. Like I didn't go in, like my friend that I had mentioned about the sinuses, earlier today. It's not like I went and asked her a myriad of questions, and it's not like there's a checklist. It was like, well, what are you noticing there? And she said, oh, okay, maybe I'm noticing this. I was, well, what do you think about that? Or what does your body think about that? More importantly, does that feel like it's softening? Or does it feel like it's getting tighter or constricting? Those types of signals in our body give us an idea. Are we moving through effectively? Because if we're softening and we're loosening, like if the tissues feel softer, you feel that sense of wanting to sigh or yawn, the body starts relaxing. And if we're asking the body, well, wherever this is at, or the mindset, where are you at with this? And the body sinks in and there's an answer provided, you'll notice just a softening, a deepening, like, whew, like almost a sigh, whereas, well, do you like when this person does this thing to you? And, clearly, do you like when your daughter thunks you in the head? Well, no. And then you feel constriction in the body. You know what I mean? So what would you think would be better so that your daughter doesn't thunk you in the head, or, some example, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, I think if I was to speak with her about it and say, I don't like when you thunk me in the head.
Yeah.
How does that feel? Oh, yeah. Okay. Do you feel comfortable doing that? We get that little vibe going, yeah, I think I do. You think you have some good words to share with her, or to go and raise the scenario up to how to change it? Yeah, I think I do. Or we try to figure out what the next words are or something like that. But yeah, it just, the shadow is not as creepy and as evil and woojy as everybody thinks. It's a lot of times it's something that we just have chosen to not look at, because it's either been too heavy, too hard, too painful, too fill in the blank, right?
Right. I got you. All right. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Well explained. Thank you. I wanted to know that because it would make sense. I had heard about because you work with energy. I wanted to know if you ever heard about the idea of a shadow person. Have you ever heard anything about that? These are beings that exist just in the shadows. I don't know if you've ever seen one turn quick and you see, and then they're gone. I don't know if from a professional energy standpoint, is that possible? Could a being like that exist?
Sure. I mean, I think I would have to wander toward my shamanic knowledge and know that,
Right, you got
spirits and
that too, yeah.
entities. Exactly. Spirits and entities are real things.
They
They
are.
can do, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I remember a few times where I just was in a very broad and open space, maybe doing in light of some of the energy work that I was doing, or some of maybe the topic I was working through, or the issue I was working through with a person. And, I can tell you, I can remember a couple of times where I was just so overwhelmed by this presence within my own system. I knew it wasn't me. And it sounds funny to say these things, but there are some times where malevolent spirits know that we can be an open conduit, per se. And they find us and they connect. And, if they have, not nice thoughts, they can cause the person who they've decided to hang out with to have not nice thoughts too. And, there's been times where I can remember being on the phone with one of my fellow shamanic practitioners. I wanted to end my life. I was so, yeah, I was being, it was not like I was hearing voices. It's not that. I want to be real careful where I'm going with this.
Okay.
It was just this sense that this is not what I'm thinking. I'm not in a place where I should be thinking
something
that.
got you
Yeah.
you let another entity in you somehow.
Yeah.
The energy you didn't ground yourself, or you left it
Yes,
open or
I had
something?
no concepts of, I mean, I was taught that kind of stuff when I was in training, of course, but I had no concept of how, or the why, or the importance of. And I mean, after a few of these, you're just like, yeah, no, I don't want this nasty stuff with me.
Wow.
you know, it's heavy, it's dark, it's unfriendly, you know, and I mean, I don't want to go, you know, I would call my friends and go, I think I have a, you know, an entity, and sure enough, you know, I may have at that point, or, you know, she would go and, you know, check and assess and go, no, I don't see anything, but now maybe, you know, in that style of practice, well, let's check your chakras, you know what I mean? And then we would address it from that way.
Yeah.
But, you know,
If
and
it can
then there
happen
are,
to you, then it must be a lot more common than we think about. If it can affect you.
it really is. And, you know, I think that's the thing. I am, you know, I've mentioned to you that I'm switching it up with the business, and,
Yeah, you got change
you
coming.
know, yep, learning a lot of new stuff and everything like that. And it's overwhelming. It really is. I mean, there's a reason why I do body work. I don't do technology. I mean, you know, I use it, but I mean, I don't have a great knowledge of it. And certainly, you know, business and all of that stuff, and, you know, how to speak to, I mean, I know how to speak to people, but I don't know how to speak to people to go and like promote, right? This is all new. It's all very new. And I'm walking around the house feeling like, you know, I know that my muscle memory is moving me through the house physically. I'm getting everything done. But my brain is so saturated with new information, and there's so much change going on that it's hard for me even to kind of grasp it. And there's been times where, you know, maybe even months ago, I may have called somebody and said, I don't feel like me. I feel lost. I feel like I'm not in my body. I'm grounded, but I can't think straight. And I kind of have come to realize that this is a pattern, at least within me. And I'm beginning to notice this when I share this with other people. They're going, you know, I've noticed that too. That I think there's this, you know, kind of liken it to sorry, I liken it to the Karate Kid, you know, where Pat Morita, you know, he goes and he has Miyagi goes and has, you know, Ralph Macchio, Daniel go and, you know, wax on, wax off, sand the floor, paint the fence, you know, and it feels so much like this. This is exactly the scenario that I find myself in, is I'm, you know, wax on, wax off. And I'm like, don't know why I'm doing this. And, you know, can I just get to the point to where I'm going to be able to use it? It would feel like it's connecting more. It's making more sense to me, you know, and, you know, it's a stage, it's coming. But, you know, I think that for me, knowing it's a valuable skill for us to know our patterns, so that when they repeat again, we don't get all fettered. You know what I mean? Where I am kind of mentally and just, you know, trying to process, you know, new information and trying to do life, it's, you know, it could be very unnerving in another scenario, in another example.
So you
And
gotta be careful.
nowadays it's kind of like, yeah, nowadays I'm more familiar, and I know what I'm looking at, and know how to, you know, ground myself, keep myself supported, and, you know, I don't want to say protected, but yes, protected. You know, and then I think, you know, I just want to speak to very tiny about, you know, if there's somebody that, you know, turns around and sees those shadow people, I'm leaning toward offering the concept that maybe that person can see things differently. I maybe hear things differently. I feel things differently. We call those like clairsentient, clairaudient, claircognizant, you know, like they're called the clairs, CLAIR. So, I mean, you know, clairvoyant, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's those type of things. There's these senses that we're able to see that without outside of our natural senses, the normal five we know, but these are things that we're aware of, and they're a spiritual sense that we can engage and connect with and groom. So, you know, if there is somebody that turns around and sees that, you know, I would lean toward, you know, offering the explanation that that person has that awareness and that sensitivity, not only energetically, but can actually visualize it, you know, with their spiritual eyes, right?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So,
Hey, Laura Fluke, a really interesting show today. That was a good one. But I want to wish you a very happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
you
And
too.
thank you. And I want to give you the last word here. Anything you want the audience to think about or to remember, maybe in the holiday season, and then let us know how to get a hold of you, please.
Yes, I think, kind of circling back around to that whole mindfulness. I don't want to use the word narcissist, but we're all moving into a season where we're going to be around family. I mean, unfortunately, it's a truth, right? That getting together with families is not always the easiest thing for all of us, right? So, I might invite listeners to kind of look at what you're doing, look at your family's lives. Take a minute and find out, hey, what's going on with you, so that you find out that Uncle Ralph is not being such a stinker. He's just busy. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
whatever the case is, it's just, I think I'm always that type of person, is just be kind to somebody, because you really never know who's doing what, and where they're at. So
Good point.
yeah, that's what I would say. And everybody listen. But if you are, some of the conversations that we've been having are interesting to you, or you want to know how to get this help for things that are just not, you feel stuck in life, or you feel stressed about something, or can't think straight, you can always connect with me through, my phone number is 586-322-9727. And then my website for the moment is the Quiet Room 808.com. And just a reminder that at some point we will be changing that, but even still, once we do that, that'll all filter back to the new place anyway. But yeah, pretty exciting.
All right.
So,
Laura, have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you so much. And can't wait to see you again. All right. Take care. And we will be right back.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, here. Take care.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
I think I'm like other people where you want to be healthy. You want to make the right choices when either you're going out to dinner or you're shopping and just trying to decide what to buy in the grocery store, the supermarket. I'm struggling with that because I want to make the right choice. That's my current goal. If you're like that, you want to be healthy, maybe live a more holistic life, she can help you with that, especially if you are looking at the vegetarian or vegan lifestyle. And she's with Plante Nutrition. Tara Gallimore is with us. Welcome back. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing well, Steve. How are you doing?
I'm well. This is fairly new for me. It's only been in the past, I want to say a couple of months where I've really started looking at what I'm buying, what I'm eating. I haven't crossed the bridge over to the vegan side yet. Could happen soon. But that being said, I have lots of questions. Like example, I like making smoothies. I got turned on to that.
Ooh.
And I keep it simple. It could be, some whey protein or some type of protein powder. I'll add some ice in there, maybe a banana, some blueberries, maybe some strawberries, things like that. Is it okay to buy frozen fruit? is it the same nutritional aspect as if you're buying it fresh?
That's a fantastic question. So, yeah, I would say that frozen fruit, very, very similar in nutritional value, if not almost identical to fresh fruit.
Okay.
I think one of the benefits, well, I think there are actually so many benefits of frozen fruit. One of them, when it comes like nutritionally speaking, is that they tend to pick the fruit when it's perfectly ripe and then they freeze it shortly afterwards. Whereas depending on where you're living, sometimes like for me, I'm in Canada, right? So sometimes the fruit that you're getting, it doesn't grow here locally. So it's being picked before it becomes ripe and then it's being shipped and it kind of ripens on the way while it's being shipped. Whereas the benefit of frozen fruit, when you're not talking about seasonal things, is that you can buy them frozen and they were picked when they were ripe. So they still have a fantastic nutritional value. And sometimes when you're buying frozen fruit out of season, it's got a better nutritional value than trying to buy that same fruit fresh because it would have been shipped for so long and picked early, if that makes sense.
Yeah, crystal clear. And especially, for me, I add ice to add a little crunchiness to it and a little, more like a milkshake. You're getting that because it's already frozen. So there you go. And I just said the quality sometimes is better, but I always wondered whether, and again, try to find organic and again, find a good deal. There's some places I've been to where a tiny little bag, I'm like, seriously, that's what that costs? And then I'll go into another store and it's like 4 times the amount, 3 times the amount in a bigger bag, right around the same price, both organic. Like, shop. You'll find deals,
Definitely. It is wild how much some stores will mark things up and how drastic of a difference it is when you shop around and look at different places. I'm lucky enough to live within walking distance of about, I'd say maybe 5 or 6 different grocery stores at least. And so I'm constantly looking at the prices of one thing at the various different stores to find out what's going to be the best deal.
Nice. So how about some other tips? Any other thoughts you have that we should know? I'm in the supermarket. We're in the grocery store. We're walking around, have our cart. I could maybe going through the vegetable section. And one other, I just want to bounce back to the frozen fruit. Stuff goes bad so fast.
Yes.
Like I'm forever throwing stuff out. I'm like, I go in there. I'm like, seriously, this is, this is bad already. Really? And it's just a waste of money. So frozen, I think that's a huge, huge benefit. What about lettuce? I'm a big fan of lettuce, loving it. I mean, it's so basic, but I just love the taste of it. Difference between bagged lettuce that is, already washed as opposed to, let's say, a head of lettuce. Any thoughts there?
I would say they're both very, very similar. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's funny because I also often get the question about cooking vegetables and is it better to eat them cooked versus raw? This kind of reminds me a little bit of that question because cooking vegetables, it makes the tiniest difference in the nutrient content. It'll very, very slightly reduce it. For some vegetables like tomatoes, it actually increases the nutrient content of certain things.
Oh, wow.
But for the most part, you'll get like a tiny little decrease. But then when you eat it cooked, your body actually can absorb the nutrients a little bit better. And so it makes up for that decrease. So what I typically like to suggest to people, whether you're trying to decide between raw and cooked, or whether you're trying to decide between pre-washed or pre-chopped or not, I would go with the option that you're going to eat. So the option that's going to taste better for you, the one that's going to be more within your budget, and the one that's actually going to get you to the point of taking that vegetable home and cooking it and making it into a full meal.
Okay. And you just brought back a memory. Somebody told me that if you put it in a blender, you juice it, smoothie or whatever, it's not as good because you're not getting the same fiber. Like you're changing things. And I'm thinking, is it really that? I mean, it's just, to me, it's the same. Is it? What are your thoughts?
When it comes to a smoothie, it's identical. It's really just, you're taking the whole blueberry or whatever it is, you're putting it into the blender. And yeah, it's being mechanically kind of chopped up, blended up, but that's what would happen in your mouth anyway.
Right.
So not much of a difference there with like a smoothie versus a whole fruit.
Gotcha. How about some other thoughts, things that we should be mindful of when we're shopping, making
Yeah. So I'm trying to think when people are going grocery shopping, and it really depends on what type of a cook you are.
I'm not. Keep going.
Say that again. You're not?
Not keep going.
But you're making salads though with the lettuce. That's something.
I'm slowly moving forward there, but I never claimed to be a chef, cook, or anything like that. Maybe one day, but I still have to shop like anybody else.
Definitely. Well, then I think it depends on how you're preparing your food. Let's put it that way. It depends on how you're preparing your food and how you like to prepare your food. Some people prefer to kind of go to the grocery store, be inspired by what they see at the store, by the veggies, what looks good, what looks fresh, what's within their budget, what do they feel like, and then come home and create meals with that. And that's a perfectly valid way of doing things. I think it works out really well. But I also think that if you're going to do that, you have to have a really great stocked pantry. You want to have a fully stocked pantry, all the spices. You want to have all the dry goods, the rice, you want to have quinoa, you want to have beans, you want to have all these different things already at home so that when you come home with things that you just kind of randomly picked, when you add those to all the things you already have, you can make full meals out of it. Yeah. And go ahead.
I love that idea. Because that is, you're ready to go. And almost like it's fresh, a fresh thought when you're going to cook something. Yeah, I love that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think other people prefer to plan a little bit more in the sense that they'll want to decide in advance, what am I going to cook this week? Then they're going to make a grocery list. And then when they go to the grocery store, they are pretty much only buying what's on the list, maybe one or two other things that they think of, but it's more planned, I suppose. And so the chances in that case of getting home and not having all the ingredients you need for all the meals that you want to cook, super low, because you wrote down everything that you needed, you made a list, you bought the list. Whereas with the previous way of doing things, which is to go and just kind of be inspired by what you see, it can be more fun, more spontaneous. But if you don't have a well-stocked pantry, you might end up taking multiple trips to the grocery store, or you might just be like, oh, I can't be bothered. I don't have all the things I need. I'll cook another time.
Love that. Yeah. And it's kind of exciting when you know that you have something, when it's like, oh, I didn't know I had that in the pantry. Oh, I didn't know I had that there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think having a well-stocked pantry is a good tip for anyone.
I'm working on that. I moved not too long ago. That was last year, but just it takes time, because if you're not, an accomplished chef or do it on a regular basis, you're not going to be picking up those spices, those seasonings and things like that. I love garlic. It is like, I'll put it on anything. I hear it's very healthy. How about some of those spices, seasonings that, from a healthy nutrition side, that you would look at and say, yeah, that's a good idea. What are your thoughts there?
So I would say that just about all spices have benefits, like health benefits. And so I think, again, I think it's very, very similar to what I was saying about like cooking things versus having things raw. I think seasoning things in a way that taste good to you is the most reliable way to get them in you. Because I think like what a lot of people have issues with is that actual like cooking or preparing of the meals part, and they end up going out to eat often because they didn't necessarily have a plan for what it is that they were going to make. And so it's like, we can think about individually speaking, like this spice might have like 2% more nutrients than this spice. But if you don't end up eating the spice because you had no time to plan, then it almost doesn't matter if one thing has like even 50% more than the other thing if you don't get it in you. So I feel like focusing on things that you really like, if there's a specific type of cuisine that you love, like say Indian cuisine, then it might be a good idea for you to stock up on things like turmeric and cumin and coriander. And yeah, like having in your cupboards, like not ginger, because usually that's in the fridge, but yeah, cans of tomatoes, just kind of rice, things that are going to go well. Chickpeas. They just keep coming to me, like lentils and stuff. But yeah, it's like if you know that there's a certain type of food that you love, making sure that you have the different ingredients, whether it's spices, whether it's canned veggies, whatever, so that when you're ready to cook something, you have most of what you need already. And it's not this big ordeal of having to run around the city to different stores.
Yeah, it takes the fun away.
Yeah.
I want to cook. I want to get right to it. How about hummus? Are you a big fan?
Huge fan. I love it.
The chickpeas. So I was wondering. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think hummus is delicious. I actually had some for lunch yesterday.
Oh, wow. Yep. Have it in my fridge. And sometimes it's just I need something, just a little pick me up, little snack. And then I'll just open it up and just, I don't even need to put it on anything. I'll just take a spoon and go in, I'm good. Many different types, roasted red pepper, and it's so much flavor,
Definitely. Yes.
So you work with a lot of people, including athletes, on their performance and their nutrition. If somebody was to pivot over to the vegan side, become a vegetarian, either of the two, what would the process be? So it's like baby steps, kind of slowly getting into it. I don't ever think that we ever talked about that. We talked about the benefits and the difference between the two, but if you wanted to, how would you slowly get into it where it's not going to be a total shock to your system?
That's a really good question, Steve. I think it's really, really important to take it slow. I've heard of people being very successful with like an overnight transition, like one day to the next. But I mean, studies show that people who do it very, very slowly over time are a lot more successful in terms of sticking with it in the long term, if this is something that's important to you that you really want to do. And I think that you can start by, I think meat is probably the easiest thing to replace. And it depends, right? If you're going vegan, some people, like, I don't know, I've worked with people, and this is rare, but I've worked with people who like don't like cheese, for example. So for them, getting rid of dairy products and replacing them with something else, like replacing dairy milk with soy milk, right, or because they don't like cheese, they don't really feel the need to replace it. Choosing something that you personally feel would be easy to replace. And that's going to be individual. But for a lot of people, it's going to be meat. Sometimes they start with red meat, but you start with one thing and you start to eat it less, or you start to cut it out completely, but you're still including other things. And that way you can replace it with other things. You can slowly learn new recipes. And then over time, once you've gotten to the point where you've replaced that one thing and you're feeling comfortable, then you can go to the next thing and try replacing that thing.
And once you do it, you realize this was easy. Like I have not had milk that long because I pivoted over to almond milk. Maybe it's soy milk, like them both. The only thing I will say is that, and I'd love your thoughts on this.
Yeah.
When I look at, regular milk, there's an expiration date. When I open up a like almond milk, it'll say consume within 7 days. And I'm like, really? Like, I'm not going to be able to drink, a half a gallon in that period of time.
Yeah.
Does it say that? Any idea? Is it that, bacteria could be an issue? What do you think about that?
Jeez. I am not 100% sure. I'm guessing that it would be a food safety thing, but I drink so much soy milk and I drink it so fast. But if for the most part, I'd say I get through mine before the 7 days, but there's been times where I haven't and it's been fine. And that's not to say that's not to say to ignore.
I've had it for weeks, I'll admit, weeks until I realized that it said it on there. And then I almost ignore it. Never had an issue there.
Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to look at it even closer. Is it saying best when used within 7 days after opening? Well, all right, that's your opinion. Manufacturer who wants you to buy more. It doesn't mean you must finish it before this time. Same thing with the expiration date or sell by date on a conventional container of milk. You could go 4 days past and sniff the milk and it's like, seems good to me. Or the other way around. I had some ravioli And I didn't even hit the expiration date, but I had opened it up. It was a huge family size one. This was just yesterday. I would even show you it was legit green. I'm not
And
even.
you only opened it yesterday?
No, I had opened it a while ago, not that far
Okay.
back, but the expiration date wasn't for a while. But I guess it was because I'm going to see if I can pull up a picture. Oh, there it is right there. I don't know if you could see this, but it's like you can.
Oh, that's green.
It was.
It's green.
It was like in full blown mold mode. And I'm like, what is that really? And so I guess, sometimes you have to watch it if it's sitting in your refrigerator. Again, it was open for a little while. Yeah, I call it a week and a half, maybe.
Yeah.
But maybe, humidity, everything changes. My assumption is throw it in the refrigerator. It's going to be good, but I can't assume that. And I just heard this the other day. I'd be throwing my tomatoes in the refrigerator thinking that would extend the life, but then I heard that you're not supposed to do that.
Oh, yeah, if you want to retain the nice texture of the tomato, you want to keep it out of the fridge. But I have heard that once you've realized that there's no way you're going to be able to eat that tomato before it goes bad, then you can throw it in the fridge. And I think it'll extend the life a little bit, but it will negatively affect the texture. It'll make it a bit more mealy. So if you're cooking it, probably not a big deal. But if you're going to put it in a salad, it's not a huge texture difference, but some people would really not like that.
Yeah, like I throw them in a salad, just like a cherry tomato, and you see a little bit of shriveling on the the outside. I'm sure it's perfectly fine, but it's a mind thing. Like I don't want to eat it. I'll pick the ones that aren't doing that. Tara, any other thoughts that things, little tips and things that we should be aware of when we're shopping, whether it's a vegan diet or not?
Yeah, I'm thinking when it comes to vegan and it comes to shopping, especially for someone who's a new vegan, probably being aware of how to read the ingredients list so that you know which items are animal-based items. For example, lactose is an ingredient that's found in milk. It's the type of sugar that's found in milk. And sometimes they'll randomly add it to chips. I'm guessing it's for the sweetness, the flavor. I'm not 100% sure. Never talked to a chip manufacturer about this, but it's something that I see relatively often, like milk ingredients in things like chips, like salt and vinegar chips, something that you totally wouldn't expect. So I do find that it can be helpful to kind of get familiar with the different names for different types of animal products so that you can recognize them. And also, oh man, yeah, sometimes they'll have an allergy statement and it's like the contains versus may contain. And that can be a really helpful thing to just look at really quickly if you're trying to find, does this thing contain milk ingredients? Because if it does, typically it'll say contains milk, seafood, like whatever allergy type things. And then may contain means that they haven't added it, but the facility that it's processed in,
Sure.
Maybe it was processed on the same equipment that has those ingredients. And so for a vegan, something like that would be fine. But for someone who has an allergy, they might have to think twice about whether they can tolerate that.
Along the same lines, if you're looking for something organic and you look at the ingredients and it says contains organic ingredients, oh, wow, great. Doesn't mean all of them are.
True.
Gotta watch the labeling that it needs to be certified organic. Super, super important. And it takes a lot to get that stamp and a lot of money to be certified.
It's expensive.
Yeah. So I can see why they, try to play games and say contains organic ingredients. And then I recently tried a cereal. Somebody actually gave it to me.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it and it looks, hey, this looks pretty good. And it turns out that it looked like it was like a smaller manufacturer. Think big beer and craft beer. If that my vibe on it. It was from a major cereal manufacturer.
Okay.
All right, nothing wrong with it if it tastes good. But then if you look at the ingredients, it says it contains bioengineered ingredients. or GMO. Actually says it on there. So if you're looking for
Okay.
something that is not engineered, something more organic, so to speak,
Mhm.
got to read the label. Like there's so many tips, so many tricks that manufacturers pull. And I think it's unfair too that, our country allows it. I know you're in Canada. I don't know what the standards are there, but United States, they let a lot of things fly.
Yeah, and it's funny when you say that. The first thing that comes to mind for me of like things that let fly are supplements, actually. And specifically because of my work with athletes, supplement food is one thing. It's generally very well regulated. Supplements, on the other hand, oh man. For example, if I'm working with somebody who's in a sport where they're going to get blood tests to make sure that they're not doping, there are certain supplements that I'll be very hesitant to recommend. And in fact, protein supplements, unfortunately, can be one of those things where, and it's not specific to protein supplements, but unfortunately, it does happen where somebody is not doping, but they're taking a supplement that has an ingredient in it that was never written on the label.
Ooh.
And the nice thing about food is that food says on the label what's in it. Supplements aren't put to that same standard. They're supposed to, but no one is checking. And so when somebody is competing in a sport where they're going to have a blood test, it is super important that the supplements that they're taking have been tested specifically for doping ingredients so that they can have a good blood test and continue to compete in their sport, because nobody wants that, especially when you're not doing it and it happens by accident. I feel like that is the worst.
Can you imagine? It's like being pulled over by a police officer for making an illegal turn, but you didn't do it.
Yeah. Or
Wow.
like for drunk driving or something, and all you drank all night was water or something, or juice, and then you find out later someone had snuck alcohol in and you didn't taste it because the juice was so sweet.
Yeah.
So you're sure that you didn't drink because you didn't intend to, but it was someone else who put it in there unbeknownst to you.
Yeah, you're innocent.
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Things like that could be in there. Tell us how we reach you. If we want to change our lives, maybe go down the vegan road, even just, get some counseling for nutrition. How do we do that?
Yeah. So you can find me on Instagram at Vegan Sports Nutrition, or you can email me at tara.gallimore.rd, and the RD stands for registered dietitian at gmail.com.
Always great talking with you. I always learn a lot. And you're like a breath of nutrition, fresh air. You really are.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you, Steve. It was really fun talking to you too.
Yeah, we'll catch up soon, okay?
Yes, that sounds great.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are so excited to have our international best-selling author, Larissa Sohan, joining us here. She's going to talk about the work she does as the CEO of Next Page Publishing. She's really here today, of course, to help us and really proudly serves entrepreneurs. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me back, Jill.
Well, thank you for being here. Would you mind telling us your website to start, how we could find you?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I am the CEO and founder of Next Page Publishing, and you can find us at very easily named nextpagepublishing.net. And you can find out about how we aim to serve those wonderful entrepreneurs that you were talking about. We take them from the idea of writing a book, because we all have that little inkling in us that, oh, I think a book would be a good thing in my life, in my business, in my family. And we take that idea, we take you, and we walk you through the process of writing, editing, publishing, and selling that book so that you can use it to 10x your business, build your brand, charge more for your services, and leave a legacy that you, your children, your family can be proud of.
Awesome. Well, by the way, we have to also get to know you for new listeners and viewers each and every time. So tell us about yourself, because obviously you have the publishing company, but you clearly are an author. Talk a little about your background and what brought you here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I started writing back in 2020 as sort of a release from reality. I was going through some mental health challenges at the time, and I needed to step out of my world as it was today and into a different space. And, you have kind of options. You could watch TV, which is the mind-numbing option, or you could step more into a creative zone. Some people choose painting, some people choose journaling. I chose creative writing. And I started writing my first sci-fi book. It's called The Defender. And it was really my way of processing what was happening in my world. It was my way of thinking outside the box, coming up with creative ways to deal with the problems that I had. And I never looked back after writing that first book. Since then, I've written about 10 books, 5 of which have been published, all ranging from children's books to self-help, memoirs, my sci-fi books. Like, it's all over the map because I fell in love with the art of being able to creatively express myself. And then in 2022, I started the publishing house because I saw this huge need amongst self-published authors for support. Publishing a book can be a very lonely process, and that's how it was for me in my first bit. My first book was hard. It was an uphill battle, and it shouldn't have been, because it took away from the moments of extreme pride and extreme joy, and they were overshadowed with incredible self-doubt, with confusion, with, the fear of making the wrong choices. So I stepped back and I said, how can I fix this? How can I make this journey easier for authors? And so I founded the publishing house, and I knew my niche, my people, my powerhouse women out there that wanted to write these books deserve to have a resource that has been there, has walked the talk, and is truly there for them.
Oh, it's amazing. And I got to ask about your books. Tell us the other one. So you have how many? You started off with the sci-fi, you said. What came next? And then next?
And then next, and then next, and then next. So I've written 10, and some of them will probably never see the light of day. I've written some local cozy mysteries. I'm based out of Canada, so I wrote some in my home cities, which was kind of fun. But the ones that actually made it into the publishing sphere was I have 3 children's books out there, and they're all focused on kind of social issues. The one I'm most proud of is called Mommy is Having a Sad Day. And it was the one that I used to talk to my daughter about my feelings when I was going through depression. And it was how I helped her cope with, the fact that some days I didn't get out of bed. And some days I wasn't able to go to her school field trips, or I wasn't able to pack her lunch, and we were relying heavily on her dad. And it was my way of helping her through that by opening the dialogue. So that's the one I'm the most proud of. And then I went on to publish a couple more about racial indifferences in children. We are in my hometown, we're a small community. And so racial differences isn't hugely prominent where we live. So I wanted my daughter to be able to have these conversations, even though she wasn't necessarily as exposed as, bigger cities might be. And then I just went on to create things that I felt the world needed. And again, that's why I created this publishing house, because these women are looking at the world and thinking something is missing. My message is missing from this world, and I can make a difference. And that's how all of my books started. And that's what the publishing house came about.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on all the success. And let's talk more now about the work that you're doing and the people you want to help.
Yeah. So, in the last couple episodes that we've talked about, some of the fears that are getting in our way of writing our book, the I don't have time, I don't have the resources, I don't have the skill. Today, I want to talk about, what do you do when that I don't have the skill is getting in the way? So I have these amazing female entrepreneurs who are, either on the brink of starting their business, or they've been in the business for several years. And it doesn't really matter where you are. A book fits in your business, no matter what stage you're at, and you just use it differently. And the fear that a lot of them have, whether it's with starting a business or writing a book, is I'm not perfect. I'm not going to get this right. I can't launch it until it's perfect. I can't move forward until it's perfect. Or I just won't do it because I'm not good at it.
Yeah.
And that is so sad, because like I said, we are looking at the world and saying something is missing. I know I can do this, but that imposter syndrome gets in our way. And what I like to tell people is, in the publishing world, there are 4 phases you go through. You go through writing, editing, which is what we're going to talk about today, publishing, and marketing. The writing part is where you data dump everything in your mind, your stories, your knowledge, your experiences, onto paper, and you put it into some sort of order, whether that be in order by chapter by lesson, chapter by story, one big story that spreads it all out. We can help you through all that. We can help you decide what's going to be the best format for you in your book. But you don't have to be perfect. The writing phase is not the time for perfection. Absolutely not. Now, a lot of coaches, myself included in some cases, will tell you to write without looking back, just forwards, always move forwards. And then your second draft is for looking back, where you make those tweaks, you start making storyline edits and things like that. But nobody in the writing phase is expecting you to be perfect. Ever. You will never find a coach that will say, okay, the first draft needs to be perfect, let's do it. Because that's just not how this works. We don't start businesses that way. We don't have babies that way. We don't do anything that is perfect the first round. So what we do at Next Page Publishing, and again, you can find more details on our services at nextpagepublishing.net, is we walk you through the 4 phases. So the first part, we coach you on the writing. So no, we don't expect you to be perfect, but we're going to help you get, really close to the fundamentals of your story being there. And then we move into editing. Now, there are 4 styles of editing, 3 technically, 3 big divisions of editing. The first one is I'll get you to picture an upside down pyramid. So you have the point at the bottom and the big flat part on top. The big flat part on top is your structural edits. That's where an editor comes in and looks at your story as a whole. So if you're worried about flow in your story, you're not sure this story really hits the right spot, you're not sure the teaching is coming across right, you hire what's called a developmental editor. And they will look at your story big picture, and they will suggest, this chapter could be moved here, or this paragraph should be moved down, this story could use more detail.
Yeah.
That's the first part. And a lot of our authors, that is actually their biggest fear, is that they're not telling their story right. Because when we write a story, we fill in the blanks in our head and we forget to fill them in on paper. And it happens all the time. We make assumptions because of our inherent knowledge that we forget to translate to the readers. So your developmental editor will come in and fill in those blanks. They'll say, hey, I don't get this. I don't know what you're trying to get at here. Can you expand? Or maybe, hey, you've gone off the deep end. We don't need all this information. Rein it back in. And they'll help you with that. So think of them as your big picture editor.
Mm-hmm.
And then up next, you have copy editing or line editing, which is exactly like it sounds with line editing. It is line by line, look at your work. Does this sentence make sense? Does the wording choice make sense? Is the flow of the paragraph, like inside the paragraph, is it right? And then you have the third style of editing, which is the style of editing I recommend every book go through in some way, shape, or form, is the proofreading. That's the very basics of making your work not have glaring mistakes.
Yeah.
Now, with Next Page Publishing, we take you through all three styles of editing. We take you through the developmental to look at your big picture. We walk you through the line editing so that you feel confident in your sentences. And then we take you through the proofreading, which just shines your work up. It takes it from that, diamond in the rough to that sparkling gem you wear on your finger. It's beautiful by the end. I'll pause there, Jill. Yeah.
No, perfect timing to pause. Why don't you share all forms of contact, how we can reach you if you're just tuning in. Let's let them know that Larissa Sowen is here as our book coach, international best-selling author, and how we can find you. Give us the new website.
Absolutely. So we want to talk to you if you are an entrepreneur looking to write that book to grow your business, to tell your story on your terms. And you can find us at nextpagepublishing.net, and you can contact us for a free 45-minute discovery where you can meet with me one-on-one.
That is so cool. We love hearing that, because some people may, like we talked about, how that fear and anxiety, how does it work? But you offer that initial consultation to kind of go over the overview. And you also can help people with the writing aspect of the book too, right? We call that ghostwriting, I think you said, right?
We do. Yeah, we offer ghostwriting as well. So if you're really worried that you don't have the skill or the time, we can talk about that too.
Awesome. All right. What else did you want to get into for today?
Well, I would like to move into, what do you actually do? How do you actually find an editor now that you understand what styles of editing are available? And I want to preface that you don't need all those styles of editing. If you're pretty confident in your structure, in your story, in the flow, and you love it, and you don't actually want anyone to touch it, don't hire a developmental editor. Save your money. Don't do that. But on the flip side, if you are worried about it, then you're going to want to invest in that. So how do you actually go about finding your editor? How do you find someone that you know is going to get you, is going to get your voice, is going to get your tone, is going to understand what you're trying to do with this story? Now, you can go to websites like Upwork or Fiverr and find an editor. Word of caution, though, you really need to vet anyone you find this way. Ask for them to do sample edits on your work. Give them the first, chapter and say, can you do a sample edit, so that you get a feeling for what it is that they're going to do to your work. I have had people come to me and say, I had an editor and I fired that editor because I didn't like what they were doing to my work. And this is where at Next Page Publishing, we are different, because we have a team of editors. We have 3 in-house editors, and we will pair you with the one that we think is the best for your work. So they're already vetted. We already know they're going to do an amazing job. They're tested, they're tried, they're true, they're honest, and they're good at their jobs. But they're not just any editor. They're not someone who edits fiction. They're not someone who edits, let's say, finance books when you're trying to do a spiritual self-help book. We will pair you with the editor that is in your genre, so that your tone, your message is consistent throughout the book. So you don't walk away going, this doesn't sound anything like me anymore. Like, I don't like this. This isn't what I wanted. And we'll make sure your editor knows what you're trying to do with this book, knows the world, the life you're trying to change, so that they can maintain that voice.
Beautiful. I love this. You're so passionate about your work, and I know everyone, that's listening can hear that. And the fact that you're helping so many people boost their business. I want to hear another story or two of some people that, started with you and realized this is a great idea. Why didn't I think of this sooner?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll talk about the clients we have right now, because we have amazing clients right now, and we're fun, and we're unique, and we're different than a lot of hybrid publishers, because we don't take just anybody. You can't bring your work to us and just assume that we're going to publish it, because we have a commitment to ourselves and to you to publish the best. We want to publish the work that is going to change the world with their message. We want to make your book the best. So we don't publish fiction. We don't publish memoirs. We don't publish children's books or cookbooks. We publish entrepreneur books that are looking to change the world with their message and their story. So we're very, we want everyone to come to us and we want everyone to tell us what they're doing. And then we want to help you, whether that be with us or with someone else. We have a whole host of affiliates that we work with that if you're bringing us a fiction book and look, we say, hey, we don't do fiction, but I have someone that can help you. So with the clients we have right now, they come to us in two phases. They either come to us with a manuscript that's already done. They're already done their first, maybe second draft, and they're saying, okay, this nonfiction work of mine, it tells a story, it's going to change people's lives. I'm ready to publish it. So they come to us and we pick them up from the editing phase. And the clients we have, oh my goodness, they're so amazing because they're coaches, they're entrepreneurs, they're self-growth oriented. They're willing to do the work, right? So when we come in and we say, okay, let's do the work, let's be a team, let's work together, they are so gung-ho. And we have had clients go to international bestseller in under 4 hours with the work that we produce for them. They are able to claim this title. They're booking speaking engagements. They're getting paid to go on international stages. It's incredible with what they do with their book. And a lot of that is because, we polish the heck out of their work. We make sure, like I said, we publish the best. We only publish the best. And if it's not at that phase yet, we won't publish. We want you to be best foot forward so that you can reach bestseller status, so that you can grow your business, so that all your reviews are raving 5-star reviews because your work is at the best it can be. So those are some of the people we help. And then for those that don't have their manuscript yet, I'm working with a woman right now who came to me and she had just got back from Madrid. She went to a speaking engagement there. She heard some of her biggest mentors speak. And one of the things they introduce their mentors as is best-selling authors. And she came back to, the US and she sat down and she found me and she said, look, I'm ready to tell my story. I want to be on those stages. I want to be introduced as a best-selling author. My story deserves to be told. And so we signed her up and we said, let's do this. And for the next 6 months, she's on about month 2 at this point, and she is starting to get into that writing phase, into that actual journey of becoming the author. And the transformation she's on, we just did a brainstorming session of what to call her chapters, and she's choosing sassy. That's her chapter books. She's got swear words, she's got call outs, she's got controversy, she's got everything that makes a good book, a book that you can't put down. And it's stunning to watch these people, these women, find their power. She came to me and she was quite timid. She's like, I think I'm ready to tell my story. I know this is the right time. And, a month in, she's dropping F-bombs and she's got this new confidence in her. This is my story and I'm telling it my way. And people are going to connect with it. And that's what we do. We help you see the value in your story. We help you formulate it in a way that we know people are going to connect with. We help you understand who you're writing to, so that when you are getting into the chapter building phase, you're looking at it going, yep. And her ideal reader's name is Emily. And she's looking at it and going, Emily's going to love this. Emily is going to get a kick out of this chapter. And that's what we do. We create power in you to tell your story.
Mom. And what does qualify? How do you become a best-selling author? Explain how that works. How do you get that status?
Yeah. So Amazon, we publish primarily on Amazon, and bless their little hearts, they are complicated. And that's part of the reason we started the traditional or the hybrid publishing house, because we knew how complicated self-publishing could be. But one thing that we pride ourselves on is staying on top of what Amazon is doing, because we shoot for Amazon bestseller, which means that you sell more books than anyone in your category in a certain period of time. And that's usually about 4 hours of time frame. So for example, if the number one book in your category has sold 100 copies in the last 4 hours, you need to sell 101 to claim that best-selling spot. But it is also heavily dependent on the reviews you're getting if you stay at the top of the charts. So we work really hard in our company to help you get reviews so that you stay at the top of those lists. And there's 2 reasons you want to be at the top of those lists or very, very close to the top. One, that's where your ideal reader is looking. They are looking at the list and they're scrolling, and you might get half a scroll before they found a book and that's the one they're going to buy. So you want to be at the top of those lists. You want to be one of the first things they're seeing. And what do readers look for? Jill, maybe I'll ask you, Jill, if you're looking for a book on Amazon, what are you looking for that's a qualifier to why you would buy it?
Lately, I have a 6 and 8-year-old, so it's kid books, and my son likes penguins, so I Google penguin books, and that's what I go by. So I'm not the general reader public at the moment. I don't know, to be honest. I've been searching for kid books, but my son likes penguins, so I look penguin books. And
Well,
then
okay,
I scroll
so
through. Yeah.
there's penguin books. And so you search penguin in Amazon. So let's say someone searches transformation or lose weight loss books, for example. It pulls up this list. So there's all your penguins. They're sitting on your home page, right? And it's got cover image. You're looking at the cover. Does it have a penguin on the cover? Does it look like my kid would like it? Is it colorful? Is it bright? Right? Does it attract me? That's the first thing. Click. All right, this penguin book looks like something that my son would read or my daughter would read. You click on it, you get into it. The second thing typically readers look at is reviews.
Reviews, yeah, the stars.
Yeah, reviews, the stars. Where are they in the stars? Do they have, 4,800 5-star reviews? Boom, that's a testament. So that's the thing we work on. We work on making sure your cover is awesome. Your cover needs to tell the story. It needs to intrigue, entice, bring people in, because that's click 1. Review number 2 is reviews. So we work on getting you reviews, making sure the reviews are coming in consistently. How do you as an author ask for a review? And it's a myth that they all have to be 5-star reviews. It helps, but actually reviews that show like that 2 or 3-star help readers understand like when it's not for them or when it is for them. I've had a client, her book has a lot of swear words in it. And she had a 1-star review saying, this book has a lot of swear words in it. Like it was terrible. And she's had more sales off of that review because people are like, I want a book with swear words in it. Like that's my language. That's how I talk. So that 1-star review sold her a lot of copies.
Amazing. Wow. Thank you for teaching me this today.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the second thing, reviews. And then the third is your bio, is your description. You might read a couple of sentences about what is the book actually about? Is it in my line? But the first thing that you as the reader, Jill, are looking at is cover and reviews. And so that's where we spend a lot of our energy. And that's what makes a bestseller. When you're on the top of those lists, you need to have an awesome cover that people want to click on, and you need to have the reviews that show people this is a good book. People have read this book.
Yeah. Awesome. Wow. This is great. Fascinating. I never knew that. That's you really enlightened me today. How do you become a best-selling author? And then you're right. Walk me through the steps of what I do. How do I look? And I look at the book cover. I look at the reviews next. And then, the description, that first sentence or two, it's got to all be there. Oh my gosh, that's pressure on writing, but I guess you could help with the first 2 sentences of the description too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We help you with the synopsis. We help you with everything that's going to make your book sell. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. If we want to reach out to you for that initial free 45-minute consultation, Larissa Sowen, how do we do so?
You can find us at nextpagepublishing.net. You can find access to our free monthly mastermind. We just wrapped one up yesterday. It was stellar. We gave away free copies of our books. We had amazing conversations. So the next one is coming up on July 17th. So you can grab your free ticket at nextpagepublishing.net. And you can also find the link to book in a call one-on-one with me to find out what potential your book has for you, your business, and how we can get you there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the next time we connect, Larissa. Have a great day and
Thank
an
you so
even
much.
better weekend. All right.
Okay.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
I truly believe that we all have something to heal from. Whether it's a trauma from our past, whether it's something that happened even recently or in recent years, many different ways to heal from things. You can go to your doctor. Maybe that would work for you. There's also energy healing. There's also sound healing. They're kind of connected because it's all about the energy. And she helps a lot of people heal with her sound. She is Barb Sounds, and she's back with us. And we're going to learn all about this today. Hi, Barb. How you doing?
I'm good, Steve. How are you?
Doing very well. It's fantastic. I'm excited. We did this last time, and you gave us an example of the sounds that you heal with, and we're going to get to that in a little while. But why don't we go a little deeper into the healing aspect of all of this and how it helps people?
Sure. I think from what I've learned is, I think here in the West specifically, we tend to separate the parts of ourselves. Like we tend to separate our body from our mind. We separate our mind from our feelings. And we separate all of those things from any awareness we have of spirit or soul or essence. And in particular, our body, our mind can, as we know, our mind can operate all by itself. Our mind can chatter away all day long and drive us nuts and actually cause us more stress than is happening in our environment. And same with our feelings. They can kind of hang out with us all the time.
Sure.
Totally ignoring all the other parts. And, lots of people don't want to or don't get to the sort of more spiritual aspect of us. But we all have a body. I think particularly, I can only speak kind of for North America, but particularly in North America, we tend to treat our bodies like an old car. Like we just want them to get us around. We want them to do, turn here, go fast, go slow. And we don't really care about like looking after them that much. Like we know we should, but we don't really. Yeah. And we think of our body as something separate. And our body actually, fascinatingly enough, our body contains and produces itself our mind, our thoughts, and our feelings, right? And our body contains our essence. So really, our body is kind of like the captain of the ship if we were to be healthy. And so what we do when we run around, and lots of meditative, spiritual traditions talk about this, but when we tend to run around just in our head and in our feelings, we're not paying attention to our body, and then something happens to our body, like gets all stressed out somewhere, and then we start to have that dis-ease, right? And then what we want to do is we want a quick fix. We want to just, throw some pills at our body or do something, we don't really ever kind of try to understand how it's all connected. And one of the things that the sound healing does, and I can talk about this a little bit later after I tell a story or two, because I like stories that illustrate things.
Mhm.
But one of the things is that if we're in a sound bath and if we're hearing those fundamental, frequencies and harmonics, we talked last time about all of the side, like the benefits, right? And all of the physical things that sound can do in your body. But the most important thing that sound healing does is it completely relaxes our body and our mind, and therefore kind of our feelings too, deeply, without us doing anything, like without us even, trying to do that. Because, when you're stressed out and you have some kind of illness or you've got pain or, any of that kind of thing, the last thing that we want to do and that we're capable of doing is relaxing.
Is that the key, Barb? The relaxation?
Yeah.
Is that where the healing?
Yes.
Is that the call to game changer to healing?
Yes.
Hmm.
And I'm going to talk about that. I think, a lot of my stories revolve around that because that's the magic in the core of sound healing. So I'll tell you, I don't think I told you the story about my locking tailbone before. Okay. So when I was in my late 20s, my early 30s, I had a locking tailbone for 15 years.
What is that, by the way?
Well, the locking tailbone is when, your tailbone is at the end of your spine, right? And the locking tailbone is that it either freezes up straight when you're standing, and then when you sit down, because when you sit down, it goes like this. So you're either locked standing, and when you sit down, it's incredibly painful, or when you've been sitting for a long time, it locks in the sitting position, and then you stand up and you're in incredible pain. So you're basically in pain like 24 hours a day. So I was in pain 24 hours a day for 15 years. I had donut cushions everywhere. I went and I did ultrasound, I did physiotherapy, I did a very, very painful manipulation, manual manipulation of my tailbone to try to unlock it. None of the professionals who were trying to help me really actually understood why my tailbone was locking, and I certainly didn't. So I learned to live with it. And my life was pretty stressful in those days. I was working way too much. Stuff was going on. And at a certain point, I started, my late 30s, I guess, I started to go back to doing meditation and yoga. And I was walking to yoga one day, and I thought, I need to do some body energy work. Now, I have no idea where that thought came from. I had no idea what body energy work was. I didn't know what energy.
Just popped in your head?
It just popped into my head.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, well, if anybody knows about this, probably I should ask my yoga instructor because she was pretty chill. So I went up to her after class and I said, can you refer me to, I need to do some energy body work. And can you refer me to somebody? And she looked at me and she said, yeah. She said, well, let me think. Anyway, she wound up referring me to this woman who did something called cranial sacral treatment. Okay, so that works with the energy flow in your body through the cranial spinal fluid, which is kind of like a racetrack, goes down our spine and up and around and through our brain.
So I just talked to somebody about that today, and it was my understanding that cranial sacral therapy is mostly up around here. And so was it being done on your tailbone?
Well, so this is the thing. I had no idea what that worked, like how that worked. I went to the woman's site. I didn't understand anything she'd written about cranial sacral, whatever thing, but she looked really nice and calm. And so I thought, okay, like, Spirit is telling me to do this. I have no idea what I'm doing, so I'm going to go. So I went, I lay down on a massage table and she said to me, if you're a curious person and you like to know what I'm doing, you can ask questions or I'll talk, I'll tell you. Some people just like to lie there and relax. And I said, oh, no, I'm a really curious person and I know nothing about what you're about to do to me. So I want to know. So so she started and she had both of her hands on my ankles and she was doing some kind of scan. Again, I know nothing about energy. I have no clue what she's doing, but okay. I don't feel like she's going to hurt me, so it's fine. And so she's going, she's just kind of holding my ankles. And then she said, that's interesting. And I was like, what's interesting? And she said, well, your hips are crooked. And I was like, what do you mean my hips are crooked? And she said, well, your right hip is 2 inches higher than your left hip. And I was like, whoa. Right. And then she just kind of mumbled to herself something along the lines of like, well, just see about that or something. Anyway, and then she spent the hour like it was kind of like Reiki. She would put her hands in different, like here and, down in your chest and different parts of my body. And I had an amazing hour. Like I had my eyes closed, once I figured out she wasn't going to like pummel me like a massage therapist. I had my eyes closed. I was seeing colors. I could feel the energy moving in my chakras. I could see colors. I could feel it all kind of moving around. And it was amazing. And so at the end of it, I thanked her and I said, can I come back? So I made another appointment. And I went home. I had dinner. I walked my dog and I got into bed. And I was lying in bed and I thought, oh my God, I don't have any pain. No
First
pain.
time in 15 years.
First time in 15 years. Which is probably why I didn't even notice it till I got into bed and I was a little bit quiet, right? Because I was so used to having pain that I was not paying attention to my body anymore. Not that I ever did when I was younger, because I didn't grow up like learning how to pay attention to my body. None of us do. So anyway, I went back to her. I worked with her for 5 years. It was amazing. Being able to relax that deeply as I did on that massage table. And I used to joke with her and say, I could just come in here and lie down on your massage table and you don't have to do anything. Because as soon as I went in there and lay down on the table, my body just relaxed. And the rest of my life, my body was not relaxed, but I had no awareness of my body and how tensed up it was. Hence the locking tailbone. Anyway, when I was in bed noticing this, I thought, okay, well, it must have been because of that treatment. And then I thought, well, if I wake up in the morning and or in the night and I have pain again, at least I had one evening with no pain. And it never came back. Ever. Not even for one day. Now I had to learn to walk again because I was used to walking like this with my crooked hips. And so when I was walking after that treatment, like the next day, I felt like I was kind of doing like a Michael Jackson thing, right? Like I was just kind of floating along. And I just kind of forgot about it. And about a year or two later, after, we knew each other better and I'd been working with her for a while, I said, that first time I came to see you and you told me my hips were crooked and then I said, well, I had a locking tailbone for 15 years. And when I went home from that first session, it was gone. And she said, oh, really? That's cool. And I said, what do you mean? I said, what did you do? Well, and she said, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything to you. I said, well, then how did that happen? Because that's just like crazy that would happen. And she said, your body was relaxed. Your body healed itself. It was time. Your body decided that it was time to let that go. Without my mind and my feelings even having anything to do with that, right?
But how did she get your body to relax?
Well, the way that she got my body to relax was, again, very similar to what you do in Reiki. She was moving energy in my body. So she was moving areas of stuck energy. Yeah. Now, in retrospect, the only theory about a locking tailbone that ever made sense to me was somebody said that your glutes, they're like cross muscles that are underneath your glutes that go crossways, like from your spine out. to your hips. And those are sort of underneath, what is your rear end. And so the theory was that those muscles were just always like knotted, right? Like too tight. And so then that was pulling your tailbone, right? Either hooked when you were standing up or pulling it out. So I think, and this is where body, mind, and feelings all go together, right? So my locking tailbone was partly, in hindsight, I believe, that my locking tailbone was partly that the energy in my chakras was not moving smoothly. There were some parts of my chakra, and the biggest chakra that I had trouble with at that point in my life was my root chakra, which is right where your coccyx is, right where your tailbone is. And that has to do with safety, lack of safety, lack of being, of having someone be able to look after you. And that was very prominent in my life at that time. My second chakra was all messed up because that was childhood hurts and feelings that, I was taught not to feel when I was a full-on empath. So that was not a fun way to grow up. And third chakra. And so it was mostly my lower chakras. And so when she was moving that physical fluid around in my body, it was also moving the energy in what's called my energy body, right? Which is my chakras inside my body. And so what happened was that I think it relaxed my, it smoothed out that energy so that my body could relax.
Now she told you that she didn't do anything, but technically she did.
Well, technically she did, because technically she helped to relax me.
And move some energy. She
Yes.
may not have physically done something, but it's the same thing as, or similar, if you speak to a therapist. The therapist is not doing anything except talking to you. So
yes.
That practitioner, did something in terms of your energy to move the flow, to allow you to relax, to allow your body to heal.
Yes.
So she did something.
Yes.
Right.
But she didn't. I think when we use healing when we use healing in the sense of Western medicine, it means somebody is doing something to us that specifically makes that one thing
yes
work or go away. So she was basically just smoothing out all the energy in my body without knowing anything about my background, about my childhood, without knowing I had a locked tailbone. Like, none of that she knew about. And the fascinating thing was when I started to do sound healing in the very beginning, I had trained by that time as Reiki master. And in Reiki, you're basically taught that you, as the healer, do not heal anyone, in the sense that you specifically, like you say to me, "Oh, I think I have a headache," or I have a headache. Could you get rid of it, Barb? And I say, "Oh, I'm going to play this specific bowl for headaches," which there's no such thing. And I'm going to make that headache of yours go away, because I can't do that to you. Your body has to do that, but I can create the space and the conditions.
Right.
So I think that's what energy healing is, and sound healing too, is I'm creating the conditions whereby you, or anybody, any of our listeners, whereby you can be in that relaxed state so that you can be aware of your body and your body, right? And let your body have the space and the relaxation to do what it needs to do.
And what you just said, Barb, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you look pinnacle moment here. What you said about Western medicine, where we expect something to be done. We go to the doctor. The doctor gives you medicine. The doctor does something, surgery, procedure, and we're better. We're used to that. So when we talk about this stuff called energy, that kind of thing isn't taking place. So therefore, it's hard for people to get it, to grasp it, to understand it.
Yeah. And I think I think we also just don't even realize that our body is the gateway to our thoughts and our feelings. So my tailbone would not have locked. My tailbone had nothing physically wrong with it.
Yeah.
The only thing physically out of kilter with my muscles around my tailbone was that my life was so stressful. I was so stressed that everything was just clenching up. And I had no place in my life. Like for the 5 years that I did that work with her, I went once a week for an hour. And that was my 1 hour in the week where I didn't have to answer to anybody. I didn't have to, direct anybody. I didn't have to talk to anybody. I didn't have to think. I could just be still and be me. Right. And so then my body felt free enough I didn't go to her to fix my tailbone. I had no idea why I was going to her because, I had kind of, in my way of looking at things, I was sent. My spirit guides were like, you got to get rid of that thing. It's wrecking you.
Isn't it funny that much of what we're dealing with, all of us as humans, it's because of what's around us is affecting our body. It's so funny. You're in Canada. I was listening to Joni Mitchell last night, and she has a song called Free Man in Paris. And I was like, oh, always loved that song, early 70s stuff. I'm like, I wonder what that song's about. And it's about David Geffen, the record producer, iconic guy, everybody's career. He did everything. And she wrote the song about him because when he went on a trip to Paris, he was a free man in Paris. He didn't have to worry about anybody's future to decide. He doesn't have to worry about phone calls. He had just when you had that hour, you were isolated. Leave me alone. I'm good to go. I'm me now. I don't have to worry about all this other stuff, which is affecting my body.
Yeah. I trained for a number of years in the lineage of Thich Nhat Hanh, and one of my favorite sayings of his was that he had this saying where he would say, put everything down, just stop, put everything down, put all of your burdens down, and then walk like a free man.
Yeah.
Because we're dragging like big concrete blocks around with us.
Yeah. I'm just watching the time because we only have about 4 or 5 minutes left. Yes. Does that happen?
That was only one story.
I know. And everybody always says, we're going to do like 25, 30-minute podcast. How am I going to fill that? You will.
Yeah.
It always happens.
I'll have to save my other stories for next week.
Please.
But
yeah. So what are we going to hear today? We're going to focus on what in terms of sound?
I'm going to just change my video over to the studio. You know what? I'm going to play the big one in the middle, the big gong in the middle. Now my gongs, as I was saying to you earlier, the singing bowls all work as a kind of a team. It's like a community healing event. The crystal bowls are more specific in what they are tuned to or can do. But the gongs, for me, my gongs have a very different feel of what they do for people. So I'm going to play the gong that's in the middle there. And it's called the Sri Yantra gong. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, definitely
down there in the middle. So it's a wind gong. The wind gongs are flat. They don't have a rim. They have lots of lows and lots of highs. They can crash like thunder and lightning if you want them to. I'm not going to do that today. But it's also engraved with the Sri Yantra symbol. And for me, that gong is the Sri Yantra symbol has sacred geometry in it. There's 43 different triangles etched into it. There's a bindi in the middle, which is like Indian people wear in the middle of their forehead. There's 4 corners, which are the gateways to the universe. So it's a very, but for me, that gong is basically brings all of the ancient healing traditions through. So it brings into my healing. It's very good for physical body healing, but it's good for everything. So now I'm going to go play it.
Yeah, let's hear it. Looking forward to it.
There we go.
Wow.
I didn't play that too long because we're running late, but
I could just sit back and have you do it all day.
yeah,
It's and it's amazing how, what's the best description? How primitive this all is, but how impactful it is. And kudos to those way back in the day that figured out that this can help heal us. And with everything technology we have today, this works and works fine. It's almost, you have one side, massive technology, Western medicine, all of this, and then you have a gong and a lady named Barb. It's almost mind-blowing how that can make such an impact on somebody's life. Did back then, hundreds, thousands of years, dare I say, and still does. Amazing. Just amazing.
It's very ancient. And the frequency medicine stuff, there's people making machines now for, pain and all the kind of thing. And so there's your electrical patches and you've got infrared machines and all the kind of stuff and the ultrasound. And that all is still geared to fixing what's wrong with you. Like, it's not geared to, if you have pain in your body and you can do something like listen to my sounds that makes your body relax, then the pain goes away.
Yeah.
And if you do that often enough, you learn how to get yourself into that place, your own self, right? So that you can do that more.
Yeah. It's super cool.
It's pretty amazing.
It really is. And yeah, you just hit it up there for, 3 minutes and I even feel more relaxed, like, all right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And you can do that for people that are looking to heal. And just like we did it here virtually, do you need to know what they need to heal from? Do you need any information, or you just have at it?
And we can talk about this in another podcast too, but I play very intuitively. So because I am just basically transmitting the energy of the people I'm playing for to the gongs, and they're coming back with the sound, the response energy, then I don't need to know what's going on with any of those people.
Right.
I mean, I have people make themselves an affirmation or something to start. If they have something they want to heal, it's good to make an intention, but I don't have to know. And that was one of the things, because I did a lot of counseling and a lot of work with, high risk young people for many, many years. And I really actually, when I was first starting with the bowls, I really liked the fact that I could do a healing modality that didn't involve my mind. Right? That didn't have you, Steve, saying to me, "Oh, Barb, like my left elbow is really, really sore. Can you fix it?" And I'm, and I kind of say, "I don't know. No, I can't. You can. Your body can.
Yeah.
Will it? That depends. But if we can relax your body enough, then maybe your body will let go of that, whatever is that happening in your elbow."
Same thing with Reiki.
No, I don't have to know.
Energy healing. The energy goes where it needs to go. We are out of time, so I want to tell everyone, Barb Sounds is who you are. How do we find you, Barb?
You can find just information about my services and ways to book me for private sessions. You can find me at heal.me, HEAL.me/Barb Sounds. And for my group sound baths, because I do group sound baths, which are a little cheaper and lets everybody get to know what I do, you can go to Eventbrite. So if you go to barbsounds.eventbrite.ca, you can find the dates for my sound baths, my group sound baths, and be able to buy tickets for it.
And that's the cool thing too, that you can do it with a group of people. And again, the energy goes where it's intended to go. Just fascinating, and just sounds just amazing. Barb, thank you so much. And next time I'll watch the clock better. We'll a lot more time.
Okay.
And maybe we'll hit
That's
up the
good.
bowls.
We can do a longer one next time. I know we said that last time, but
for sure. Time just goes by. Well, great talking with you, and I appreciate it. We'll talk next time. Okay.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back here with the dynamic duo from the Love and Design Project. That's right, Samantha and Jeffrey joining us live here in the Zoom room, also on the podcast today. We want to welcome to the show Samantha Basuto-Drucker, who's a lifestyle genie, and her husband, of course, architect Jeffrey Drucker, back here, both sharing a love of, interior design, big cities, of course, where space is limited, and so much more. Welcome back.
Well, thank you very much. So I want to start off by saying Samantha and I have been together over 7 years, and we're about to embark on our third renovation for ourselves. This one, yet another gut renovation here in Manhattan. Samantha, tell us a little bit about, tell everybody a little bit about how we met and how we got together. I think that was
absolutely. Happy Valentine's, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day, Jill. Thanks for having us back on the show. We love doing this show together, and so last week we said that for Valentine's Day we would talk about how we met, my new book, and how to sexify your pad. And that's what we're going to do today.
Perfect.
So how we met 7 years ago through an app. Yes, through a dating app. I was actually covering a story about this new dating app and writing a series. I write a couple columns in the city at a couple different outlets. And this was a 90-day series to cover this dating app. And just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, on the very final swipe, I was like, wow, there's an intelligent face. That looks like a grown-up. And I reached out to him.
and I had never been on the app before. It was just a random luck, so to speak. A friend of mine in the restaurant was on the app, and he convinced me to try. And 2 days after, voila.
So we had 6 dates. And I left the country permanently because that was my plan. And so we had 6
Where did you move
dates.
to? Where were you going to?
I was moving to South America to open up a new business there in Colombia.
Wow.
And we had 6 dates together. Meanwhile, I was like packing and shipping my stuff. And he sent me a ticket back to New York for the holidays, for, Hanukkah, Christmas, all of that, New Year's. And so I agreed to go. And so I came back, and well, the holidays turned into 3 months. And then he said to me, Samantha, I would like to build a life with you. Could I start by building you a kitchen? And I said, excuse me, what?
Oh my God, I knew part of this story. I didn't know that you were living so far away.
I was like, do I look like the cook? I know that my cooking is fabulous, but don't get any ideas. It's because I love you, not because I have to. I said, but if you would like to build a life together. I'm open to that possibility, but meanwhile, follow me. And I took his arm and proceeded to walk through his apartment. I was like, let's take this down. Let's change that. Tear this down. Why is there a wall here? Let's take this down. Let's do this. Let's do that. And so, and that's how we started, by our shared love of architecture. I think last week I mentioned that he had invited me over to his office, and the first thing I said was, wow, I really dig the vantage point of the relief work of the neoclassic building across the street. And he said no one ever noticed that before. So
we love to design.
We do.
We love to think about different ways how we can make the space better. And we don't argue about it, but sometimes we go back and forth, and we try to make each other's points until finally one of us says, yeah, okay.
It's true. I think every couple should have a hobby or a project or a value or a cause or something that unites them. And better living through interior design and architecture is definitely something that lights us up and bonds us. And I think, fighting over what a floor plan should look like and how things should be spatially is when we are maybe the closest. Or
so that's how we got started. And then Samantha, you wrote a book about it.
I did. Here's my book.
Let me see it.
So my book is 90 Days to Husband Number 2, 10 Rules to Find Him. And yes, the cover is, the cover there is Jeffrey and I on the day of our civil wedding in Paris. And so I wrote this book because, well, I noticed that husbands number 1 and 2, for me, I exhibited similar behavior and similar mindset. And I've been hearing a lot of my girlfriends and a lot of women complaining about, what it's like to date out there. And so I have gotten over, 20 years of being a really sought after image consultant. I've gotten a lot of my clients married, like a lot of my clients married over the years. And so I finally decided to write this book because I realized there was a set of rules and a certain mindset that I instilled in my clients and in myself when going through the dating process to find a partner. And so I wrote this book, 90 Days to Husband Number 2. It is available on Amazon, or you can go to my website where there is a direct link to it at SamanthaBasuto-Drucker.com.
What's really cool about it, I love the mother comments. Her mom actually makes comments on the sidebar about some of the outrageous things that,
There's mom comments. Mom comments.
I love it. Really, truly spoken. And that's real.
Mom comments in the margins. That's real.
All right. So let's bring it back. Let's talk about.
Let's get to the bedroom, right?
Yeah. Definitely. So one of the things that I think is really important in just some basic things that you can do is hiding the TV. The TV is a definite distraction. I like designing the TV in a cabinet. It pops in and out, or like we have in Florida, we have the projector screens or projector.
We made the blackout screen.
Yeah.
The blackout screen to keep the sun from coming in the windows in the morning. We did as a projector screen. So it's a double duty piece of textile. And so we have a full, like a movie screen in our bedroom that rolls down and rolls up.
Awesome.
It's my favorite.
In any event, you just want to hide that TV.
Yeah, you want to hide it.
TV is not going to work for, romantic evening.
Well, it depends on what you're watching. But anyway, moving right along.
Speaking of that, the next thing that's a pet peeve of mine is, all these cords and cables. We all have a million of them for our computers, our laptops. They're all over the place. Hide those, put those out of the way. You don't want to see them. That creates clutter.
So I believe that part of having your own home oasis is feeling good in your bedroom. And that includes looking great naked in your own bedroom. And if maybe not great, at least better. So I want to talk about some instant things that you can do to give your bedroom a lift. So first of all, if the walls aren't pretty, give them a fresh coat. You might consider, in fact, should consider buying all new bedding. Fresh sheets, fresh bedding is a wonderful way to give your bedroom an instant boost without spending a lot of money, and choose colors that are really good on your skin tone, right? Because if you think that, well, if you never wear peach, for example, because it makes you look sallow or sick and you just don't jive with that color, why on earth would you put it on your sheets? So where your sheets are basically backdrop for you. So choose colors that look good on your skin tone. Next is lighting. You want soft, warm, golden lighting. And filters, well, the best filter ever invented was candlelight. So I say go for it. Add like candles everywhere to give that warm, soft glow.
That's going to soften the mood as the daylight starts to fade. If you put on red lights in the house, I mean, that's not going to feel
exactly good. And if it's time to change the mattress because it's not comfortable to sleep on, it's probably not comfortable to do anything else on. So I would suggest investing in a good mattress. A good night's sleep is so important for our health, our weight, our mind, everything. And the more we learn about how important sleep is, the more I'm adamant about how a mattress should be super, super comfortable. And, President's Day is coming up. So it's
good sales
to buy
good
a new
sales.
bed. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
The things that I think are really important, and all of that is super duper important, is to organize and clean up your space.
Absolutely.
If the space, and that goes in line with the TV, the cords, work papers all over the place, that's not conducive to sexifying your space.
No, that's definitely not. And I can't agree. That's usually step one that I give to my clients is to start clear up the clutter in their life, because when you build it, they will come. So as you are cleaning out the clutter in your life, this is sort of advanced spring cleaning. You are also clearing out the clutter in your mind, if that makes any sense.
It's so true.
A correlation there. And I think that there are tons of solutions that we have, containers, organizers for everything in your life. And maybe it's time to think about redoing your closets. But
there's some easy things now, just in the apartment in general. I mean, if I come home with flowers, for instance, that immediately adds some ambiance.
That's right.
And if you or I set up a pretty table, that sets up with candles
a
and
mood.
Nice,
your home should have a mood.
Exactly. The scent, the aroma within the space, that helps.
Just like the song says, you can buy yourself flowers, Yep. I can buy myself flowers. I'm lucky Jeffrey bought me flowers. But buy yourself some flowers and put them everywhere. Buy some eucalyptus leaves and put them in the bathrooms to help the bathroom smell fresher.
Just going back to the bedroom for a second.
For sex too. Yeah, that was perfect.
Did you see that show? So You Want to Build a Sex Room?
I love So You Want to Build a Sex Room. It is one
I
of
never
our
saw
favorite.
it. Tell me, where do I find the show?
It's amazing. I forget.
It's a crazy design show.
Okay.
I don't remember what network it's on, whether it's on Netflix or Lifetime. I think it's on Netflix. But it's called How to Build a Sex Room, and it is one of our favorite design shows. This very proper British lady who's an interior designer. She goes, around the world building people's sex rooms. But if you live in an apartment, not necessarily, how do you build?
You don't have a separate room, basement.
You don't have that.
So you really have to have transformable space.
Right.
Your bedroom can transform in some methods with panels
That's
and
right.
so forth.
Hidden in plain sight. That is the key. Places to put your toys, your outfits, your whatever it is you're into. And if you want to swing from the chandelier, have that chandelier nearby.
Yeah.
Accessible so that everything is ready. So, it's only it's like a game of peekaboo. Everything looks normal, vanilla. And then with the blink of an eye, everything is changed for your evening's plans, whatever that is. And so that is one way to sexify your home. I want to move into the living room, Jeffrey. I know that my husband is great. Jeffrey is great at sizing things up. I want to move it into the living room, Jeffrey. Let's start there.
All right. Ooh. But before we do, actually, why don't we talk about our segments on the show? Yeah. So your segment is Samantha is Marvelous. So what's that all about?
Well, I am marvelous.
Yes.
But the segment is Samantha Makes It Marvelous.
Samantha Makes It Marvelous.
Which is what I'm known for. I'm known as a lifestyle genie. I'm able to look at a situation, whether it is an apartment or a person, and analyze what are the disconnects, and then I know how to fix it. And if I cannot fix it myself, I know who to call. It is just my superpower. I've spent 20 years fixing people's lives and interiors.
The way you do that is, because I've seen you in action, is you take a look at the person you're designing for.
That's right.
You get an understanding of who they are, what they want to see, how they feel good, their clothing and so forth. You may make suggestions. And then you put together an image, a style.
That's right. I started with bachelor pads. That's how I personally forayed into my own experience in renovation. I mean, not the experience. Okay, my mother's a designer and I grew up in her studio. So yes, I had lots of design education through osmosis. But in getting my own hands dirty, so to speak, I started out with bachelor pads belonging to my clients and then diversified from there.
So that's what she does. The thing is that when she makes it marvelous, sometimes she makes it too marvelous. And, we still have to talk about.
I have the crazy ideas
of that.
That's true.
So my segment on the show, which repeats from show to show, is Jeffrey Sizes It Up. And so basically what I do is I talk about technical sides of things, the budget, or how we're going to make her fantastic ideas work. What are the options? I take you through different scenarios. Sometimes we have people on the show who are specialists in carpentry or plumbing or whatever it might be. So that folks have a general understanding of what they need to consider when they make certain decisions, whether it be a cosmetic or a gut renovation.
I like to do outside the box crazy things, like put a hammock in a living room, like a demi hammock in a living room, put a full-fledged hammock in a bedroom. We've done all kinds of crazy things, knocked out walls, made rooms flexible, made whole walls flexible, walls that slide in and out, so that the space can be opened and closed as necessary, as flexible as necessary. I like to do some outside the box kinds of things.
So the first thing that we suggest that folks do in thinking about all, everybody has thoughts in mind, whether it's a hammock or something else that they may want to utilize.
Yeah, something fun, something fun and unexpected.
And how do all these components go together? That's a key thing. So there's something called a mood board. And a mood board is a visual representation of ideas for a design project. So it's an assembly of many different images and finishes. And as designers and architects, we put it together on boards. They can be done virtually, or they can be done on a live board.
That's right.
But that assembly shows styles, shapes, finishes, and includes things that the apartment owner might want, and sees how those things coming together work as a design. And sometimes one can clearly see, while I like this and this, they don't really work together.
So a mood board is like a dream board, similar to a dream board. It's got manifestation, it's a manifestation exercise. So if you're thinking about renovating your home, first start with self-analysis. Who am I in the world? What are my hobbies? Do I exercise all the time but hate to go to the gym? Do I want to be able to work out from home? Do I have not enough space for my wardrobe? Do I not have enough space for entertaining? And entertaining is a big part of our lives. Analyze what your situation is, and then analyze what about your apartment does not please you. Make a long list of everything that doesn't please you.
Yes.
And then go from there, and then start buying design magazines, flip through them, and tear out things that excite you. Don't pay attention to the cost. It doesn't matter. There is a more affordable way to buy things or create things. Like if you can't afford the crazy multi-jet shower, if you can't afford to do that, you can go to the hardware store or, you know, somewhere that sells fixtures and buy a multi-jet water saving, you know, they have multi-jet shower, right? That you can handheld, you can hold them in your hand and spray yourself down. That is a quick, inexpensive way to upgrade your shower. If you have one of those old showers that, you know, just turns the water on and off and doesn't do anything fun, you know, there are options that are affordable.
But pulling it back, and I love your concepts. I just love it. But pulling it back, some tips for the audience.
Don't pay attention to price.
Yep.
So she keeps saying that. I don't
You know, we have to, but the truth is there are some beautiful things in those magazines that maybe people can't afford, but you know what? You could always find something on a budget that's very similar. So
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, no, definitely. So some tips for the mood board. You know, put the rooms that have the look you're looking for. So if you see in the magazine some ideas of space that you say, oh wow, that looks good, and you know, so put those together.
Or I love the wall treatment they did.
Then you put together specific furniture. You go through furniture catalogs, and those might be a separate mood
Once
board.
again, back to your analysis. Are you masculine? Are you feminine? Do you like flowers? Do you like leather? Do you like hyper modern? Do you like mid-century modern? Do you like very traditional? Those are things that you should know. So start playing with the idea of what is your style.
Right. And pick textiles, finishes, and pick colors. Colors is a really
Remember, you want to look good in your own habitat.
And can I also ask, I think we may have skipped over this, but in the bedroom area, we should have a fridge, right? I was reading a little bit about some food, some champagne. Could you give us some ideas of, you know, some things that we should be eating?
Yes, I think whether it is, I love the idea of the bedroom fridge, or sometimes they have little drawers now that are refrigerated that you can just disappear into your dresser or whatever. It's amazing what exists now. And if you can't put a mini fridge in your bedroom, then at least have these things in your kitchen at all times. You should always have a bottle of sparkling water, a bottle of flat mineral water. You should have a bottle of champagne, a bottle of red, a bottle of white, rosé, a bottle of scotch. Basic. All right? That's what you should have at hand at all times. Then you want to think about things that you can serve that won't weigh a person down. So you still have some energy, right, to enjoy each other's company. So things like nuts for quick protein while you're having a glass of wine, some eggs just in case at 4 o'clock in the morning you decide, you know, you need an omelet. So things that you have, some spinach, throw some spinach into the omelet. In the morning, you can use the leftover spinach to make some green juice. Have a lemon on hand because you always need a lemon. So some basic things that you should have on hand, and dark chocolate. And I have read a lot of studies about the benefits of ginger and what it does for men's sexual health. So I use it in everything.
Up on that ginger. But
cook with ginger.
Speaking of the refrigerators, they now make refrigerated drawers that just totally disappear in your space. So instead of having the mini refrigerator that we all know on the counter and so forth, there's several appliance manufacturers that actually make columns or drawers. They can disappear within the platform of your bed. They pull out.
And they can be paneled to match the rest of what you have going on.
And that's a more inexpensive way to really make your space nice, and it's a surprise. You know, you don't see it while you're there. But let's talk a little bit about colors, Samantha. You know, we talked about all these various different finishes, and having a color palette within your space is really important. There's something that's called the 60-30-10 rule. And that means that
size it up for us, Jeffrey.
No, definitely. 60% of the rooms in the apartment should be that dominant color.
Correct.
We want everything to tie together. Then about 30% should be a secondary color, and about 10% should be a special accent color, something that has a little pop to it. But that rule really makes the spaces work together, because you do want some uniformity, and you want things that are consistent within your space, so that it feels like a whole space, and that not each room feels like a completely different a place.
The same rules apply to wardrobe.
Okay.
Like, we have a lot of black in our wardrobe. We have a lot of beige and gray, base colors, white, base colors. And then we have maybe some red, maybe some blue, maybe some pink in there, or teal as a secondary color. And then occasionally there's like a surprise. We every once in a while wear a color that we don't normally do because we like the dress or whatever it is, a surprise. So that's kind of the same idea.
So when you choose color, how do you go about choosing that, within the space? So you normally start with the formal areas of the house, the living, dining, entryways, the spaces that are most common and where you may have visitors and so forth. And you think about what colors are those spaces going to be, and how is that going to work with the furnishings? From that point, then you can go further into your other spaces and understand what colors those might be when you're doing your mood board.
And also, since we do concentrate on urban living and apartment situations predominantly, if you want to open up walls, may I suggest that you choose the same base color for the entire apartment. There is no shame in having white walls. White walls can be modern and lovely, and then allows for artwork, allows for the furniture maybe to be a different color. It allows for a wall finish, like a wall treatment, one wall that you paint in a surprise color or put a big piece of artwork up. So the more uniform you can make the whole apartment, paint all the walls white, for example, then you're going to have a space that feels brighter, bigger, cleaner. And it's a lot easier if you're inexperienced at design or don't feel that you have the best sense of taste or style. It is going to save you from making mistakes. It's going to be easier for you to furnish. And nothing sexifies an apartment faster in the living room than a new sofa.
I love it.
A beautiful leather sofa that feels something that feels good on the skin.
Yeah. Yeah, leather for me is a little too cold. I always have to lay down a blanket or something. But versatility in the summer, it's good.
Yeah, exactly. So something that makes you feel good, and yes, have a throw, have a blanket, have something furry, add some texture.
Great.
I find that one of the most difficult things people have in color coordination and selecting colors is understanding which colors go together. And it's actually very simple to start out with a color wheel. If you look at the color wheel of colors, what you see on the color wheel is that colors that work with each other are next to each other, such as blue and green are colors that work with each other. They're more casual, relaxing. So take a look, there's actually things out there like the color wheel that will help guide you into selection of colors and understanding
like
which
the two of you. I wish I would have been in the purple family today. I'm in the blue family, but see, I think color is important as well as for design. And we just have 2 minutes left in the show, so we have to start to wrap it up, unfortunately. How did you want to leave off for today with our listeners?
So I feel that you should just take color, texture, personality, and yes, even budget into mind. But there are simple ways that you can make your apartment more romantic, sexier, more sensual by adding color, by adding texture, by adding new bedding, by adding a new furniture, by having your fridge stocked with goodies that are, sensual, good, date night snacks, and be warm, just build it, and they will come. Clear out the clutter from your life, both, metaphysically and physically, and you're going to be able to be more open and free to have the life you want and invite people over.
just a
Thank
word
you.
about our next episode, which is the President's Day episode. We're going to be talking about kitchens and appliances, and we're going to get a little more technical, which is what I like.
That's you.
And
And
talk about how you
Mhm.
make those selections and how you make good buys, and how you think ahead so that what you're purchasing will
Good.
work well.
Yeah,
for
he's
years to come.
technical, your taste.
That's right.
All right,
That's
guys,
amazing.
wrap it up for us. I like the way you guys come on. You got to say, I'm taste, he's technical. Go for it. Go for it.
Of course, you know we're going to do this.
I love it.
I'm Taste,
I'm technical.
and together we're unstoppable.
Yay. All right, Love and Design Project. Thank you guys so much. One more time, tell us the website before we go.
Go to SamanthaBasuto-Drucker.com and check out our YouTube at Love and Design Project.
Beautiful. Thank you guys so much for today, Jeffrey and Samantha. Always a pleasure. And next week, President's Day, I'm in, ready to go.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
It's often been said one of the most powerful things that you can do if you want to really move your life forward, heal from certain things, is forgiveness. And I'm not just making that up. There's tons of research that backs that up. Even looking at biorhythms on the brain after somebody has kind of purged the situation using forgiveness, how it's made that positive impact on people. We're going to talk about that today, how you deal with forgiveness. I know it's not easy, but we're going to help you with that. She is a transformational life coach, a functional medicine health coach, and she's back with us from Health Life Solutions. Martha Smythe on the program. Martha, welcome back. How you doing?
Hello. I'm doing just great.
Yeah, great to have you back here. And it's when we say forgiveness, it goes in all different areas. It could be forgiving somebody for something they did, forgiving yourself for whatever it may be. But I do want to say, because it's not easy sometimes to forgive, that doesn't mean that you're condoning what somebody did. You're doing it for yourself to feel better and kind of move forward, right?
Totally.
How do we do it? I'll share some stuff with you in a moment, but how do we, let's go hypothetical here. Let's say somebody's done something that was really traumatic. Let's put it there. You've dealt with it for some time. You can't even imagine yourself forgiving this person. You wallow in it maybe on a daily basis. Maybe you take the victim mode. Not saying you should. Probably the worst thing you should do, but it is what it is. How do you get to that point of forgiveness?
Well, it's such a good question. In fact, I think all the spiritual and religious paths in our history has dealt with that. They have different ways of forgiving and talk about the importance of forgiving. And I think the reason that subject comes up so much is because it is difficult and because it's so powerful. the unforgiveness has a powerful negative effect on your, mind, body, and spirit. And forgiveness has a very powerful and transformational effect on you. And so how do you do it? I say you find the practice or the means that resonates with you the best, and you try that. I know of several. One that I personally practice a lot is I love Ho'oponopono because it's a Hawaiian prayer. I don't know if you've heard of Ho'oponopono. It's just one way, and anybody can look who's listening can look that up on YouTube. It's Ho apostrophe Oponopono, just the way it sounds, Pono. And it's you'll find a lot of stuff on it, and it's a prayer of reconciliation and forgiveness, that it comes out of the Hawaiian tradition. And basically it's just one of their prayers, but it's, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you. And it's like what you were saying about, well, if you forgive someone, are you somehow okay with what they did? And obviously not. So you're forgiving them for yourself because you want to release this kind of stranglehold that it has on your heart and free up that love and that energy that's there for your vital life resources and so forth. And so that you have that love to give to the world. That kind of resentment really can sour your heart and your ability to love and affect your health. So the reason I love the Ho'oponopono so much is because inherent in it is this understanding. It's that place that we were talking about last time. Remember, we were talking about there's the collective and there's the place like the holographic image, that we're all part of a hologram, that we're all parts of a whole. So there are places in our invisible realms, so to speak, where, I'm you, you're me, we share something, and there is almost like a collective responsibility as well. And the Ho'oponopono is something that you can actually do about a situation. So you're basically saying, I'm sorry for my part. And it may not be an active part that you're playing, in this world, in this life, but you are a part because you're part of everything. So it's like you're saying, I'm sorry for that. Please forgive me. And you're not really asking an external source to forgive you because you're everything. So you're really forgiving yourself. And the thank you is the gratitude. I love you. It's the love. And those two, you really feel it, those two are very positive, heartfelt feelings. So the combination of that and is very powerful. And I could give examples, but I don't want to take too much time because we don't have all that much time. But if you were to look into it, you would see that it was used and is still used as a very powerful means of healing. So that's one way.
Yeah, I was just going to say the other way.
Huh?
I was just going to ask the other way.
Well, it isn't like there is the other way because there's so many ways. But one way that I learned in my training, which I really loved, was, let's say you have someone in particular that you want to forgive and you just can't because you're so mad at them and you just like, they're total jerks. You just cannot bring yourself to forgive them. Mm-hmm. What you do is you call up in your mind and in your heart someone that you really, really love. It can even be your pet dog, but it can be someone you really love. And so you generate this loving feeling towards this person. And then you just slip that person in. It's like almost sliding the envelope under the door, and you just slip them into your heart and you let them be in that loving space that you've just generated towards someone else. And it might take, you may need to do this over and over again, but there will come a time when you can actually feel that you are indeed forgiving them. That's like you're kind of in a way tricking yourself into forgiving, but you're very aware of it. So it's a very empowering thing to do as well. And it works. And many people have done that. And then there's the Buddhist loving kindness prayer. There are different ways to forgive, but I think that the first step is if you've taken the first step that you recognize forgiveness is freeing yourself and you have an intention to do it, you'll find the right way and you will succeed.
I love that idea. It's almost like I envision you create this big orb in front of you of love, the love orb, and it was created using somebody else's likeness. And now you've had this big bubble in front of you, and now you just put that person in that you need to forgive and just let them exist in that space. And again, like you said, it will take time. You might have to do it a number of times, maybe a lot of times, where you finally feel that they fit that space, and now you can move past. Take the orb now and go, put it that way. Let it float away. They're encased in love, and I set you free, and you're on. I did hypnotherapy for forgiveness.
Tell me about it.
Impactful. I think it was helpful. Unfortunately, there was a tech issue, so it didn't go as long as it should have gone, but it definitely was enough. And basically, I see the person I was to forgive in front of me. And if I remember correctly, there was almost a glass in between. Maybe that's for protection. I don't know. Where you're speaking, you're having a conversation with that person, and that all took place during the hypnotherapy. Very interesting, and it's almost like what you're saying in your mind, your subconscious. You're creating something. So, based on the practitioner's thoughts, I created a situation where I'm face to face with that person and need to confront it and say certain things, probably very similar to the Hawaiian prayer that you said, where basically, I forgive you, I wish you well, God bless, love you, blah blah blah, and on. And you don't have to say all of those. It's whatever you felt comfortable with during the hypnotherapy. But just one other way of using your subconscious mind to accept a situation, right?
And it worked for you, meaning you can really feel a difference towards this person?
I feel a difference. Yeah. Yeah. I could probably do it again. There's still pieces floating out there, but I think it was impactful. But that's not to say what you're suggesting won't work. I really think it will, because I totally got what you said in that visualization of finding that situation where there is total love, just unconditional, it's the best. And it could be a dog, doesn't matter. And then putting that person in that situation. You wouldn't normally do that if it's somebody that did you wrong. You're not going to think of them in that way. It's almost as if you're forcing them in, but once they're in, it starts feeling more comfortable, maybe a little bit lighter, in that situation. What about forgiving yourself? What about if somebody has to do that?
About forgiving yourself?
Yeah. Yeah. How would you do that?
Okay. Yeah. Well, so, I mean, you could literally use that method. That method has worked for a lot of people, but that's not what I use. I'm just saying that because I've seen it work for a lot of people. I think it's excellent. There's many paths to the same goal. I will say for yourself, again, just right now, I kind of go through things in a way, but it's like lately, the whole Ponopono has been very powerful for me, and that is actually, you think you're forgiving someone else, but you really are forgiving yourself. Because in that prayer, it starts with the premise that we are all connected. And so we're in that space where we're all in one big container as one with this connection. And you're saying, I'm sorry for my part, because it's like I'm recognizing that you are me and I'm you. So in the prayer, it's all about me anyway. You're doing it all within yourself, about yourself, and you're releasing yourself. Like we just said, this is all about freeing yourself. And it really is about you, even though you think it's about somebody else.
Yeah.
But it's the way that you perceived that person. For instance, if it touched you in such a hard way where you can't feel any compassion or empathy for the person, but if you were to go deep into what was going on with them, you actually might find that you can really forgive them because you have a lot of compassion for them because you understand where they came from. Like maybe something really horrendous or whatever. Usually, I love this statement from A Course in Miracles. I don't know if you've ever heard of that book, but that book is actually a pathway to forgiveness, which I did a couple of times. It's a year-long study, but basically there are lessons every day. And I won't go into the details of the book again. Anybody can look that up, A Course in Miracles. But basically, one of the premises is every act is either a call for love or an extension of love. So you're either full of love and you're extending it, or you're calling love to yourself, which is really in a way a call for healing. And if you really see that everything is in either space, someone who you need to forgive is calling for love. That helps. It helps to build the compassion and the empathy. You can so if I needed to forgive myself personally, I would use the Ho'oponopono because that resonates with me and it works so well. I will say I have a friend recently, a very old friend from my 20s, who had gone through a series of very difficult things. And she actually had a breakdown and ended up being hospitalized and medicated, and was in pretty bad shape. And I stayed in touch with her. And one day I suggested she do the Ho'oponopono. And she did. She did a 45-minute round. She just followed it from YouTube. And it was just following a man who was saying the prayer over and over again in a very gentle way. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. For 45 minutes. And you just sit and listen and follow. And she did that. And for the beginning, she did it twice a day. Her whole mental state lifted. She returned to herself in such a big way. It was very healing for her.
Wow.
I was impressed. Because I could just tell immediately just from talking to her on the phone, her voice was back, her energy was back. She started doing things. It was very remarkable, the transformation. And so that's her go-to. And the doctor who facilitated bringing it out into the Western modern world, who was a psychologist, he used it for all these prison inmates in this high security prison. He wouldn't meet with them. He would just do the Ho'oponopono prayer. He was the psychologist for the inmates, and he never went and talked to them. He would do Ho'oponopono. He's Hawaiian. He would do it every day. That security prison went from everybody being chained, walking around with their chains and so forth, to getting unchained, to starting projects like gardening and cooking, etc., being able to leave because of good behavior. Eventually, his whole unit, there wasn't anybody there. He systematically they just all healed and left. Mm-hmm. And then physical healings are impressive too with that. So this is not about Ho'oponopono, this is about forgiveness, but
sure.
I find it very powerful and I like it.
What I just look at, Martha, in one regard with the forgiveness. Now, we're doing it to forgive somebody else, maybe ourselves, but if you are forgiving somebody else, aren't you also forgiving yourself for allowing the other person to affect you, control you? Because they already did what they're going to do. They're already gone. They don't care anymore. They've already moved on, whatever it might be. But let's say somebody's still marinating over it, still dealing with it. It's almost as if all of these, especially the Ho'oponopono prayer, is you got to forgive yourself for allowing that to happen, for allowing them to control your energy by giving them space in your head because of the situation and not having forgiven them yet. And it's also to say something happens, usually it takes two people. If it's a relationship related kind of thing, it's different if somebody, a criminal did something, you don't even know them and it was just one of those things. But there's also forgiveness in allowing somebody else to do that to you, mm-hmm. and let it affect you.
Yes. And if you change the language immediately, like they're doing it to me.
For you.
Well, it's that life is moving through me, for me, in the form of this person acting this way. But when it gets down to it, there's so many things that we can be unhappy about. We felt like we had a low blow at work or with our education or our family. Maybe a parent was really a bad parent. The list can just go on forever.
Sure.
But if life is happening through us for our benefit, and trusting that, you don't even really see the person doing it to you. That's the shift in the perception. So again, back to A Course in Miracles, which I did because I couldn't forgive somebody. And they were an important person in my life, not out of choice, but circumstances, family, and all that. And I put the photograph on my altar and just said, every time I look at that photograph, I'm going to forgive her. And I kept doing it and doing it because it drove me crazy that I was obsessing over this person. And then it occurred to me to do A Course in Miracles. Because I started to forgive her, somehow I was drawn to the Course. But the Course also says that forgiveness, and it's really about forgiveness, that ultimately we move to a place of total acceptance where there really isn't even any need to forgive because you don't take things personally anymore. That person didn't really do it to me. That's that person acting out their stuff. And they used me, or as their prop in their movie to act out their stuff. And I'm not taking it personally because it's on them, really. But if I can shift my perception in a way, and basically A Course says, forgiveness is a shift in perception that removes the blocks to love's presence. So if you're hating someone, you're obviously not in a perception of allowing your love. If you remove that by forgiving them, it's almost like forgiving life, because if life is moving through me and we draw experiences to ourselves, maybe we're forgiving life for bringing us this really difficult experience. And if there's trust, we know that we can handle that experience and that somehow there was something in it for us, a value. Maybe it was to learn a deeper level of forgiveness, because once you learn how to really forgive, you've got that for the rest of your life. Because when you're free, when you finally become free through forgiveness, you don't want to go back to that with a new circumstance, so you're just going to forgive and forgive and forgive. It's kind of like cleaning house. I mean, really, the practice, like gratitude, is like, you practice gratitude every day. You can practice forgiveness every day. What do I need to forgive today? What's flowing through me that needs forgiveness today? So yeah.
It could be even the littlest thing. Like this sounds really stupid, but I had plants in my office. They died a year or two ago. Never got around to replacing them, so I did replace them. I have one that's just not doing well. I almost feel bad. Like I was like, sorry. It's got vibration, different vibration than us. But interesting what you said, Martha, in that if it's somebody that you need to forgive, if you look at it in such a way that they're just acting out, you were the next person that was walking by, or you maybe in that relationship for years where they were just acting out. It has really not a lot to do with you. Again, relationships are a two-way street. But if you take a look at why they're acting out, maybe there's a reason. Maybe it goes back to their childhood. And if you can identify that reason, maybe more justification for what they're doing. Again, you don't condone it, but you were just that person that was there that they acted out on. It's an interesting.
Well, you might be their scapegoat. They might choose you to be that person. Like for instance, a family member. It's really easy to become a scapegoat of somebody else in the family because you're always there, and in a way, you always will be there, and so people feel safer sometimes.
Sure.
But also, there's a dynamic until we really let go of that victim attitude. Oh, they did it to me, because as long as we're engaging as if we're a victim and somebody was the tyrant who did this thing to me, maybe I want to perpetuate that dynamic because it gives me a way to not take responsibility. And in a way, I get something out of it. So we also have to drop that. And I think that this practice really gets you to a place where those kinds of relationships start dropping out of your life. Because once you've done the practice, it's like you don't really need that anymore. You learned the lesson. You move on. New things will come up that need forgiveness and so forth. But yeah, you don't hold on to people in your life where you've got that dynamic going on because you've moved beyond it.
And ultimately, and some of us do believe it, that things happen for a reason. There's a lesson to be learned from it. There's a takeaway. Sometimes we don't know what it is. Someday we will. Maybe it's part of the plan, whatever it might be. But if you look at it in that way, now to move on. That was that. There's a lesson there. Figure it out some point. I don't condone what you did. I just move on. Powerful stuff. I mean, I've talked about forgiveness before, but you go layers deeper, but in such a good way, and a different perspective looking at things. And I got to imagine when you work with somebody to transform their life as a life coach, it's kind of that perspective that you give them. That's what I'm.
Oh yeah, I'm just there to remind them of what they already know deep down.
Yeah.
Because again, even as I said, like resentment is just like a shield over our hearts that needs to be removed. And the love is going to be there because that's what we're made of. And for sure it's there. If you can't feel it, it's because you've got too much holding it tight, holding it in or back or whatever. So I'm just there to remind you and to give tools for how to basically remove these blockages to a larger perspective or a deeper perception, however you want to say it. And but then the person has their own natural ability. We all do.
A lot of people say live in love, and that's really what you're talking about. Doesn't mean that you have to love the person that you have to forgive, but send them love, send them positivity. And I think a lot of times, when there's hurt, there's scars. So it's almost as if you mentally have to go to a cosmetic surgeon and remove those scars before you can get to the love layer and then let go. What's your website, by the way, Martha?
It's healthlife.solutions.
Gotcha. Always great talking with you. Lots of great viewpoints and challenging topic to talk about today, but Ho'oponopono. I'm going to go there. I got to check that out. I'm really intrigued.
Oh, good. The next time we talk, you have to tell me what you think.
I'm going to give it a shot within the next couple of days, if not later today. And just Google it and find somebody doing the prayer and just repeat. Does that sound what it is? Really, basically, that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's interviews there too, like with Dr. Lin, who I did a workshop with him before he passed, and Marna, who was really the woman who got a message from God, and she exposed the prayer basically to the Western world and said, we need to share this because it was something that they held in their own tradition very privately. And so there are interviews with them and, there's a lot of different things there. I could send you some of my favorites.
Well, let's talk about that next time after I Ho'oponopono.
All right.
Tell my friends, tonight I'm going to Ho'oponopono really fast. I am, and it's a good thing.
You can say, I'm going to Ho'oponopono you.
Yes. Martha, thank you so much.
Because you're really Ho'oponoponoing yourself.
Exactly right. All right, we'll talk soon. Thanks again.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house, and there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Big question here. What is your purpose in life? Have you thought about that? Do you go through every day feeling just misaligned, like something is just, it's okay, but it's not exactly the way it should be? Like, I'm doing this out here, but this is not matching what's in here. Maybe you haven't nailed your life purpose. And it's a game changer once you do. It can really open your eyes to a lot of things. Relationships, work can be so much better. She is a spiritual life coach, a hypnotherapist, and she is back with us to help us uncover the mystery of the life purpose. Ria Maceris is back. Ria, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you, Steve?
I'm well. I'm very well, and happy and grateful that you're here, because I feel that a lot of people aren't living their life purpose. And I guess if somebody walks around and says, I'm miserable at my job, I don't know, just life isn't fun, they probably aren't living their life purpose, right?
I would say that's probably one of many reasons, but that's a really good reason. And so the interesting piece about looking at the life purpose is oftentimes I will simply mirror back to them. Well, what are some things that you like to do? What are some passions you may have? What are some of your abilities? And interestingly, oftentimes they're much more open to talk about what's going on with everyone else in their life rather than themselves, which that in itself I find very intriguing. Because I believe in and I've noticed with clients that oftentimes our life purpose can be something very simple as getting to know yourself. Getting to know and accept yourself is a really, really powerful word, because oftentimes it's easy to see the negative outside of us and point out the negative in people, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of that happening, and that's so disempowering, and that is only going to remove you further from your life purpose. So part of the way I guide people to find their life purpose is, first of all, is bringing their attention and their focus back to themselves instead of what's Johnny doing, what's Steve doing, who's bullying, da-da-da-da-da, like we've talked about. So coming back in here and getting more in touch with themselves. And then we dive into a series of sessions and possibilities that allow them to be more in touch and get in touch with their inner wisdom. And in a most simplistic way, I believe one of our greatest life purposes is just simply become our truth, become our authentic self, and allow and accept that part of ourself in the good and the bad and the ugly. We all have challenges. We all have wounds. We all have things that are roadblocks in the road. And it's how we navigate those and how we deal with those that I help people notice and change. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And do you think, perfect sense, do you think that people talk about everybody else because if they talk about themselves, they'll confront it? The mirror goes in front of them.
Exactly. Then they have to literally look at their ugly, their challenges. And oftentimes, like we talked about at one point, it takes courage to be willing to look at all that we are. And oftentimes there's a term that's even used, projection. You probably have heard of it. oftentimes when we're seeing something we don't like in ourselves, it's because we have that within ourselves as well. So that can be even an opportunity to think, oh, well, if I don't like that in Johnny, how about I look at that within myself instead of spending time on Johnny? And what a waste of energy and time, right?
I feel that people aren't going to make that realization without help from somebody like you, because they don't have a sense of their own being. They're really truly not fully living. They're just kind of going through the motions, and I don't want to say superficially living, but they're really not going deep within, being present, figuring out what's going on within them, or at least being a little aware of it. I think it's challenging for somebody to, even if a friend says, "Hey, do you realize it?" No, 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 no. And they would push it off. I think it takes somebody professional like you to figure that out for them, or at least present it.
Well, and I appreciate that. And you mentioned a key component to this is allowing yourself to go within. I mean, I religiously meditate every day now, and I'm not an everyday kind of person. I like my life. Each day is different. It's diverse, but that is one gift that I give myself each and every day, because I want to start my day feeling gratitude and appreciation for all that I have. Because if I'm not starting my day with that intention, it's easy to jump into just looking at the news is scary. I mean, and what's going on in the world right now. So I'm not going to, my intention is not to spend time out there, it's to spend time in here and find my best. So then that's what I'm bringing to my sessions and to my retreats and to my loved ones, etc. So
What
it's
is
a willingness to even go within.
Do you find a lot of people are closed and don't want to open that door?
Well, beautifully, I'm working with people who are essentially at the end of the rope. They've tried many different things and they really, really want change. So when they're in that so ready, so willing place, they go in pretty darn easily. I mean, it's really rare that a client doesn't go within at this point. When I first started, because I didn't have as much confidence about it, but now it's just a regular part. Yes, they go within, and it's the best gift we can give ourselves, I believe.
Thanks for the reminder on keeping a journal or expressing gratitude. It's on my radar. I started doing it. I got busy, but it needs to be a habit.
Well, I remember you saying you were given several journals at one time, right?
Like a year and change.
Like and it's like we talked about, it's not even just thinking, it's feeling the gratitude, feeling those higher vibrational feelings.
Yeah.
Significant piece.
Once you know what it is, all of us push this stuff out of the way. I don't have time for it. Well, what's it going to do to write stuff down? Come on, what's the big difference? You don't know until you do it. And once you start doing it and make it a daily habit, that's where things start changing. And why wouldn't you write a couple of things down? I got to believe that everybody is grateful for something. Yeah, I think somebody could say, oh, no, but
the sunshine. I mean, we are traveling around on this ball. I mean, that's pretty magical in itself, and nobody's falling off or we're being held on by gravity. I mean, magic is everywhere. It's taking that time to choose that you want to go more positive, and you want to look at the gratitude in life. It's a choice. It's an everyday choice we make.
Well, isn't it true that you just need to find those little things, like the cup of coffee? Like I treat myself to a cup of coffee every day, Starbucks. Okay. I don't basic stuff. I don't do, big frappuccinos or whatever. It's $4.40. And
yeah. and you like it. And that's great.
Yeah. Well, my friends call it not Starbucks, but $6 because typically it's $6. But that's just it. And I was thinking about it today. I'm like, let me get the calculator out and figure out what I'm spending. But then I looked at it, I was like, you know what? That's how I start my day. And it's just a little cup of sunshine for me. It's not a big deal. But if you take it and really put the microscope on the gratitude level of just something like that, maybe something insignificant for others, how it makes you feel. It's warm. it just makes me relax. I feel like I'm doing something for myself. I'm grateful for it. It's right around the corner from my job. I order on an app, I walk in, I get it. It's super simple. All of those things, when you think about them, it's like, wow, you know what? That is pretty cool. I should be grateful for that kind of stuff. But we don't think of it that way.
So let's even look at it from the perspective of if you're really loving and digging that coffee, that love is an energetic love that you feel for that coffee is what's going in your body. So that's like double positive.
Now you're going deep, which is
I mean,
great.
really, but think about it. And sometimes, and there are times often while I'll meditate with my coffee. It's like, let's do them both at the same time.
Well, to your point, there are people that Reiki their food, energy, putting positive energy into something. It could be food. I know somebody else that blesses his water, and he just puts his hand above a glass of water and says, I honor the space in which you exist. And he repeats it 3 times. And he swears that when he does that, he can feel the heat, cold glass of water. He can feel the heat and energy exchange. And he's convinced, and others have said the same, that it tastes different after he does that. What do you got to lose?
I agree. It's possible.
It's
and
possible.
The thing is, if you believe that, that is what you're believing. And so, I mean, it's often lost how amazingly powerful we are and how we create our reality based upon our thoughts and our feelings. So let's change them to positive. Let's change them to gratitude. And it's not like it's this overnight fix. I know we live in a world right now where everything's fast. Like you said, you can order it on your app, go right in and get it quickly. We live in that type of fast-paced society. Anything we want, we go online, we order it, it arrives the next day or next 2 days. This is a process that takes a commitment, like building a muscle, or like I refer to it as like training a puppy. It's a day-by-day choice, and it's so worth it, but it takes some patience. It takes some time because you're literally rewiring your brain to go to the gratitude and to the positivity.
And yeah, to your point, it takes time. I was just reading today, typical habits take 21 days to turn it into a true habit. Yeah. But it did go deeper into that. Some things may take longer, like going to the gym, establishing that habit of every day going to the gym. I don't know why. I have to read back on it, why it is the physical aspect, but it can take sometimes up to 6 months for people to get in the habit of always going to the gym. So everything is different. But isn't it, Rhea, the intent? Like we're talking about, bless your water, put gratitude, all of that. The intent, like, I have Palo Santo aromatherapy spray here.
Oh, I like that. Spray them, so I can smell it.
It's so good.
That's a good one. Yeah.
But this is legit. This is real Palo Santo.
Nice.
And this is from somebody who is a Native American and makes this stuff. And I said to her, I said, is it a difference? Because I went to Bath and Body Works and I, got a little spray can. I know that's not Palo Santo. Come on. It's probably isn't.
A percentage, probably, yeah.
I don't even think it's that. It's probably just the smell. And I said, do they do the same thing in terms of the energy, bringing on positive energy? And she says, if the intent is there, yes, it has to be the intent. I'm using this spray for positive reasons. I want positive energy around me. Or if it's sage, I want to get rid of the negative energy. Maybe it's the intent. Back to life purpose. How do you know you've nailed your life purpose? How do you know you're doing it?
That's such a great question. Let's see.
Let's do it this way. How about if we just focus on job?
Okay.
So just,
one aspect.
One aspect. Yeah.
Well, I can speak from my life personally that I know within myself that I was guided to do hypnotherapy, that I was guided to work with people. And I can even look back over my life and see how I was gently guided and moved. And I mean, I moved from Ohio to Colorado to Seattle, lived in many places in Seattle, then to California, then I literally was brought to Sedona, and I literally was brought by some friends. We were doing a retreat, and in the middle of it, they said, do you mind if we go to Sedona for the last half of the retreat? And I said, what's Sedona? I had no idea. Never been there. No one in my world even talked about Sedona. Anyway, point being is that I literally was brought to Sedona, and things just magically happen. Boom, boom, boom. So that's how you know you're on your mission, or you're doing your purpose, so to speak, because things just happen naturally and easily. And oftentimes, I've even noticed that before something is going to manifest or happen to do with my life purpose, it's almost like something has to be cleared out first, almost like a space has to be created. So oftentimes, like when you lose a job, another opportunity happens, or that's perfect.
Well, the whole adage, cliche, one door closes, one door opens.
Yes.
So
another piece to the life purpose is in the bigger picture, I believe our souls are here to refine ourselves, to refine our truth. Because when we're working and living and breathing with that deeper part of who we are, that's more natural, that's more organic, and it's easier, and things just happen. So it's almost like a twofold answer. That part of it is finding who you truly are and and that's the irony of it too, Steve, is oftentimes when I ask people, if you want to find your life purpose, what do you like? And oftentimes they don't know. And I just think that is so interesting and kind of perplexing even, because if you're not really aware of who you are and what you want, how are you going to be able to create who you are and what you want? So it's kind of an oxymoron
even down to you drill it down, you're talking to somebody, what are your hobbies? What do you like doing? And I know nowadays, not a lot of people do hobbies. We have crazy lives. You went back 20, 30 years, people did things. But what are your likes? What are your passions? I think if you ask people now, they'd be hard pressed to kind of figure that out. I don't know. I don't know what I like to do, which is kind of sad now, isn't it?
And why is that? That's even the better question. Why are they not aware of what they like and what they appreciate? Because they're focusing on something outside of them, or they're focusing on, kind of to go back to the beginning of our conversation.
Yeah, they're focusing on other people, whatever it might be. I believe in job wise, you've nailed your life purpose when it doesn't feel like work, where you're just doing your thing and you turn around and say, oh my gosh, all these hours went by. I'm just going to keep going. I got some more stuff to do. This is fun. I like doing this.
Yes.
There's
and
the
I'm
alignment.
finding that is very true too, as the typical 9 to 5 isn't nearly as common, and nor is there even a desire to do the traditional 9 to 5. I'm seeing that element, especially with the younger, like the 20 and 30 and 40-year-olds. And so when they want to be, another thing I often hear is they want to be of service. They've learned how to navigate their lives in a more peaceful, maybe more engaging way, and they want to share that with others. So it's almost this, what gives me hope, because it makes me realize that if people are feeling really good about what they're doing and that's what they're giving to the world, that's a much more positive energy, and I know I refer to energy a lot, but everything's energy.
Everything's
it's
energy.
An important part.
Yeah. And I 1,000,000,000% agree with you. Generation Zers, millennials started paving the way and then COVID came along, which wasn't the worst thing in that it stopped us and said, it's okay to work from home. But even 10 years ago, 15 years ago, Google, a lot of people in their 20s work in their low 20s and changed the whole work atmosphere, where there's a cafe, there's child care, there's a gym, there's video games, pinball machines, fun. It's okay to enjoy your job and be in that kind of environment. So yeah, and you're right. There's also younger demographic will prefer to work with a company that has charitable roots and gives back.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
So it's
So I'm
exactly in line with what you're
seeing,
saying there. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And even the energy thing, I'm gratified to see that. Yeah, I'll walk in the Starbucks and yes, they have, chakra beads on. It's like, oh, it's on your radar. Okay, that's good. That's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
How do you work with somebody on the life purpose level? Is it almost if you have to uncover what's deep within them to figure out what their life purpose is?
Well, this is where the implementation of hypnotherapy really helps, because I have a process that I've talked a little bit about before with you, where I actually guide them into their own inner wisdom. And we have many parts of us. I mean, they talk about in psychology, we have different parts of us, archetypal parts, you can call them. And so this process, it's really, really empowering and really exciting. So they actually are, this is with their eyes closed, very relaxed. I'm talking them in. And then they actually go to an inner medicine wheel. Medicine wheels are very common in Sedona from the different Indian ancestral lines that are here. So this is an inner medicine wheel, and their different parts show up. And so we can ask, what is their life purpose? And these different parts of them show up. I mean, I've seen Buddha, Jesus, God, Mother Mary, Archangel Michael. I mean, we have so many guides and so much support. So this is a great opportunity to get in touch and allow that deeper connection with their truth, and also get some insight. So they literally, where they show up in the inner medicine wheel, it's symbolic where they stand. Like the east is where the sun rises, so it's what's coming in. So I guide them, they all talk, we have a conversation. It's all very individualized. And then from that, we can it's like putting a puzzle together to determine what is their life purpose. So that's their wisdom getting a chance to speak. It's really, really exciting.
So you
One of my
truly,
favorites.
hypnotherapy, you truly put somebody under hypnotherapy to figure it all out for them.
Yes,
Wow.
absolutely.
How
Yeah.
interesting. Because we all believe that those of us have figured it out. It's all inside you. It's inside you. Yeah,
We have everything we need within us. Another reason to get away from Johnny, come back in here.
Yes. Yeah, no, a billion%. And I'm sure if you did enough soul searching, you would figure out what your life purpose is. But you have to do that work. And that's not easy. And especially if you don't know how to do it. I didn't know how to do it. And I should have known how to do it. Again, the universe put you in Sedona for a reason when it did. For me,
Yes.
I worked with metaphysical people for years.
That's why I chose you.
And I did. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I never harnessed the power of it only until a few years ago. And I marketed other people and their contributions to the metaphysical world. And this whole Reiki thing. And yeah, that's cool. Let's go. But I never did it myself. And you know what?
So what propelled you to start a couple of years ago then?
I began a new journey. I began a new journey, and I realized that I needed to do things for myself. But I believe also, and part of that journey was doing things for myself, because I did everything for everybody else. There was never any self-care. There was just, working nonstop. So even though I was basically touching all these things at my fingertips, promoting Reiki for practitioners, hypnotherapists, life coaches, all of that, I didn't do it. I just didn't take advantage of it.
Interesting.
And you don't know it until you do it. We can say,
and that's interesting. You mentioned that you didn't actually say this, but I often work with people pleasers, and the people pleaser, again, they are out here. How can I help? How can I serve? How can I show my worth? That's one example of why people reach out.
Yeah.
And so now coming back into you. So how's it feel? How's it changed your life?
Oh, and the journey for all of us and myself continues, but game changer. I feel like I'm here where I was all over, and I was, what's Johnny doing? What's that? I was that person.
Yeah.
I was until I was forced, I was forced to look inside and start a new journey and heal from a couple of different things, as we all do. And it all goes back to your childhood once you all figure it out.
Yes,
And
indeed.
And I knew.
So when you were looking at yourself, were you consciously aware of looking at the quote, I'm just going to call it the ugly that we all have? Were you consciously aware of that, or suddenly there it was, and what do you do with it?
I was aware but not aware.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was too wrapped up in just working too hard. Not to say I don't work hard now, but I also take time and don't make excuses for it. You know, I'll go to the gym. I used to go to the gym and 20 minutes later, I got to go to work. I can't do this. I got to get going. I got to, why? I've got to worry about supporting a family. What happens if I lose a job? Blah, blah, blah. Now, shut up. It's like,
well, and that even moves into that area of the self-talk, like we've talked about.
Yeah.
That's how we self-sabotage. That can take us off into another whole arena.
Oh my God, that's a whole podcast in itself.
Yeah.
But truly, Rhea, to your point, when you figure those things out, and with that there's change, and we all fear change. We're wired to be comfortable and not worry about things. I would worry about things, and it was just like it was not worth worrying about, to the point now where it's like I walk around saying nothing surprises me. Stuff's going to happen. We'll deal with it. Just I call it the quiet.
And I would even like to comment on the change piece. Interestingly, I'm noticing, and maybe it's because I'm open to change within myself, because everything changes. If you think about it, I'm seeing more people. Like when I first started doing this work, it was generally women who were going through empty nest, ironically, and it's shifting and changing. And now I'm noticing that more people are open to accept change and want to change. So I just want to throw that out there, that is shifting in a beautiful way.
Yes. And
in my world, I'm noticing that.
I'm seeing it too. But do you believe it was that thing called COVID, where it just was the rock in the pond, the COVID, this is the rock, COVID, hit the water, the ripples went out, and then people had to change. But then maybe they realized, wait a minute, I can do this. I can change.
Yes.
Jobs,
so
situations.
Change.
Right.
Yes.
Force change. And that kind of what happened to me in some regards, not because of COVID, but, time it out to COVID, where changes came. And it's like, all right, well, I got to roll with the changes. REO Speedwagon, great song. Look it up. It is.
Little plug.
No, not at all. Just a great, and you know what? I'll put that on at the gym, and that's what that song is all about. You got to roll with the changes, and it's very uplifting, and that's kind of what. Or David Bowie's Changes, the same exact thing. It's like turn and face the strange. Changes. It is what it is. Life is full of change, but the way you react to it kind of dictates how you act. Some of us don't want to react to it, so what do? Just what you said in the beginning. We look at the other people. We project away from us because we're afraid of it, and
we're uncomfortable. And I even heard this definition the other day that really made me think. The question was, what is a genius? And the answer in this metaphysical term was when we can embrace and be okay with feeling uncomfortable. And I thought, whoa, that's kind of cool, because it's when we're, like you said, we push away or we look at something else when we're feeling uncomfortable within ourselves, or we go to something else. So, making that intention to be okay with uncomfortable, because anytime we're changing, we're bringing in different feelings, and the familiarity is no longer it's not happening. So it's because when we shift, we're shifting into a different vibration and different energy, and it's not the same. Like that's why women stay with dysfunctional men, because it's familiar. That's how their daddy showed love to them. Anyway, we've gone over time, I see. But
look at that.
So, we're having a good time.
I know. And you know what? You just started something. I wanted to keep going.
That's a good one. It's a good one.
Before that, yes, it is. Before they cut us off, how do we find you? Your website?
ImagineGetaways.com.
And that's something you also do where there are retreats for people to heal and maybe experience change. What a great change. What a great change for somebody to just book their way to you. And I mean, Sedona is beautiful. like how fantastic that must be, on a retreat. Is it weekends? Like what's a
It's all
typical event time?
personalized. Like I had a day retreat last week. I have 3-day, I have 4-day, the virtuals that we talked about. So it's all personalized. So if you want to go to my website and hit that discover button, and then we can talk and see if it's a good fit.
Interesting. 5 years ago, 10, whatever, I would not even look at something like that. Now I'm like, all right, let me go to the website. And that's the change.
If you're surrounded by these people, obviously we're showing you something for you, right?
And then there's that. And then there's that.
And then imagine that.
Imagine that. Imagine Getaways. Rhea, always great talking with you.
Same.
I
You
appreciate
take
you.
good care, Steve.
You too.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
It really is one of the most important parts of your wedding, that big special day. And it's something that a lot of couples overlook, and it's the wedding officiant, the person that starts your life together. Yes, the party's great, the venue's fantastic, taking the pictures, the video, and all of that, but it starts with the ceremony, and you should really consider somebody who is serious about it and does a great job, has lots of ideas. And she is Colleen Company, amazing wedding officiant. I don't know any better, and I have to be honest with you, Colleen, really. You have it. Like that's your purpose, to start the lives of people. Welcome back, by the way. How you doing?
Good. Thank you, Steve. I love what I do. It makes it easy to do a good job. And I am following my passion. I know that's a luxury. A lot of people can't follow their passion. So I really appreciate that you see that it's something I really live for, and I try my best to do a good job for the people I marry. So
yeah, obviously you're detail oriented, and you come up with these ideas in the times that we've talked before that anything is possible. And of course, you don't want to like have a crazy ceremony unless that's your thing, but most people don't. But you're there to, let's say somebody's like, I got these ideas, reel them a little bit back in to where it's traditional but fun. But at the same time, if somebody's here doing the standard, same old, I'm going to say boring ceremony, there's a lot you can do where you can kind of get you go, open it up a little bit and have a little bit more fun with it, make it more personal, relatable, rememberable. The memories will be there. Unity ceremonies, lots of trends. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Well, unity ceremonies have gone back for years. And they, for many, like certain churches did certain kinds, certain cultures do certain kinds. And they're basically ceremonies which show that the two of you are forever joined as one. And after that ceremony today, it will be impossible to completely separate yourself from that person. So, and that's very true about any wedding, you know, good or bad, if people have left each other later in life, they still have this tie to that person. They're a part of their memories, they're a part of who they become. So I think they're very cool. And there's classic ceremonies, which like are the candle lighting ones, or the hand fasting is a big one that's making a comeback. And then there's more contemporary ceremonies like planting a tree together or a plant of some sort. There's these ones where they create a piece of artwork together, and there's anniversary boxes or capsules. There's a love knot, tying the knot, and then canvases they paint. There's so many. It's endless. Plus, I enjoy kind of creating one that's unique to the couple, as we mentioned in the other show, where at the end of their ceremony, they rang their bell for their personal best, you know, the people that were marathon runners. So I think that it's fun to include, again, it really depends on the couple, but it's fun to include a ceremony that somehow is symbolic to the couple and what their interests are or what their relationship is.
You mentioned hand fasting before, and I've heard the term, I think maybe from Outlander. I'm
Yeah.
not really sure. Tell me about that.
Sure. Hand fasting is like, it goes back to the Celtic times, and you saw it on Outlander. And I think there's a lot of Scottish people that do it with their kilts, their tartans, and not their kilts, obviously, but their plaid that represents their family. I like the hand fasting. I've seen a lot of people do that recently.
What exactly is it? That's what I'm saying. What
Okay.
is it?
So what they do is they have several strips of ribbon, or it could be fabric, or it could be lace, and they hold their hands together, and the officiant or a selected family member will lay these ribbons over their hands, and then it's tied in a knot to symbolize that you're actually tying the knot.
Wow.
The old tradition was done a year before they actually married. So what they did is they tied the knot, and you were married for a year, and then at the end of the year you could decide if you were going to stay together or not. That's way back in the old days they did that. And if you decide,
what a great idea.
I know, it's like, let's
Like
try
seriously,
this out, right?
the more I think about it,
Yeah.
the more I think that couples should have therapy before you even think about getting married, or if it's just a quick thought. But now what you're talking about, interesting.
Yeah. It's a
what other
trial
cultures
run.
do. Yeah, trial run, right.
Yep, it's great. And I did a lot of those actually during the pandemic. People were having to postpone their weddings, but for one reason or another, they they needed to get married so that they could buy their home. There were certain things that they were looking forward to doing together. And so they did an elopement, and they hand fasted. And then a year later, I met with them for their formal ceremony in front of their guests. So hand
Let me
fasting
ask
is
you,
making a big
even before we
comeback.
continue this.
Uh-huh.
So questions here. The hand fasting seems to be just a quick ceremony. It's just a ceremony, but not the full celebration.
Yep.
So, I equate that to loosely here, going to the justice of the peace and just, banging out the vows, signing off. It's legal though, if you hand fast a ceremony, correct?
Yeah. As long as
Okay.
I'm doing it, like if you have an authorized person, each state has different criteria for who's authorized to marry, but
Sure.
as long as someone's authorized to marry you, it's completely legal.
Okay. And then after that hand fasting ceremony takes place, is it often that it's now done again with you? Do they call you up again? Hey, we're okay. The venue's booked. We're going to do it. We're all set. Colleen, meet us on the stage.
Yep, that's what has happened quite a bit
Wow.
over the last couple years. I've had couples that, like I said, for one reason or another, and in this case, it was because they couldn't gather at a venue. They couldn't have more than a certain number of people, and they postponed their big celebration and then did hand fasting ahead of time. So the wedding in this case was legal when they hand fasted. They didn't do a trial run, but they did a hand fasting. And then at the ceremony, we either sometimes people did it again, and then other times they just use those cords that they did, because when you tie the knot, it creates an infinity knot. So it's kind of pretty. And they could put that in a shadow box and then have it at their guest sign in, or they could, they can use it somehow as a decor in their home. So, so many people did it again then later. And the cool thing about it too is that you could select different colors of cord to represent the pillars of your relationship, longevity, prosperity, luck, some people even wanted to have families. So they did the one so that they could have a big family. And you could even have, as at the larger ones, you could have different people put the knots on too. I had actually one where they did hand fasting and they wanted a pregnant woman to put the one on for having, fruitfulness. So they selected different guests that were, that kind of represented that pillar that they were looking for, including in their relationship.
Wow.
Yeah.
Would they, who typically is present during the hand fasting ceremony? Is it just like close family, mother, father, that kind of thing?
Well, it's whatever. So the hand fasting one I've done, the smaller ones, it might just be mother, father, or parents, or, sisters or something like that, whoever they would consider a witness. But in the larger ceremonies, there's a lot of people. And so they have their special people that may not be part of the wedding party. So that's where one time I did it, and his father was a surgeon. And, he was not the one that walked her down the aisle. So they had this extra role for the father of the groom. And he was a surgeon. So we had him tie the knot, because he probably does better knots than most people. He wouldn't be such a successful surgeon. And he did a beautiful job. It was very sweet. And then he was, after the knots were, so after you tie the knot, then the couple will pull the cord and they'll slip their hands out and they'll pull the cord, which creates the unity knot. And then they handed it to Dad, and Dad hung on to it and then took care of it for their honeymoon, and then presented to them later. They had a dinner with him. So there's so many fun things you can do with it. And it really depends on who you would like to involve, what statement you want to make, what type of design you wish to create with your knot, so that, are you planning to put it somewhere prominent in your home, or are you looking at, just keeping it tucked away as a special memory for both of you? So you can really customize that ceremony in so many different ways. Again, I mentioned that in old times, the Celtic tradition, couples would do that for a year. It was a trial run of their marriage. And then after the year was up, they had the opportunity to decide if they would stay together or move on separately. And in that time, that was legal. So, so some couples hang on to that knot, and after a year together, they do something with it, to mark that they are still on the right track for their wedding. So their first anniversary, they may do something special with the knot as well.
Have you ever had a situation where a couple, for whatever the reason is, got married on the down low? Maybe you married them, and now let's, move forward a year or whatever, and do a full ceremony.
Yes. Yep.
And how do you really, I guess it's a faux ceremony. It's not a real one, but have you done that?
I've done it quite a few times. And sometimes their parents don't know they've gotten married. Sometimes the parents do know, but everybody else, because they don't want to have another ceremony later, and people were like, well, they just got married, why are we doing this, so they
Right.
want their guests to have that excitement that it's initial and new. In the one case, it was somebody I knew fairly well, and so I had to be keep it all on the down low, and I wasn't able to tell even our common friends. And then a year later, they had a large ceremony, and by then a few people had found out, but they kept it quiet as well. And when they had that larger ceremony, she'd already become pregnant. They were very excited about starting a family, and there was some concerns that, would we be able to get this, happening? I don't know whether they had to do some treatments to be able to conceive. So I think by getting married, they had the opportunity to share benefits and work on that plan. It was a lot of fun, and she had a baby shortly after, and now I'm seeing them on Facebook with their happy family. So
that has to be so gratifying for you, and just feel so good knowing that you put people together and you see their lives move forward.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's really, like, I almost feel like a grandparent when I see these couples have their first child, and I
Wow.
feel like, or that aunt, and it's nice that they've stayed in touch so I can see that happen. And I know I remark on it on Facebook when I see things like that happen, or when they celebrate their first anniversary, I'll make a remark, and it is very gratifying. It's really beautiful to see their love grow and how happy they still are. So, and my couples have moved, some of them lived in my own hometown, and now they're many, many miles away. And thankfully, social media allows me to stay in touch and see what their lives have done. So, and one of them, actually, I'm getting married next month, and one of them said,
Oh, wow.
this would be full circle if you let us marry you. So it was kind of fun. Now we're not doing that, but it's really nice that people, what they they know I'm part of their family now, and they want to be part of that. So
who's going to marry you?
We're going to do it ourselves. In Pennsylvania, we have this law that goes back to the Quakers, because in Quakers, they don't have a clergy member. Everybody is an equal in their so it goes back to William Penn. And so the Quaker faith allows you to do a self-uniting. So we're going to do a self-uniting ceremony. I had a hard time selecting from all the people I know and love who would be my officiant. So,
Wow.
And because I have experience doing it, I have a real good idea of what I want. So we're going to do a self-uniting ceremony.
I think I shared with you that I can marry people. It was a radio stunt way back in the day.
Yeah.
And that's how I appreciate what you do, because there's so much, I've married a few people, again, when people heard that I am legally ordained to do it,
right,
they would call upon me. I probably in my life, probably married 10 couples or something like that.
Yeah.
But I can appreciate what you do, because it's a lot of responsibility. Everything rides on the ceremony. You're guiding them. It's like, when you talk about the venue, you have the planner who's walking you through, we're going to do this and that. It's the same thing that you do in a different situation, different scale in terms of the ceremony. And I always like to joke that out of all the people I married, my divorce track record was actually pretty low. Coincidence, I don't know.
Well, and that's the thing too. I have the choice on who I marry too. And if I do meet with a couple and they don't seem to be a good fit for me, you get that instinctive feeling about, are we going to be a good connection, and I don't typically like to turn people down, but there are times where I can tell that it's not a very good connection. Like,
sure.
And it's odd, because I come from the type of my ordination allows me to be more flexible with religion, in terms of religion. I am a universal type clergy member. So I accept all faiths and I accept all walks of life.
Sure.
But what I really have a hard time accepting is when I feel that there is some disconnect in their relationship, when it's not a genuine connection. And if that's the case, I really have a hard time accepting them as a client. So
Like,
So,
right, so
yeah.
for example, right out of the gate, if they come to you and they're talking about the ceremony and now they're already fighting or they're
Right.
disagreeing, and there's just you're feeling, I believe everything is energy. You're feeling just
Yes.
bad energy, negative vibes there. And I get it. You want to help everybody, but at the same time, you don't want that on your watch where you
Right.
know this is probably not going to go well down the road.
Yes, yeah. And if I feel that someone's voice isn't being heard in the connection, that's a real sign for me, because as a
Mm,
universalist, I'm supposed to accept all faiths. And if somebody has no voice in the ceremony, I don't feel that that's really me accepting that, because you can tell that they have an opinion, but they're not presenting it. So that concerns me when I see that dynamic too.
that's a real uncomfortable situation to be in, Colleen. So let's say you have a couple before you,
Uh-huh.
and typically the guys lean back and they, yeah, whatever you want to do. Um, and he steps up at one point and says, "No, I really think we should do this." And she says, "Nah, no, don't worry about that. We got that." But he really wants one maybe little piece of it to be special to
Right.
him. That's a challenge for you,
It
for sure.
it is a challenge, but it's not in so many ways. I kind of am lucky that I do have that one meeting at least before the ceremony. It's about 2 months before the ceremony. And so
Mm.
we do a high level planning meeting. And during that meeting, if he does that, and I always leave it open for them to reach out afterwards so we can make adjustments. And if I hear him saying something like that, I'm like, that's really exciting. We could try to figure out a way to get that in. And so even if she says, I'm not sure about that, I might have a separate conversation with her and say, hey, let's find a way to give him this moment. It's nice because it's not as hard as you would think at that point, because by then I've gotten to know them. And when I finally hear him speaking up, I say, this is exciting. He really is into this. He wants to take part in this. Let's find a way to give him that, and I've never really had anyone say no. It's once they realize that he is actually participating and he wants something, they recognize that it's important to allow that. So it's been fun. And that's the exciting thing. It does start out with just one person. Usually, many times two people interview me, but then it's passed off to someone to manage that relationship. And then by the time we have that meeting, I love that meeting because I get both of them on the same page with what's actually going to happen. And often maybe the girl does take the lead and then the guy comes in and he's like, I didn't even know we had to make these decisions. They kind of thought they were just going to show up and say, I do, and it was fine. And so then you start seeing this person go from not having any input at all to having quite a bit of input by the end of that meeting. And I can see that they're getting excited about it together. And now they're very happy and looking forward to it more than the one guy taking a step back and saying, you do what you want to do. It's fun to watch that genesis, of them
Sure.
finding it. And it's also fun to see that he doesn't think he has an option to participate. He just kind of feels like he shows up, or she too. And then when they see they have so many opportunities to make it their own, it's fun to watch the excitement and the creativity emerge, so.
Yeah. Well, I guess it goes back to traditionally, the woman it's her thing, that special day, fairy tale, things like that. So a lot of times the guy does lean back, but it's nice to see when, he can be integrated in and have
Yeah.
opinions as he should. How
Yeah.
about, religious ceremonies? What is the most either challenging or unusual request related to religion that you had to fulfill?
Let's see. I really haven't had anything that I would say is overly challenging. I did have one situation where she was from a very religious family and he was from an absolutely not religious family, and she definitely wanted religion in the ceremony. And so I really tried to work with her, and I was scared because I don't like to do something overly religious if it's not something the entire group will feel comfortable with. And so I looked for biblical, references that are kind of still buried in current culture. so that it was something that people are still comfortable with, but they've never, they don't even recognize it as being a biblical reference, so, the, for everything, there's a season. That is it, Art Garfunkel, and, that song, that's
The Birds, Turn, Turn, Turn.
Yes.
Yes.
So that song is a song that people sang for years, and parents especially know that, and that comes from the Bible. So we try to find things that are comfortable for everyone to use in a ceremony. In fact, I had an Islamic and Christian ceremony. And for the Islamic ceremony, or for their belief, there are certain things that are common to the Christians. And so I pulled those commonalities, and those are the things I focused on. So yeah, it's been fun to do that, because I learn when I'm doing that. I research and I look for tell me more about this, and I do a lot of research on it, and I try to find things that speak to me, as maybe I'm not from that religion, but it's very common to the religion I am. And it's been a very growing experience for me to do that. And what is also nice is that when I do that, I see that both couples look at me with new eyes, because I don't think they actually saw that that was possible. And what I present to them is something that both of them feel so happy with, and they know their families would be happy with. And so I can see in their eyes that they're really impressed that we were able to do something that brought them all together.
That's why you're so great at what you do.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, those are the moments I live for too. Those are the exciting things for me. The money is not always important. It's the fact that I'm allowing people from diverse backgrounds to recognize their commonalities and support each other and actually choose to marry, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing, if you look on the celebration, the venue side, where somebody says, oh, you could have this type of cake or you could have that type of cake. There's so many choices there.
Yes.
I believe many don't see the ceremony the same way. They think it's kind of going to be, your typical ceremony, maybe a little bit of difference here, maybe we'll make it a little personal here, but no, there's so much you can do. By the way, when you mentioned Turn, Turn, Turn by the Birds, having a religious, biblical connection. Another song that does, that a lot of people don't realize, and it came out probably about 7 years after that song did, like right or mid-70s-ish, Cat Stevens and Morning Has Broken.
Yes.
Big hit song, top 5 song back in the day. And it's religious.
Yep.
They sing it in church.
Yep.
A lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, it's beautiful. There's quite a few things like that we are looking at it in a different point of view nowadays, but it stems from some type of religious background. So
well, it's helpful to you, because then if one half of the ceremony, one half of the couple isn't into something very religious, you can find those ways to make everybody happy. How do we find you? What's your website?
It's Officiant Services by Colleen and Company, and you can just put that in any search engine and you'll find me. And I'm also on the Knot and Wedding Wire, which are platforms in order to plan your ceremony. I get quite a few people from that. My number is 717-318-4383. And you can call me at any time. And again, even if I'm not your officiant, I have a team of people that can help consult and help you develop a ceremony. And you can have somebody else officiate it if you wish. So we do both in person, and we help create it for you or help you find ways to incorporate something special into your ceremony.
Fantastic. I didn't know you were getting married next month. So
yes,
wow.
Actually not next month. It's this month. It's funny.
Oh my gosh.
Married the 29th of April.
Oh, well, congrats in advance for that.
Thank you.
I have credentials. I can marry you if you want. No, I'm just kidding.
We'll Zoom you in.
There you go. Love your creativity, love your passion, and look forward next time we get a chance to talk.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Yep. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Michael Timothy Bean joining us here from beautiful California, much warmer than it is here in New York. And he's working with you as a relationships coach, as a expert, as an intuitive. How would you describe yourself, Michael? You
Let's see. So I call myself a psychospiritual counselor.
Perfect.
And that means a lot. There's a lot in there. And what's in there includes energy work, energy healing. I've been trained in a modality of energy medicine known as intuition medicine. And then have had training in emotionally focused therapy to help with couples. And so between those two and the other work that I've learned how to do, facilitation skills, etc., I guide clients, individuals and couples through guided experiences that help them become more self-aware, self-present, and able to be of service to others.
Perfect.
And that's the combination. And a variety of different things are in there. I offer coaching as well as straight up counseling, and look for opportunities to include the energy work in all of it.
Awesome. Exciting. And how can we reach you? Tell us the website.
Yeah, thank you. My website is soulexpression.com, soul-expression.com. And my email address is michael@soulexpression.com. And my phone number is 510-606-8118. You're welcome to leave me a text or call at any time.
Great. So holidays are here.
Holidays are here indeed.
The stress, the angst, the fun. What would you like to share about the holidays today?
Yeah, the holiday season is stressful in different ways for everybody, and I thought that since this is our last of 7 meetings together, that I would share an energy healing with you to prepare you, if you're in permission, of course, and whoever's listening, an opportunity to have a holiday tune-up.
I
An
love
energetic holiday tune-up. It'll be generic, and is it okay with you? First off,
Absolutely. It is okay. And we're going to do a
All
full
right.
session eventually. We did some mini ones so far, but
Yeah.
absolutely, I could use that.
The idea here, and let me just share with you how it will go down in general. I like to do that for clients just as a way to give them an opportunity to understand what's happening,
Yeah.
understand what I'm going to be doing, and then to deliver that, right?
Yeah.
So the only surprises that come are for themselves throughout the process. So what we'll do after once we finish this introduction, we're going to dig in and we're going to do this. We're going to do a brief grounding meditation to get present in the moment and connect to earth. And then from head to toe, we're going to clean out each of the energy centers of your energy centers and those who are willingly participating, who are listening or watching. And we'll go from the 7th chakra, or the energy center at the crown of your head, through the one here at the forehead, down to the throat, to the heart, to the upper belly, to the lower belly, and then at the base of the spine. And we're going to look and see who's in there, clear them out, offer an exchange of energies, objective detachments, and use a variety of other images and sets of imagery to help this whole process along.
Perfect.
And so consider me an energetic mechanic in this one, offering a somewhat generic full body clearing with an effort with an intention, a heartfelt, heart open connection intention to clear you of other people's energies, to clear your body and systems and make them ready for whatever gatherings you're going to, or whatever situation you're in. All right. And we'll call it a holiday tune-up.
I love it. I'm
Sound all right?
Absolutely. Please. Thank you.
All right. So let's begin. Do you have any questions first?
No, I'm ready. You have my permission. Dig deep.
Quick sip of coffee.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going for the water then.
All right. Let's just have a shared deep breath. Breathe all the way in, hold it for a second or two, and relax it. When this is an eyes closed experience. And slowly exhale and just feel your body relax in the chair. And before we go any further, Jill, do I have your permission to work with your energy today?
Yes, you do. Thank you.
And I'm asking permission of all those who are also participating. If you're in agreement, just acknowledge to yourself. And Jill, if you could please say your full name 3 times as a check-in.
Jill Nicolini, Jill Nicolini, Jill Nicolini.
Beautiful, Jill Nicolini. Thank you. The way you say your name shows me that you are self-embodied, self-aware, and fully present.
I was about to say Jill Nicolini. I don't know. Do I do Nicolini? I don't know.
Yeah, you do it however it comes out. You own your
All
name the way you own your name.
All right.
And it clear to me you own your name.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I think I've shared this before. I've been taught that, or by an old teacher of mine, that the name, a person's name is the address to their soul. And so by saying one's name 3 times, you're inviting your own embodiment.
Okay.
And it's part of the process as an introduction to help bring your spirit back into your body. Okay, back to a deep breath. Close eyes. Nice, long breaths. Breathe in through your nose a little bit harder than you would normally. Hold it at the top for a second or two, and slow exhale about twice the time. And we'll do this 2 or 3 more times. And on your exhales, allow yourself to relax and feel your weight get heavier in the chair. And on this next exhale, feel your body beginning to sink into the earth. Feel your weight get heavier. And with your eyes closed, imagine and feel your body sinking down into the earth. And as you sink, begin to feel the presence of Mother Earth, the ever presence of Earth, and her purpose to provide support and all the things we need to survive. And continue to allow yourself to sink and become present with and one with Mother Earth. And allow her to give you a big hug. The Great Mother's Hug. Allow yourself to feel the loving presence and hug of Mother Earth, full body. Offer yourself permission to unwind your belly, to drop your shoulders and relax, and to begin to feel the presence of Earth coming in through your skin and being absorbed or taken in by your whole body. And then on the next inhale, begin to rise. And rise up back to the surface of the earth, into your chair, or wherever you're at. And continue to breathe a little bit deeply. Now on the inhale, invite the energy of earth to come in through your feet and up through your legs into your hips. And on the next inhale, invite Mother Earth energy to come up through your hips, filling up your belly and up to your shoulders. And feel the presence of earth rise into your body. And on the next inhale, breathe in deeply and hold it and breathe into your head. And feel and invite the energy of Mother Earth to come up into your head. And now relax and just be still for about 5 seconds. All right. Now put your attention onto the very top of your head. Your crown chakra, or the energy center of your connection to the ethereal, connection to spirit. That next plane of existence. And imagine it opening. Imagine an opening at the top of your head. And we're going to give it an open to 100%. You can view the energy centers like apertures of a camera that you can control its opening and closing. So open. I'm going to have you to ask the magic question to start. This is offered to by a teacher of mine, and it's a beautiful thing. The magic question is, how much does my spirit love me? And use your voice and ask. How much does my spirit love me? Go ahead, Jill, say it.
Oh, I'm whispering it. How
Oh,
much
okay.
does my spirit love me?
Good, thank you. One more time, please.
How much does my spirit love me?
And at the end of that saying it, just relax your body and experience the answer to the question. And encourage the answer to come in through the top of your head and descend into your body. Let's do it one more time. This time, giving yourself a hug. How much does my spirit love me?
How much does my spirit love me?
Right on. Feel the answer. And I'm helping with the returning of your spirit and all of the places that it's elsewhere to return back into your body. And now, go ahead and close the 7th chakra down to about 20%, like a nice open skylight. Beautiful. Allow yourself this moment to feel the presence of your spirit in your body. Now, what I'm doing over here on this end is conditioning your body to receive information, turning your bones into a conductor of information, using imagery that's metallic in nature, turning your bones into a copper substance, which kind of loosens things up a little bit and allows you to receive. So consider your body and your skeletal structure to be a conduit of information that you'll be receiving between the ethereal through the 7th chakra down through the earth and your first. And we're going to work our way down. So allow your body to be heavier. Allow your bones to be copperized. And feel the energy flow from head to toe. Right on, take a deep breath. Nice. Okay, go ahead and take your fingers, 2 fingers, and place them on the front of your forehead. This is your 6th chakra, associated with the color indigo. And by the way, the 7th chakra is associated with the color violet or bright purple. So let's go back a little bit and run that color through your 7th chakra. That color violet. All right, good. Thank you, color. And ask that to go, and bring in now the indigo. Put your fingers on your forehead, right at your 3rd eye, that location. See the color indigo, or a very deep, intense blue. And bathe the area right outside into the middle of your head, that spot, with that blue, and let it settle in. Bring in a little brightness, a little cobalt color to clear out the 6th chakra. That cobalt color is kind of the soothing addition to the blue. And here we're offering the invitation for no think space. And create a dial in front of you that you can turn down the flow of thoughts that are coming in. See it like a stream that you're hooked into, and you can close the valve to the stream and instead watch the thoughts go by. Or some other thing that you can control to slow down the flow. Bathing it in that cobalt and indigo blue, and offer yourself the invitation of a no-think space. This is the energy center through which we receive our information through our eyes, our ears, our other senses, and the information that we receive through our intuitive sense, from the quantum existence that's out there, from the spirit world, from the ethereal. Turn down the flow and open yourself up to your own intuition and wisdom. Turn down that external flow and open to your internal awareness. And bathe that in that indigo blue with a little cobalt splashed in there. Take a deep breath. Awareness from 7th to 6th. And put your fingers on your throat. And drop your awareness down to your throat. Pay attention to your throat chakra. And this is a very important energy center, as it is the place of your own self-expression through your voice. This is where you can speak magic into the world. And this is where you can speak truth into the world, where you can choose to express yourself in however you want. It's connected to your shoulders, to your arms, to your elbows, to your hands, to where you can take that creative energy that is coming out through your voice and actually begin to build and make things. So with your fingers on your 5th chakra, clear it out. Offer yourself the question, what is it that I have not been saying, and to whom? What is it that I need to say, and to whom? 3rd chakra gets blocked up when we hold back our truth. 5th chakra blocks up, excuse me, not 3rd. We're going to get to the 3rd. 5th chakra gets blocked up when we withhold ourselves. So allow it to open and invite whoever it is that you have something to say to spirit. And what that means is you just imagine them, welcome them into a space that's outside of yours. I like to say outside of a sweep of the arm in the front. Put them in that place. Put them inside of a hill. On the other side, say a river. It's between you and that person, outside of your space. And in your mind, just offer what it is that you have to share with that person that you've been holding back. Do it spirit to spirit. You don't need to use your voice. Just express yourself and get whatever it is off your chest. Briefly. And you can just let the energy flow too. You don't necessarily have to formulate words. Offer whatever it is that you need to release. All right, very good. Now, if other people showed up too, line them up. We're going to deal with them. Line them up on that hillside. We're going to get to them not one at a time, but we're going to process the energy of all of those people. If more than one just showed up. All right. Now for the entire group, whoever it is. Let's do a gift you back your energy. Say the words out loud, and you're going to address all of them. I gift you back your energy.
I gift you back your energy.
Feel it go. Open yourself up. Crack your shoulders back. Open your heart. We're going to get to the heart next. Gift them back their energy again. Let them go. And feel it leave. And know that the energy you're gifting back is going to find its rightful owner if more than one person has showed up. And if you need to invite others, invite others. Who's coming to your holiday celebrations? Who do you normally have conflict with? Who do you have unresolved issues with? Put them all on that hill. And do it again. Breathe in. I gift you back your energy. Feel it go. Allow yourself that visceral sensation, similar to the one you felt when you asked the magic question. Instead of a receiving, it's a letting go now. And offer it to go back to the rightful owners. And with a breath, unwind your belly, loosen up your belly. All right, good. Now, after an inhale, say the words, and I reclaim my own. And you can put your hands out and scoop it and bring it back. Bring it right back to your heart center. Bring it right back to your belly. Bring it right back to your throat. Bring it right back to your whole body. I reclaim my own energy. Sweep out all over the crowd on the hill. And bring them on back. And feel it come back. And now extend it to energies that you've given out to people who are not on the hill. In your past, recent past, late past, your travels around the world, wherever it is. Reach out your hands. Let your hands summon the energies back. Say, I reclaim my energies. And bring it all back from wherever it is. Space and time, location, proximity. Bring it back to your body and feel it coming. We are reclaiming yourself from across time and space. So you may be fully embodied into these holidays. All right, we're going to speed it up. Quick time check. Fourth chakra. Hold your heart. Offer yourself forgiveness very quickly. 4 words. I love you. Say them out loud with me, Jill.
Okay. I love you.
Please forgive me.
Please forgive me.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Offer it to yourself. Fill up your body. Offer it to the world around you. Be at peace for a moment. Take a breath. Hand on your upper belly, right below your sternum. Big belly breath. Clearing out your third chakra, your seat of personal power. By the way, the heart is pink and green. Green container, pink flowing energy. Third chakra, yellow. Light of the sun. Bring in the light of the sun. Imagine the bright, beautiful sun light up and blast your belly. That healing energy now chill for you in that spot where your stomach meets your intestines. The rose gold energy. 2 hands, make them hot real quick. Rose gold. Deep breath. Intend for a cleared third chakra and a healing gastrointestinal tract, especially for the holidays and all the food in abundance. And offer yourself just the right amount. All right, beautiful. Moving on, dropping down. Second chakra, just above your pelvis, below your navel. Clearing it out. Orange is the color here. Let's bathe this energy center with bright, bright orange, supported by the light of the sun, the heartfelt pink and green. Bring it all, the indigo and the spiritual violet. Cleanse it out. Offer yourself clarity and leading with the heart. Let's close down the second chakra to about 30%. And let's let that guide us through the holidays. 30% through the holidays. Dropping down, first chakra, earth, red, fiery red. Let's run some lava from the earth into your first chakra, like the volcano in Hawaii, Mauna Loa. It's just recently been erupting. Bring in the seawater from the islands, mix it with the red. Let the fiery lava turn into new black earth. And connect it to your presence. And one more time, let's go down and visit Earth. Say hello, thank you, Mama Earth, for bearing witness to this whole thing. And again, from the top to the bottom, nice. Cleanse, 20%, 7th. We'll say 20% 6th, 80% open 5th, 75% open heart, 60% open third chakra, 20% open second chakra, solidly connected, wide open first chakra. Let it settle down. Let it settle down to about 50, but solid connection. Very good. Energetic press pot, one last cleanse all the way through, opening earth up, getting all that junk out of your body. Nice deep breath, come on back, open eyes.
I kept opening my eyes. I didn't know if I was supposed to keep my eyes closed the whole time or not. So I
All
kept,
good.
I kept looking to see if your eyes were open. I'm like, what do I do? Thank you, but I did. Every time I did, your eyes were closed. So I'm like, I think it should be closed, but okay.
It can be open. That's all right.
All right, thank you.
You did good. Thank you. So that's what a typical session can be like with me. Depending upon the intentions, we do different things. This was an again holiday tune-up to intend to allow you to be more present for your people and to be clear of their energies going in and see what happens. Let's see what happens. And if you found relief and if you liked that, feel free to reach out. We can do more, a lot more, and I'd be willing to help and happy to help.
Thank you. Michael Timothy Bean, how do we reach you?
510-606-8118. Michael at soulexpression.com with a hyphen in the middle, the soul expression, and the website soul-expression.com. Have a lot of new content, putting the stuff up. You can see what else I do by checking it out. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a fantastic day. Happy
All
holidays.
right.
Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. And I
Thank
shot you an
you.
email. We'll connect after the new year, I guess. My goodness. Thank you so
Sounds
much.
good.
We appreciate
Thank
you.
you,
Have
Jill.
a fantastic day. Thank you.
All right.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So I just got here, just got out of traffic. There was construction. I was delayed a couple of minutes. And then I get her here on this call and also on this audio. And I said, what do you want to talk about? And she's like, well, you know what? There's a lot of anxiety going on and a lot of stress. Let's talk about that. I'm like, oh, okay. I think things happen for a reason. And that's why we're here. Lots of people dealing with massive anxiety right now. And she is somebody as a life coach that can help you get through all of that, realize some different things you might not have thought of in terms of energy, in terms of meditation. And she's also the CEO and founder of the Elevated Human Experience. Yun Rhee is back with us on the program. Welcome. How are you doing today?
Doing amazing, Steve. So happy to be back here with you and be back on Zoom and audio as well.
Absolutely. And I think things happen for a reason. So here I am saying like, yeah, it was a little stressful through the traffic. All good. No issues. But for a lot of people, that kicks it up. That's one more thing on their plate of anxiety that they have to deal with. What's your starting point when you work with somebody?
Really, I wanted to kind of share with you, and I said this before we got out live, and I said, I want to just do a really quick breathing exercise. And then you mentioned, let's just do it on air, right? So what I want to do is just really practice this with you. And I'm assuming that as soon as you feel it, your audience is going to feel it as well.
Sure.
Everything in life is vibration. And a lot of times our mind and everything is just taking us in multiple places, right? And we get into massive anxiety because of the fact that we're worried about the future. Oh my God, I have a call with Yun. I'm running late. Oh my God, I have to do this. I have to do that. Never mind all the things that happened in the past from the minute you woke up to where we are, right? So the biggest reason for the breathing exercise is really teaching people how to learn how to be present. Our English language is so beautiful, right? There's so many things in our words. And I truly believe that our greatest gift is our ability to be present. Get it? Gift and present.
Okay, cool. Fair enough.
Right?
Gotcha.
So with that, just a really quick, simple breathing exercise. So what I would love for you to do is just practice this with me. And for those audiences that are either watching the video or listening online, do this as well. Because literally, when we can have the power of the calmness of our mind, we can do anything. And our mind serves us in one of two ways. It's going to either be our servant, where it controls us, or it's going to be our servant where we control it, I should say, or be our master where it controls us, right? So the biggest thing that I want to teach people is how to really master their mind. Once we master our mind and we learn simple laws of the universe, we literally have the tools and the power to create whatever reality that we want to experience. So what I want to do with you is just a simple 4-step breathing exercise. What I would love to ask is kind of just relax your body, right? And breathe in through the nose. And if you can, even put your palms up on your lap, right? So you're sitting in stance and put your palms up in your lap and breathe in through the nose. Take that deep breath and make it past your diaphragm so your belly is actually swelling up. So you should feel your belly expanding, not contracting, but expanding. So expand it, and then we're going to hold it for a slow 4 seconds. 1, 2, 4. And then slowly breathe out like you're breathing out through a straw. Slow breath out. And then do that again, in through the nose, expanding that belly, breathe it in, hold it, relax your shoulders. And then slowly breathe out like you're breathing throughout a straw. I'm going to do it 2 more times. Breathe in through the nose. Expanding that belly. Expand. And slowly breathe out. And last one. Breathing through the nose, expanding that belly, holding it. Slowly breathe out. How do you feel, Steve?
Chill. And what's interesting, when we say hold for 4 seconds, we did. Most people don't. It's their perception of what 4 is, and they don't get the full, deep, hold it breath, which is the game changer right there.
Mm-hmm. There's actually science behind it. So we have trillions of cells that literally create our body and our physical makeup. And each one of our cells, right, we have like a capacity, and most of us are running on empty, meaning there's not enough oxygen or air in those cells. So what happens is when we do that breathing exercise, it actually expands the cells and it gets the oxygen into the cells. So it expands and it's almost like filling up the cells with positive energy. And not only that, during that same time, it actually causes us to slow our heart rate down. So our heart rate slows down, our cells expand, and we have the power and more of the ability to be calm and be present in the moment.
Is that cell expansion, Yun? Is it that fast? Wow.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And yet, because of the programs that we're so used to in our body, it goes right back into it when we start thinking about worries, our fears, or we start going back into the past. So 2 things, right? Whenever someone's feeling depressed or feeling bad and negative, usually it's thoughts and regrets from the past. When we're feeling overwhelmed and in fear or anxiety, it's worries about the future. And the most important thing, just like we discussed at the beginning of the call, our most greatest gift is the ability to be present in the moment. See, in energy, there is no past, present, or future. Everything is now. And everything is energy, which is vibration, which is frequency. So what we feel now is literally what's creating the next future, the next moment, the next moment, the next moment, the next moment. And yet we as humans have been programmed to give so much of our power away, looking at our current conditions, our current environment, our current to-do list, to control the way we feel, which in fact, that's all reactionary. Now think about this too. Remember I told you the English language is so beautiful?
Mm-hmm.
Reaction and creation, same letters, spelled differently. And most people are living in reaction when the truth of the matter is we as humans are born in creation. We're not meant to be reacting, we're meant to be creating.
And you can't create if you're reacting and freaking out over the future or dwelling in the past. When you're here, centered, which is what the breathing exercise did, if you're mindful of your breathing, you're here because that's what you're focusing on, right? Mm-hmm. Is for people that deal with that massive anxiety, all these situations that crop up, obviously breathing exercise so impactful. What are some of the other things that they need to be mindful of to minimize? And anxiety is normal for all of us, but to minimize it.
So I think that what would really help people is to really understand how that anxiety comes about, like how it comes about and why it comes about. And the reason why is there's actually something called a law of transmutation of energy, which means that nothing is ever just still. All the energy is consistently transmutating all the time. right? So everything is transmutating in energy and then has to show up in physical form. So where does anxiety actually stem from? Anxiety actually stems from our thoughts of worries, doubts, and fears, right? Our thoughts of worries, doubts, and fears creates a feeling inside of us that gets expressed through the laws of transmutation of energy, and it shows up as anxiety. Right? It actually shows up as fear, right? That feeling of fear. So worries, doubts, and fears turns into more of that fear emotion. That fear emotion gets translated into our body as anxiety. And anxiety over time causes procrastination. It causes dis-ease within the body. That dis-ease within the body actually manifests as in sicknesses or in chaos showing up and our body not being healthy. So let's go even further up the ladder, right? So where does that fear, worries, and doubt come from, right? I love this. The worries, fears, and doubts comes from ignorance. And ignorance is not stating a good thing or a bad thing. Ignorance, all it's saying is we've never done it before. We don't know what it is, right? We don't know what it is. So immediately when we go to think about something we've never done, we go to think about doing something, right, that hasn't been experienced, our mind automatically goes into the programming of worries, doubts, and fears.
Warning, warning, warning. It really does.
Right? So then now that we're aware where anxiety comes from, like, how do we combat that? How do we combat that? And this is so simple and easy. What's the opposite of ignorance?
Opposite of what?
Ignorance. What's
Opposite
opposite of not knowing?
Well, obviously knowing.
Knowing, right?
Being aware, sure.
Right. So the opposite of ignorance is knowledge. So how do we gain knowledge on something that we've never done before, or something that's coming up in the future that we've never experienced in a positive way? How do we gain knowledge about it?
You don't know it until you know it.
And yet we can actually use our intellectual factors. See, we've been programmed to go off of our senses, our eyes, our nose, our mouth, our ears, and our hands to see, smell, taste, touch, and hear, right? To allow our brain to compute whatever these feelings are. But in actuality, we have deeper powers that are so much more self-serving, such as our ability to reason, our willpower, right? Our perception. One massive one, our imagination. So if we actually use our intellectual factors of imagination and say, well, what would I imagine it to be like? So give me something that you would love to do, Steve, like something that would like excite the living daylights out of you for you to be doing that you've never done before.
Skydive.
Skydive. Okay, perfect.
I have a gift certificate. I mentioned it to somebody and they gave it to me for my birthday last year. Haven't gone yet. It's on the list.
When you go to think about doing it, does it kind of scare you a little bit?
Of course.
Right? The worries, doubts. What if I fall? What if the pull string doesn't jump in? What if the tandem guy or the guy that does the tandem with me is not as experienced, right? Immediately, right? So what can we do to use our imagination to gain that knowledge?
When you say gain the knowledge, you mean?
Gain the knowledge of the experience that we desire.
Visualize it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm jumping out of the plane. I'm floating down. I'm prepared for what I'm going to experience, the wind, all of that. And same thing if I have to go to a party, a meeting or something. I play it out in my head. Yeah. All right. I'm there. Who am I going to meet? What's the best thing I should be wearing? I visualize things.
Right. How amazing is that, right? You kicked in your imagination to be able to visualize the things, right? You can even go a step further and say, well, who else does skydiving that loves it? Right? Oh my God, and they're so good at it. What else do they do with skydiving? You can even go further and say, what are the mechanics of skydiving? Whatever's going to put your body at ease, right? And then once you get that knowledge, what happens is you get excited, right? All of a sudden, your body becomes calmer. You become much more relaxed, if you will, right? And your body actually wants to take action. And you go from fear to faith, which both fear and faith are both emotions caused by the unknown.
And if you spoke to me 10 years ago, probably wouldn't be on my radar to skydive. But in my journey, it's like, yeah, I wanted to do it in the past. Now I'm fine with it. I will say somebody I know, I met them very recently last year. They went. I was actually going to go with them. They had an extra ticket. but the weather wasn't great. So a few days later, they did go, but they told me that on the way down, they started spinning, spiraling. And, that's on my radar. Don't like to do this. Not many people do. However, then I check into the data, and that's very rare that happens. It was just one of those things. If it happens, it happens. But it was all good. Nothing happened except for that. So once you're prepared for it and visualize it, all right, is what it is.
Right. But it's so funny. Like, a lot of ladies that are pregnant will be able to kind of relate to this. It's funny how when you're pregnant as a woman, and all of a sudden, like, random people come up to you and share their most horrific stories. It's kind of weird, right? But at the end, or like, if you think about it, right, you go to do something new. My husband and I have been in real estate for a long time, and anybody that goes and jumps into real estate, and we actually taught and trained a lot of people that came into the industry as well. And if you think about it, they would say, oh, I really wanted to do real estate. It was like literally the keys to my freedom, but everybody told me not to do it, right? Like the success rate was so small and blah, blah, blah. Like everybody, and by no desire of their own, like they don't mean to do this, but this is the level of awareness, right? No one means to do this, but everybody is programmed almost to dump their own fears, worries, and traumas onto other people.
Why do they do that?
Programs. Because energetically, we've been programmed under lack and fear. Programmatically, we've been living under fight or flight, right? For the survival method, for what the creation is. And again, I'm so grateful for all of that, because it is through that energy that allowed the expansion and the abundance for where we are as humans today.
Why do we share it? Why do we share it with others, Jan? Like, all right, so I get it. We're programmed that way. We immediately think of the worst case scenario, if you will, and that cripples us with fear and anxiety and all of that. But why do we share that with other people? Why do we want them to know?
I truly believe it's because we are programmed. That's a way of showing us that we care. Like, think about us as parents, right? We say, oh, don't do that because we don't want you to get hurt, right? We don't want you to take that risk because what if you fail? It's going to hurt to fail, right? So I truly believe it's because we care. So the intent is amazing. Execution, maybe not, right? The intent is amazing. Like, oh, don't touch that burner. You might get hurt. Don't try that new career because you know what? The success rate is really small. But again, it's not because they don't want you to do it. And it's not because they don't really, like, it's really because it's like, they want to keep us safe. And if you think about us as humans, our ego works really hard to keep us safe.
And I get it. It's coming from a good place. Like, as a parent, you'd say to your kids, hey, well, I remember this happening to me, so I want you to be aware of it. You're doing the same thing you would do to yourself, except you're doing it to a loved one, because you'd be saying the same thing to yourself. Well, remember, Jan, the time that you did that, your brain is saying that, that was kind of scary. So I just want you to know. And now you're sharing it with somebody else who you care about. Yeah. Because you program.
Right. And that's what I love. So my husband and I are both Proctor Gallagher Institute consultants, and we teach a program called Thinking into Results, which is a 6-month program that teaches people how to think and operate like the 1%ers of the world, right? Now, the 1%ers of the world actually own about 96% of the wealth, but it goes way further than that. They're the ones that created the world that the masses live in. And now we have access to all of this information because of the use of technology and our world becoming smaller and smaller. And it really is now time, I truly believe, an amazing time for us to be humans, where science and theology are coming together, right? To really provide the evidence of how powerful we are as humans, and that we have the power and access to everything and anything to go and create and live the life that we desire, as long as we believe it. Right? As long as we believe it. So I know this whole conversation started with anxiety, which I think a lot of people are in. And I think that it's really amazing to be aware that another reason why people feel anxiety and we feel anxious, think about the number of data and information we consume in a given day.
Yeah.
Right? It's like information overload. We consume more information in one day than most people did in a full year in the early 1900s. So we're just walking around consuming more and more information, right? And our body doesn't really move towards what it is that we truly want. So the things that we desire, our knowing doing gap gets wider and wider, and that space in between is anxiety.
Do you think it's just overload? Like we are just overloaded, and anxiety is normal, and we all deal with it, but add the add that information on top of it, and it's almost mind-boggling to try and process it.
And that's why I truly believe this entire journey is all about growing in self-awareness, right? Which is exactly why I believe the thing that needs to be really preached to the masses is taking that time for you. Disconnect from technology. Like when you wake up in the morning, right? Don't check your phone. Give yourself, I mean, Steve, if I can be honest with you, everyone that I know that was successful that I looked up to had a morning routine. And I was running around with my head cut off, running in circles, right? Spinning around and information overload, chasing success, pleasing my husband, my clients, my kids, my cup was on empty. So the thought of actually spending an hour in the morning to myself, I was like, who has the time for that? Right? Who has the time for that? Well, it got to a point where I had no option. I really needed to change something. So guess what I started with? 6 minutes a day. 6 minutes a day, because it is more powerful to give yourself 6 minutes a day every day of the week versus 3 hours in one day and never do it again for the next 6 days, right? Our programs and our subconscious mind that creates our reality has to be spaced repetition, right? We don't learn how to walk because we practice walking for 12 hours in one day and then never walked again for the next month. We learned how to walk, and that became a program because we got up every single time and did it in spaced repetition. So we got better and better and better. Then we were able to run, get better and better and better. Driving, brushing your teeth. Nothing is a program until it's actually repetition and programmed into our mind.
And that's the only way you make change. Like to your point, great to have a spa day, this weekend coming up. All right, so you're going to do an hour or two, whatever it is. Well, that's great. But that's not the repetition creating the habit whereby the 6 minutes just keep repeat. And then that's how the bad habit got in.
Right. Exactly. Right? And a lot of that bad habit is the repetition of our inner voice.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Why did you do that again? Oh, did I say the right thing? Did I say the wrong thing? Right? Those are programs, our inner voice of our programs. They operate. So huge believer. Your morning space is your time to reset every day. Every day. Every day you get to reset and become a new version of yourself if you so choose. However, if we wake up and go right to our phone, we go to our to-do list, we're reactivating everything that we were and all the programs that's been operating us, and we find ourselves in that hamster wheel. So if we can just create the practice, again, 6 minutes a day. I started with 6 minutes a day. I'm now up to like an hour and a half to 2 hours. It's my time and I love it. I would never, ever want to sacrifice anything for it. And yet 6 minutes a day is it's so worth it. It will change your world to find that quiet time, to find your peace, to breathe, set intentions.
I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm starting fresh, and I'm not kidding. I wish we had 6 minutes. We don't. But I'll say this weekend, I laid in bed and I was just like chilling. Normally I don't, I'm like nonstop, go. And it was kind of like that the rest of the weekend, but I wanted to take some time. And I did, but I didn't do anything. Basically, I just sat there, a little phone action here and there. But it needs to be on a regular basis. And the 6 minutes, when you think of it, out of 24 hours, just do it. You have it even just to have the quiet for the 6 minutes. Game changer. Yeah.
Game changer. So Steve, we're going to talk next week. You're going to do 6 minutes every day for the next 7 days, right? You're going to do the breathing exercise. I highly recommend that breathing technique that you and I did together. Wake up, do that, set some intentions, right? I am going to have a magical day today, right? And then say some affirmation like, I am so happy and grateful now that I have everything that I need and everything comes easily. Something to that effect, like whatever it is, but 6 minutes. And I can't wait to talk to you about those results because it is life-changing. It's simple and easy.
I might even take it one step further and spend 8 minutes and take those 2 and write in a gratitude journal, which has been on my radar forever. What's the best way to reach you, Yun?
So you can find me at yunreed.co, which is my website, or I'm also on elevatedhumanexperience.com. And I'm also on all the socials. It's just as Yun Reed. There's many different ways to get in touch with me. I really appreciate it. And yes, more importantly, get into action. Get into action, right? Because you deserve it and you're worth it.
And it works. And it's scientifically proven, even the breathing technique. And again, I've done them before. Hearing you do the count was impactful for me because if I'm doing it, I'm thinking 1, 2, 3. That's not a full second. And it doesn't give you the same benefits when it's a full 4 seconds, truly 4 seconds. Jan, thank you so much for being here today. Learned a lot, and we have homework, but it's good work.
Absolutely. It's life-changing. Thank you,
Yeah.
Steve, and I look forward to our next call.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Romancing the stone is what I think about when I think about my next guest, Dr. Michael Kell. How are you?
I would more likely say romancing stoned.
Yes.
But it works better when you're not.
Always a pleasure having you. Before the show, we always talk, and then I'm like, we got to start the show. But it's whatever. What are we talking about? So we're here. Welcome. What do you want to talk about?
I can't think of anything really serious to talk about today because it's so busy. But this is interesting, I think, because I haven't really talked about it. But I've romanced women when I was a little kid, 3 years old. It's just a natural thing. And it's not a bad thing. I don't try to take advantage of them. I don't necessarily go to bed with them. I want them to feel loved and cared for, and they're not invisible. And, and a lot of times they love you back, which is really nice because it's like food for me. Because getting love back from a woman, it's food for me because it helps me write poetry. It helps me write my stories, my books, which I like even better, which they're not really out yet, but they are really, really tender. Even I cry when I read my own books, not because they're sad, because I can't believe anybody could be that tender. Even if it's made up. So over the years, I found places where I like to romance. Okay, because the truth of the matter is, I'm looking for one particular lady. That wasn't born probably when I started looking, but it's a woman I've been married to many, many times in the past.
Oh my goodness.
And so she and I are bound, but the physical world doesn't quite work perfectly. So sometimes you get meat, sometimes you don't. So I'd say about maybe 20 years ago, not quite that much, I became extremely serious about this. After a lot of other girlfriends and lovers and wives and stuff. And so I had to think for a moment and feel where she's going to be born, or if she was born or not. She can't just be born then, it would be too late. But she is in Ukrainian, so I'm half Ukrainian. And so I knew she was in Ukraine. I just didn't know where in Ukraine. And so there's this really good agency that's been around a long time called UA Dreams. Okay. And it's legitimate. The women there are legitimate, not trying to hassle everybody usually. And, so I've been talking to people, helping them, romancing them, visiting them, different people for a long, long time. So I'm sure I'm the most eligible bachelor on that
Taking
site.
pictures of us, don't worry. Of course.
So listen to this though. So maybe a month ago or 2 months ago, because people email me all the time off the site. And so I got this email from a 20-year-old Ukrainian that happens to be in Calgary now, Canada. Okay. Studying. So our parents are in Germany trying to get out of Ukraine, get to Canada, and while the Ukrainians live. And so she sends me this really sweet letter. And so I usually respond back. I mean, just because I'm a gentleman. So I responded back, and I asked, like, who are you? Sort of metaphorical question. And she wrote back and she goes, I don't know who I am. I'm like 20 years old. I don't know who I am yet. But I know who I'm for and what I am to do. She says, God created me for you. It's just that's me, okay? And and I want to be a mom and have some babies, stuff. She's traditional. So that was really weird, okay? Because I've never heard anybody say that to me. And I don't think anybody would ever say that. So I've talked to her a little bit, and she's really sweet, a virgin even. So innocent that I have a feeling for her because she's innocent. Make sure her life works out pretty good. I don't want any first bad loves, if there's anything. Okay. So I talked to her, and she's in university and stuff, and that's okay. But then, not too later, maybe a little before, I get another email from a lady in a city in Ukraine that I know a lot of people in there. And she and I had this immediate bond. I mean, immediate. And so things are go really, really fast, really, really fast. It's kind of inconvenient to visit there with the war going on. And so I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. I was telling him what was going on. And I said, it's just like how things work out for angels.
Aww.
Not do you just get one, but to make it fun, they give you 2 past wives. So you have to choose one, And I don't like choosing. Not at all. I mean, that when it comes to love and stuff, but I figure I'm been around long enough, I can retire. So I'm trying to find somebody to retire to that I can really be with, and care with and have a good time. I'll probably die before she does, but that would be good. So I'm tired of romancing. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Because there's heartbreak with it a lot of times, when things happen, either way. So,
wow.
But it does help me write. So I was editing a book today and reading some parts. Which were kind of erotic, but that wasn't the point of them. I'm thinking, oh, this love stuff is really good for me. Because I'm even better in my books than I am in real life, which should be that way.
Yeah.
So
who are we romancing these days? That's what I want to know. You said we could talk about how many ladies are on the list, what's happening in your romantic world, since it's all about romance.
So 7 women in Ukraine want to marry me. That's like, it's like, I don't mean this to happen, but it just happens. And I think it's because I sincerely pay attention to them, and I sincerely respect and honor them. And I don't realize that as I got older, I think my charm has got better. I don't know if I look very charming, but I am charming when it needs to be, and so it's getting effective.
Wow.
So really, it's probably down to, well, I'm sort of, it's okay. It's 2 single mothers with 2 girls, kind of opposite of you. Okay, you get 2 boys. And I really like them because I don't have to have a kid with them. You see, so that's good.
Yeah,
and,
they have that motherly touch, which you love and
you
need someone who loves. Yes.
But I think I have to choose either the Ukrainian girl in Calgary, which is sort of convenient for me since I'm in Atlanta, or the other one is still in Ukraine. But I really like the other one in Ukraine. She's a designer. And she is so right by big as you, okay? I would imagine.
But does she want, do they want to move here?
Well, I mean, I don't think, well, the one in Canada, I'd go to Canada for that one, okay? Get out of the United States. But we haven't talked, it doesn't come down to that. There's so many logistic problems you have to take care of. then I have to make sure that they feel what I want them to feel and be genuine because it's good for them.
Yeah.
Which I think most people sounds insane, but I really want things to be good for the ladies because I don't like how they're abused. I don't like how they're taken advantage of. It pisses the shit out of me, excuse my language. And
wow.
Unfortunately, there's groups like I talked about Claire before. They're trying to, have women stop being invisible, move up to where they're meant to be. Not spiritually, but just in the world. So I think things are changing. But if people understood that Satan really is the prince of the world, whether there is a Satan or not, it's irrelevant. But that kind of idea, because I was thinking about talking about abortion a little bit, because women have been aborting fetuses since the dawn of time, probably. Well, human time.
Yes.
And there's a good reason to do that because sometimes 20% of the babies, I think, are probably defective. So nature aborts them, just naturally. And this about women and abortion is evil, evil, evil. The Christians talk about it, but I was thinking about making a new group called Christ Against Christianity because they don't practice what he teaches. And when you talk about abortion and you go to Genesis, okay? First, second chapter. It said, God made it's a Babylonian thing. It's not really not Jewish at all, but the gods made man out of the dust of the earth, breathed life into him, became a living soul. So if the baby can't breathe and survive, guess what? I didn't say that. Didn't say anything about that kid. Preacher. And I'm not talking about random abortion just because it's birth control, but when a baby is probably viable to survive, is probably what they're talking about, which is like 24 weeks, usually if you don't have all this intensive care. And, so this is thing that, that's what God said, apparently to the Christians. I'm not saying God said it, but that's what God said to the Christians, they say. So why don't they obey it? Why don't they follow the 10 Commandments, which are not meant to be totally literal? When you shoot somebody with a gun, if it's a war, they don't call it murder, but it is murder. Okay, so that means there's justified things you do and unjustified things you do. But what about all the murder they do with that poor lady? And there's a poor girl, okay, that has to have a baby. They murder her life. The kid might not go to a good place. And it's just terrible. They're so hypocrites, like Jesus said, Pharisees. They're hypocrites. Our government is a hypocrite. Most of the people that in the United States are hypocrites. And it shouldn't be that way. Women need to come to power in America, in the world, so the male and female forces are balanced, and the females prevent the males from being too violent, and the males make sure that things move along by fertilizing the system. So, sorry, I get animated with that. I hate oppression.
No, I know. Isn't that horrible in our world that why can't people just let people choose what they want to choose and just and as a woman, you've been oppressed for years.
I think a lot of normal males feel the same way.
Yeah.
Not necessarily bound to any religious doctrine, which they don't even understand. We'd all like to have a peaceful life. Who would not want their wife to feel loved and needed, so you can be mothered a little bit,
Yeah.
And why would a woman not want to be fathered by her husband in a way? Because there's certain energies there that have to be in balance. And what I've discovered over the years is females, not all of them, but females that had a really good relationship with their father, which they taught them to be confident, taught them it's okay to stand up for things, just normal things that, that males usually do biologically. Those women become very powerful in a good way. They're not seeking power. They become like a fulfilled woman. And a man has to be fulfilled too. Gurdjieff used to say, a man isn't a man unless he loves a woman and she loves him, and vice versa. And I believe that's to be true because we have male and female sides in us. It's different ratios between you and I, but you need to be balanced, because humanity is going to be destroyed if they don't change their attitudes, and there's only so much angels can do, but they will come and kill them. they'll kill you at the end because they're warriors. If it bothers them, they don't even like humans hardly
Mm-hmm.
because they're so violent and mean and nasty. But why do we have to go through that? It's stupid. It doesn't affect me. I'll be somewhere else. Hopefully you'll be somewhere else too.
I know,
But,
right?
It's just, can't ignore how bad our world is. You don't have to have it bother you so much, but you need to do whatever you can do at your little local level, I think.
Well, is that your microphone, by the way? Do you hear a little static? Hello, hello, hello. Check 1, 2.
Wait, is it sound like a pan, sort of?
I heard I heard it twice.
I don't know.
So, okay, nope. Just
I'll turn
making sure.
I'll turn it.
No, I forgot what I
I'll
was
turn
saying.
I don't hear anything, but I'm hearing anything, so I should go there.
Land Rover, nice shirt. Is that what that says?
Yep. As the rural Land Rovers, after BMW bought them from Land Rover.
Love it. Love it.
Now they got rid of all the good ones. We live in a world of unimaginable.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has to be the same because there's nothing in them.
That's true.
They don't care about what they happens to them. They don't want to be internal. They don't want to be, help the world. They don't want to listen to whatever their God is. I'm going to tell you one thing. I told my friends this. I said, Christ, I know. Okay, I like Christ, but what they've done with his teachings is horrendous. And I'm saying, most of you guys think you're going to heaven, but God made extra space in hell because that's where you're all going because you're hypocrites. Not everyone, okay? Not everyone. Same thing with Jewish people. Same thing with all the rest of them, except Buddhists probably doesn't count because they're being reborn all the time, which is probably not true for everyone. So I vented. So what should we talk about next?
Well, I want to talk about all these women. That piques my interest. Dr. Michael Kell is like one of the most eligible bachelors, and he's got invitations from all these women. But how do you have time to manage them? No, okay. I mean, do they think you're exclusive? How does it work?
No. See,
tell me how
I
it
tell
works.
them. I tell them.
You can't
They
commit.
read my
You can't
stories and
settle
stuff,
down.
and I tell them stuff. Okay, like if I know somebody I'm talking to is probably somebody I was married to in the past, which is not hard to do, but not that common. But I have to, it's like I love them all. And I don't care if they give me anything back to me when I talk to women. I have a conversation because I got money to do it, not enough, but some. So I spend a lot of time. But it's good for me because if we can learn to love others easier, and it's easier for me to love females than men, of course, it's that it makes me better. And so I think a lot of people think I'm outrageous, but I'm not like Don Juan. I'm not like Casanova because I know how to romance and love, and they never did. And that's the problem, is women need to be loved. So I just love them. Doesn't mean I sleep with them. Doesn't mean I want to sleep with them. But I want them to know they are loved because it makes them for their sake. But I like doing it because it makes me feel like I'm being helpful. It's no egoism in it at all. Like one time I was in Zaporozhye City in Ukraine a long time ago. And so I was seeing somebody and, there's another girl, other Ukrainian lady there. I was just interviewing or something. So I walked by and she said, "Excuse me." I said, "Yes." She said, "You're a lady killer, aren't you?" I go, "I never thought of it. I don't know." But as I get older, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. But you see, there's a caveat here, is that, most of us have had bad first relationship. And when I was in university, like probably second year, maybe third year, and I was in love, all I wanted was one woman to love and have a family with. Kids I didn't think about, I was too young, but just one nice family. That's all I ever asked for. So what happens when I'm with my first intimate partner? Catholic girl, Catholic school. Her friends were trying to pick up on me. I was much handsomer then, but still, and I'm going, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Of course, then she betrays me, but that was okay. And so what I'm trying to find is someone, the connection is that all that can be erased from the universe. You know, can you imagine the very first sincere love affair going into marriage, you know, and family and you know, you still fight and stuff, but it's like no matter what happens, they can never separate you. You know, and it's equal. And everybody cares about each other. You know, and that's probably the closest we can get to unconditional love, being humans. And it will never be unconditional, but the more unconditional, I should say, less conditioned it is, the better it is. It's closer to what God is. God's feeding love through us. We're supposed to feed it back out. So why are we restricting it? You know, and so I was hoping before I died this life that I would find her, or at least one of them, okay, and take care of them. But a couple asked me, like, what happened if you found, because I told about it, if I found 3 of them? I said, you guys don't understand. It wouldn't matter if I loved them. It wouldn't matter if I was with them because I'm with you. And said, I know the secret of how, you know, polygamy, I mean, not polygamy, but how to do that. Every wife has to feel like she is the only one that you love, but they're friends with each other. You know, and that's all they want. That's all they ask for, except to be motherly and take care of people and do all the good things women do. You know, but that one's hard to do in this world.
Reminds me of
So
what's that show? I was watching that many years ago. The man in Utah who has all the wives, sister wives. It's called. Do you remember that show?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, that could work. I'm not against it.
I mean, actually, in my stories, I mean, there's a lot of incest in there, but incest isn't apply. Humans think it's incest. God's not God, but God's consider it genetic modifications, okay, improvements, like elves and stuff. And so it's funny when you read the books because we put all that aside, and it's there for a reason to make you nervous. Because when you can get back past your nervousness and you see what's happening between the people, you go, why would it matter?
Yeah.
You know, in one book, I mean, God is the hero in the universe. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He makes errors. He needs wives. He needs their advice. If he has like 9 wives, you know, and they all love each other. I'll make love to each other, you know, things. But every time they make love with him, it's as if no other woman existed in the universe except her.
Mm-hmm.
And so it works out really well. And so,
wow,
you know, he creates children, you know, genetic modification. He's trying to find a female version of him, but it's female, which she's done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's like 12 years old, and it's where she stays. She wants to be daddy's girl. She doesn't want to grow up. You know, but then he had children with Leto. So he had, that's a mythology, but he had Artemis and Athena, you know, and so they want to marry him. You know, Greek gods have a lot of incestuous relationships. You know, so he ends up like marrying his daughter, some of his daughters, not all, some of them, and then, you know, this, and this, and its sister. It was created with his sister.
So wait, I'm sorry, but God, is it okay to do that? Or are we?
What? No, I'm not talking about what people think God is. This is my
No.
stories.
Oh no, but in real life, you connected with the other side. Is it okay for cousins to marry cousins or brothers and sisters? Is that okay? Should it be just your opinion?
Okay. Here's a caveat, okay? And then what was taught in the past isn't quite true. They've done data and look, because you look at how much DNA gets carried over, probabilities, which is like half every mating.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, first cousins are far enough apart that they could marry each other. Okay, but look at Victorian England. You know, Dharma's married to his cousin. They didn't hurt them, and so it's not as close as things. Brothers and sisters is a genetic problem.
Okay.
If there's anything wrong in the DNA, if there's nothing wrong in the DNA. I mean, you don't know that, but if you could know that,
true.
Why? So who cares? They love each other. Why do I care?
Yeah.
You know, and the ancient Egyptians did that. You know, Cleopatra's whole line with the Ptolemies. They married brothers and sisters, brothers and sisters. Sometimes it was figurative, you know, but a lot of times it was actual. You know, and they didn't seem to have a problem with it, but they had a good genetic structure, I think, and it never got worse. Mutations are rare. So, but what I'm just trying to show is that you put aside our fixed beliefs, you know, and that's why sometimes when I read even the erotic stuff with the whole context, it makes me cry. I mean, not cry, but tear. You know, stuff because it's so loving. You know, even though it should be daddy. It's not about incest. It's about that he's God, okay? And he loves everybody. And they all love him. You know, and they're always anyone else were incestuous, so that's okay. They had perfect genetic structure. In my stories, at least. So, but life is difficult, I think. even with the best intentions.
Yeah.
But I really am looking forward to retiring finally and be happily married.
Yep. Me
with
too.
2 daughters. I didn't say anything about having other ones, right?
Yeah.
But I want 2 daughters to raise.
Aw.
You know, and I was telling this Iris, her name and stuff. I said, here's what I see for you. And she said, it's Father's Day. So I wrote back. I said, it's Father's Day. And you and our 2 beautiful little girl daughters are talking. And you say, no, it's Father's Day today. We have to make a card for Daddy because he loves us so much. He's always protecting us and taking care of us. And so, they give him the card and stuff. So it's nice. And he goes, I'll talk to them when Mommy has a Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Trying to end. But it's just tenderness is missing in this world.
Got it. Oh,
And what's better than your children loving you?
so true.
I mean, really loving you and taught how to love. It's not totally natural.
Yeah.
But nobody wants it anymore. And it's sad. Makes the angels sad.
Makes me sad that we have to go. Always love talking to you, and
Find the
hopefully
perfect
working
one.
on seeing you.
Now, she's not
soon.
perfect because we're all imperfect.
Oh,
The
you
one
just
that
froze.
matches really well. So you both grow.
Got it. You froze for a second there. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, we are out of time. Dr. Cal, I'll see you soon. Hopefully next month.
Yep. And Ashley, I think Ashley said she talked to you. She called me to remind me of the show.
Yeah. Awesome. Let's get it done then. July, if you're available. I forgot.
Hey, my dear, get well and think of when we can meet. And
Yeah. That I
deal with
said-
all
told
those
you
other
the
issues
day,
you
the
told me
day in
about.
July, the second week in July, I think it is. Let me know. All right. We'll talk soon. Thank you.
Kisses. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Yay! Monica Garnett is back. And it's always a pleasure to speak to her as a counselor, as a friend, and all she does. She's always super helpful. And I'll have her say hello and introduce her beautiful self today. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi. So, Monica Garnett. I am the owner and one of the therapists at Garnett Counseling Services. And so we're based out of the South Bay area in California. However, licensed in California, Illinois, Virginia, Nevada, and New Jersey. I almost said New Mexico. I had to stop myself.
You got a lot. Oh my goodness. Awesome.
Yes.
And as a coach, you're working with people all over, right?
Absolutely. As a life coach and substance abuse counseling.
Beautiful.
We can do that nationally. And so we can be reached at garnettcounseling.com, and that's GarnettCouns COUNSELING.com. Sorry. Had a Monday morning pause.
Exactly. It's okay.
And we can also be reached at 888-427-6006 and Instagram at Garnett_counseling and Facebook Garnett Counseling Services.
Perfect.
So
All right. And what did you have in mind for us today, darling?
I thought I would deviate a little bit from the heaviness of feelings and thoughts. I know we talked about thoughts last week, and previously before that it was grief. This past week has come up, procrastination has been the topic of the day. And then I thought about this weekend and I kept singing, what is the Bruno Mars song in my head? Today I don't feel like doing anything. I just want to stay in my bed.
Yeah.
And I sing that to myself and I'm like, I'm giving myself space. But sometimes I catch it when I'm procrastinating, when there's things that I just don't want to do. And so procrastination, is just that, delaying or postponing an act. It can be small, it can be little. And then it can also be just avoidance, we're procrastinating it because we're just avoiding it. Or there's something on the other side that, the motivation is there. I can see myself on the other side of the hill. It's just trying to get there. And so there are certain reasons that we procrastinate. But before that, one of the things when I was looking this up caught my attention. And I use myself as, I self-disclose because I feel like I'm the best. Why not? I'm the best subject matter expert of myself. And then I incorporated it with my counseling. And so I was finding that there are certain statements that we use every day, not thinking that is procrastination, and sometimes it's, oh, you know what? I work well under pressure.
Yeah.
And I think about how many times I've heard that. I work well under pressure. And it's like, why would you put yourself under that pressure?
So true.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Me too. Guilty.
Oh, I am so, so guilty. And then I'm thinking, but really, I'm just delaying the inevitable. Or then I'll do it whenever is whatever it could be. And I'll do it when it's just really just putting it off. And sometimes there's never a good time. I'll do it when it's a better time. I'll do it when I got more rest. I'll do it when, I can sit down. And sometimes I was talking to one person the other day and we were talking about just this, I'll do it when I can sit down.
Yeah.
And then once that time comes to sit down, then who wants to get up?
So true, right? Yeah.
And so do it now. And then the same thing, similar to I'll do it when. I can't right now. I'm too busy.
Always say that. Always say that. Yep.
And so it's, how do I find the right time? Is there a right time? What does that right time look like? And sometimes what we have to do is be purposeful in setting that right time.
Yeah.
But before going all into that, just reasons and sorry, I was just looking to the left. My lovely baby, my fur baby got out and he's in my.
It's awesome. It's okay. We love that. We love
he's
that.
in my plants.
I love it. I love it.
He knows how to do this when I'm busy. But reason and examples of why people may procrastinate. And so motivation,
that's a good one. Lack of it. And
gosh, sometimes it's the motivation is there. It's just the steps or the task may be too big, or I can see what it's like on the other side, but I don't have any rewards right now.
Yeah.
How do I, like, say, for instance, someone may want to lose 50 pounds and the big goal is 50 pounds. Well, you know what? I'll start out the first day, I'll start out strong. I'll eat right the first day, exercise. But then when I think about the second day coming, it seems to be a lot.
Harder.
Especially to get to that other side. For me, it's 5 pounds. And so it's dealing with that, how, when it's so far away, where it's on the other side, I always say it's the other side of the hill. because when I think about going on the other side of the hill, you have to climb up, and then, the downside is the easiest part, but the upside, going up the hill, is the one that can be a little tedious, have a little more oomph to it. You require a little more energy, or sometimes a lot more energy. And so how do I do that? I break it up. So instead of looking at going back to the example of the 50 pounds, breaking it up into maybe every 5 pounds, or for me, every 1 pound, or even, it doesn't even have to be broken up into pounds. It could be broken up into, how many times today did I eat correctly? How many times today did I walk?
And the accountability factor.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I put in there too, how to hold yourself accountable. Accountability buddies are great, but there are some that like to work alone. So, again, how do I hold myself accountable? How do I make how do I meet myself where I need to be? And sometimes breaking that down into the smaller steps does just that. A lot of times in therapy, people will hear me say, be kind to yourself, be kind to yourself. And that's the theme for me, because we're so hard on ourselves so many times. Whether it's, I have to do this and I have to do this right. I have to do this. I have to make it big. It has to be big. I have to do everything all in once. And that's another part of procrastination, becoming overwhelmed. There's too much food on the plate.
A lot of times I feel the overwhelm a lot of my life, and that makes us stuck in so many other ways, personally, mentally, physically. Yeah, we're talking weight loss, weight gain. We're talking mental stress and anguish, let alone the trickle down effect.
Oh my gosh, yes. And that's when I usually catch myself singing, today I don't want to do anything. Because it does trickle down.
Yeah, it does.
And so, yeah, so it's meeting myself in the middle. Sometimes I think we're kinder to other people than we are to ourselves. So, yeah. And so I'll get off my horse with that one, because I can be on there forever. Another one is fear of failure. What happens if I mess this up? What happens if it's just a flop and then I look like a fool, or I mess someone else up, or things don't come out my way? And so really, it's another thing that I talk about is, what's the truth? Let's face it, sometimes there are things where I do have to take a chance. What can I set up there that's right there next to me that will help me as far as taking that chance? What are those steps that I can take? And then also, if the fear of failure is linked to anything else, seeing a professional, getting to the heart of the matter. One of the things about procrastination, it can be what's the word that I'm looking for? It could be a symptom of anxiety and even depression. But even when I look at the anxiety part, I look at, the worry, the constant worry. What if I fail? What if I succeed? What if? And that what if voice, it can be so strong. So finding out, what do I need to, where is it coming from? And what do I need to help just kind of kick that voice and just sometimes just do it afraid. The next thing is fear of success. What happens if I do make it on the other side of the mountain and it's bigger than what I think it should have been, or what I dreamed of? What if I do good?
Wow.
Some people think, oh my gosh, how do people fear success? But it's so possible. But it goes back to that what if. But the base of it is fear. Why am I afraid? Facing it head on, sometimes having that conversation. Why am I afraid? And again, if I can't address the fear and find the base of it, then finding someone to talk to, talking to a professional about it. And this is the next one is something that I have caught myself doing, being a perfectionist. I'm going to do it when I know that it's going to be perfect, not even right, not even look good, not even getting it accomplished. It has to be right. And that is heavy. That is such a heavy pressure that we put on ourselves because nothing is perfect. No, not at all. And so I just had another thought, finding the perfection at the end of it and just kind of overseeing what the process is. That's another one as far as being perfect. And again, just like with the fear, excuse me, what's the root of the perfectionism? Why do I need to be perfect? Why does this have to be perfect? And sometimes perfectionist, it just comes from, I know we talked about core beliefs before.
Yeah.
Core beliefs are based in our experiences. Where did I get this information that this has to be perfect? And does this show up anywhere else in my life? And so sometimes it could be a little bit of a deeper dive. It doesn't have to always be, but it excuse me, perfectionism actually is another one that requires a nice heart-to-heart chat with yourself.
Or a medical diagnosis
Or
diagnosis of like an OCD or something, which I'm diagnosing
Absolutely.
myself with that issue. But go ahead. Yep. Uh-huh.
Talk about that another day.
Yeah. With having everything perfect, having everything organized and clean, because it's not. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's amazing. Excuse me. How we could just see just different things in how we do, and how we can hold the mirror up to ourselves and say, okay, this is what needs to be. I need to address this. I need to look at this. And it's everyday stuff. Every day. Another one is underestimating. This is one of my favorites too. Underestimating time constraints. I'm good for and I talk about the plate all the time, putting so many things on my plate, thinking I have all the time to do it. So I think about another analogy I think of is just going to a buffet, cramming everything on my plate and being told that I have 10 minutes to eat.
Yep.
And so, and I remember I was in ROTC. It takes me back to, I was in ROTC in college. And when we would have to eat, we only had, eat. You had only a little bit of time to eat the food. And so there's so many things that get missed and underestimating time constraints. Because if I'm underestimating time constraints and I'm pushing and I stretched myself thin, then that means I can't give the quality time I do have, or that's needed for each project or each thing that's on my plate. So again, it goes back to setting up reasonable goals. And so I look at the reasonable goals and objectives. Again, making it smaller, prioritizing. That's another one. What can I do now versus what can I do later? And then another one is easily distracted. Just not having the focus. And a lot of times when I have clients who are easily distracted, I just ask them pretty much, okay, so what else is going on that has your attention? Why is this a priority versus what you need to do a priority? And is this the right direction you want to go? Because if the other thing that you're distracted by is a priority, then why not do that first and then come back and do this? It's okay.
You make me feel so good. And I hope our listeners and obviously the people you work with, sometimes they need to hear it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it boils down to giving yourself permission. And going back to being hard on ourselves, how often do we do that? How often do we say, hey, it's okay? Or my favorite thing is having someone set up to say, having someone on the team. And that's another thing I had spoke about, I believe a while ago, was the team. Who's on your team? and what positions do they play? And so having someone set up on your team to be your accountability person. And when we have an accountability person, we think of someone who said, oh yeah, go, 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 go. And they just hold you accountable for everything. But sometimes that accountability person is just there to say, hey, it's okay. Hey, don't forget, it's all right. Breathe, live, rest. Because how often do we do that? Because I think sometimes, and this is my thought, we're such a go, go, go society. It's so easy to get caught up in the storm,
Yeah.
So I love having that accountability person. Unfortunately, mine, she talks a little more than what I want her to.
Ah.
It's my sister.
Oh, that's great. I know we have that same, I think we talked about my sisters, but we're just different, like you and your sister. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully she's listening.
Ah, what's her name?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Felicia.
Hi, Felicia. Oh, that's so funny because then the whole Bye Felicia thing came out a few years ago and everyone was saying that. And she was like, it's me.
No, actually, side chat. She hates it.
Wow.
She hates it. So when I can get under her skin, it's Bye Felicia. She's like, shut up, Monica. As you can see, I love to laugh. And that's one of the things too. I think that's one of the things with permission.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes things don't have to be taken seriously. And even when they are, where can I find that space in between to live and to breathe? For me, it's laughter. Sometimes it's maybe a little too much, but hey, it is what it is. But yeah, for me, it's laughter. For some people, it's other things.
Yeah.
And so going back, and then the last one is poor time management. That kind of goes back to underestimating time constraints.
Mm-hmm.
But poor time management, just how do I put things on my schedule? I know for myself, I have a tendency to forget me in the middle of the day. And so I have to schedule myself in there for my little breaks. And I find that there are so many people who do that. It's home, work, home, work, home, work. And the thing is, the homework, there's no transition.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I'm at home, I'm working because I'm getting up and getting myself dressed. I'm getting the kids ready. I'm doing so many things, just going. Then I jump in my car, and then I'm fighting traffic, literally fighting traffic, getting to work. Excuse me. And then at work, I'm working. And then I'm doing the same thing to get home. And then at home, I'm working again. And then if I have anything else on my schedule, what do I do with all of that? Makes me think back to the video. Gosh, I'm so dating myself. Donna Summer, she works hard for her money. And it showed exactly that. That was back in the 80s.
Wow.
It was like it was yesterday. But yes. But it was just the work. And so how do I spend time for myself? And it goes back to, when I look at time management, one, priorities. Of course, the kids can't be at the bottom of the list. Okay. But I definitely need to find myself in there somewhere. And it's so funny. I don't know if I talked about this before. You know how when you get on the airplane and the stewardess, flight attendants.
Yeah, I get confused what to call them still.
I know.
It was stewardess. Was that like a mean derogatory term or something? What was it? Offensive?
I remember there was something about it.
Okay.
And I want to say it was, but I'll find out. I'm going to find out because that's one of the things that I'm like, which one do I call you? What do I say?
Mm-hmm.
But they'll say, before you put the oxygen mask on someone else, put it on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And so many of my moms say, well, how do I do that? Or not even just my moms, my dads, my grandparents, my aunts, my uncles, everyone that I work with. How do I do that? How do I put the oxygen mask on myself? I have this kid here. or kids or work or partner, because they require effort as well, you know. And so how do I put this on myself? And so it goes back, for me, it goes back to pockets of peace.
Yeah.
You know, finding those little spaces of time for me. That's definitely one. And so when scheduling, and if as an example for scheduling myself and putting myself in my schedule, sounds crazy. It's for my peace, but I'll just pick my cat up and I'll pack him on my shoulder and we go for a small walk, or we just stand outside. He's calm, I'm at peace.
So true. Oh gosh.
Or sometimes I may just, I may water a few plants, one or two. I don't want a chore. I already have so many things that are part of my time management. And so then it's going back to putting myself in there, but prioritize. Again, the kids can't be forgotten. Work can't be forgotten. But everything else on my list, how do I prioritize that? How do I put all of this together? And then another thing is, if everything is still a priority, is there a way I can delegate? I've become the queen of delegation. Oh my gosh, it's so nice. It's so beautiful. And, sometimes people will say yes, sometimes they'll say no. And I remember I talked to a cousin of mine and she said, well, you have a team to help you. And I said, oh, honey, I had to put my team together. And my team is not just professional, it's personal. I'll call a sister, I'll call one of my sisters, or I'll call my mother, or I'll call a cousin, or I'll call whoever I know can do what. And then just say, here, have it. Yeah. Let me know when you're finished. And then every now and then I may check up on them, hey, how are you doing? Okay, great, thank you. And go from there. But we are not superhumans. I have not, even though as a kid I've always wanted to meet Superman, have not met him yet, or Superwoman.
Yeah. Wonder why.
But we put on these capes and we think that we can do it. So yeah.
It is so true.
Oh my gosh, yes.
We can't do it all. Like I told you, I think, recently, like I May 7th, I did so much work in the house, moving dryers, ovens, stoves to clean. And then now I need double hernia surgery on my groin. I have this carpal tunnel thing. I'm going to physical therapy for. I strained my whole body. Like we're not super, we think we are.
Yeah.
But there's a point where you're going to break. And maybe it's okay to ask for help.
Exactly. And so, and then permission to rest. And you know what? And I'll even go back to permission, because permission isn't a lot of this. Permission to give yourself that time to, especially as a perfectionist, to break things up into smaller bits. I don't have to do all of this at once. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because and many of the perfectionists that I've met, it's always about the end goal. But when you space it out, you learned, wait a minute, I can enjoy the process too. Bit by bit, I can take this process in. And I still get to the end goal at the same time, sometimes. But I get there and I'm in a much better space. And so what is the priority here? Is it, a lot of times with the procrastination, is it getting to the end goal of the situation or the goal? Or is it getting there and being in a good space and being able to move forward? And I would love to think that is the second one. And so with this second one, giving yourself that space to do that. So yeah. But I've talked.
A lot.
Like I've talked so much.
We're good, but we're good. Okay. We're able to make up on the time because my 12 o'clock canceled. Because remember, we were a little late with the whole sign-on issue. So we're good.
Okay.
We're good. What else do you want to add to this, darling?
This is it for me. I think I've hit, one last thing. Yeah. Creating, as far as I was just looking at my notes, my little cheat sheet here. One of the things that I didn't discuss as far as breaking it up or breaking up the goals is setting rewards along the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I've tried it before, the Weight Watchers model, where 6 days you eat, you go by the points. And then on one of the days, or I think on the 7th day, if I remember this correctly, I may be remembering this wrong. But on the 7th day, you have that reward day. Setting up those rewards, treating yourself. It's okay. But I hope that didn't sound spooky. Good. But it's okay. I tell you, I love to laugh. And so, yeah. And then actually setting not just a date to end, but a date to start. And I find this so beneficial because when I procrastinate and I wait and I wait and I wait, and I feel like I'm in a rush, to get to I'm at crunch time, to get to crunch time. What if I just set a start date to give myself that ample time? So that'll give me the time to rest, do whatever, to set it back or whatever have you, and then I'll be okay. So it's just meeting you where you are. That's it.
Meeting in the middle. All right. And how do we meet with you?
At Garnett Counseling Services .com, and that's GarnettCounseling.com, and 888-427-6006, or Instagram at Garnett_Counseling, and Facebook Garnett Counseling Services.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you here as always, my friend.
Nice.
And we'll talk soon again, I'm sure, next week. All right.
Next week I'll be here.
Thank you, hon. Have a great day. Good luck with the cat.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. All right, everybody, and welcome back. I am joined by Frankie Hart. Everyone loves the Frankie Hart Show. Frankie, we were just talking before. You're like, are you getting that cold weather? I'm like, Frankie, wait a minute. You're in Florida. What do you mean cold weather?
My students tease me all the time because this is cold for me. Although I grew up in New York, so I just said I really acclimated to the Florida weather. But my nephew is at University of Buffalo, and I grew up in Buffalo, and so he's experiencing that big snowstorm that they just had.
That was like 6 feet of snow. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that your family's okay because
yeah,
that's a lot of snow. So, all right. So you were teaching us some great stuff on the last show. Can you just give us a kind of a little review and bring us up to date? Because I still got questions about how to and a bunch
Beautiful.
of things.
Yeah, I'd love to, Casey. I made a few notes so we could catch people up who are jumping in this podcast.
Great idea.
So what we were talking about for the listeners out there is just really kind of nuts and bolts, foundational ways to begin a meditation practice. And we were talking about how long should we practice? And, one of the great things that we discussed, Casey, is that even though I recommend 15 to 20 minutes a day, to start, you could start with even 1 to 2 minutes of quieting the mind, especially if you're a very busy person or a person who's nervous about meditating, difficult to slow down. Just experiment with really short segments. And we'll talk about how to do that later in the podcast.
Okay.
We talked about how often to practice every day. Every day is wonderful. My teacher, my Qigong master, would say on your birthday, he would give you a birthday card. It said, happy birthday, practice. Forget your age, just practice. And then on Christmas, he'd send a card that would say, be happy, practice.
Practice.
So the idea is that the practice becomes like brushing our teeth or flossing or, our daily hygiene, that we feel better when we do it. So in the beginning, we're creating a habit, but once we get going, we notice when we don't have it, and we want to do that,
Gotcha. Yeah, you found that the morning works for you, right?
I did, yeah. Like for me, the morning right now is really beautiful I do a standing meditation, and then usually in the evenings, I'll do a quiet meditation, a seated or reclining meditation.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's right. And we were talking about what time of day. So that's perfect, Casey. Another thing we talked about is, how do I know if it's working, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what am I doing? Am I making any progress?
Yeah,
So,
your student said something about like that story you were telling us about your student. It was kind of
yes,
funny. Yeah.
yes, exactly. So a few ideas. One, do I feel calmer? Do I just feel a feeling of relief? Like, I had this flurry of activity, or maybe I felt a little overwhelmed from the day, or even a little emotionally strained. After the practice, do I just feel a little bit calmer, a little feeling of relief? And then there's a term that I like very much, and that's embodiment. Do I feel in my body even just a little bit more, even just a little bit more? Stress and both internal stress and external stress tends to pull us out of living in our body. I forget who the author is. There's a beautiful line. He said, I had a dear friend, he lived a small distance from his body. Right? And when we live a small distance or a great distance from our body is not very happy, right? So we have stresses, and these show up as mental confusion. It can show up as poor sleep. It can show up as aches and pains in the body, organ trouble. So when we start to feel embodied, like just as simple as, oh, I really feel myself sitting in the chair, or I feel this kind of groundedness. These are really beautiful qualities to have, right?
Okay.
So in the beginning, these are things we're looking for, simple things. I feel my body. I feel my breath. I don't feel pulled in so many directions.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a calmness, a clarity of mind.
And in the mind, you're feeling that too, where
yes,
you're able to quiet the monkey brain, as you say, every once.
Yes.
Excuse me, a little bit more than you before you started meditation.
Absolutely. So sometimes in life, when you feel overwhelmed by things, you can slowly come into some meditation practice, and you'll realize that the priorities start to bubble up. Like you start to see more clearly, like this is not as important as that. I'm going to focus here. This can wait. I have a path now, or I'm not ready yet to make a decision. You don't feel that urgency, right? When we're not clear on what we want and the outer world is pushing us to respond now, right? We feel an inner sense of urgency with an inner sense of conflict. When we know what we want and there's a sense of urgency, we just go. The nervous system goes, right? Like your dog runs out in the street, you just run after the dog. There's no conflict, you just go. But when we don't know what we want, when we have conflict, then we have this external pressure, you have to know now, you have to decide now, it actually is not good for our nervous system. So taking some moments, some time, even when you feel you don't have time, to quiet down, it can actually help the mind clarify, and you can start to cut through what's really important. And ideas will come to you, solutions will come.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you see me, Casey? My
Yeah,
screen froze for a
you're
moment.
frozen right now, but
But you can hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, but you are frozen.
Beautiful. Okay. Okay.
So we'll just wait for you to unfreeze. But...
There I am.
Oh, there you
There
go.
you are. Beautiful. Well, we were talking about calming down and slowing down.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
we did.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then the only other thing I think that we talked about in terms of these nuts and bolts is what to wear and where to practice. So comfortable clothing. You don't want to feel cold. If you are meditating for a longer period of time, your body temperature does drop. So you want to, especially now that it's winter, you want your feet warm. So if your feet are on a cold floor and you're sitting in a chair, do have socks or some carpet or something under the feet or under a cold chair for your sitting bones. And then no direct breeze on the body. So here in Florida, everyone lives with a lot of air conditioning. And I'm always advising people not to practice their meditation right in front of an air conditioner that's blowing cold air, particularly on your neck and shoulders. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there are acupressure points back there that you want to stay warm.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right.
And then someplace that's quiet if you can, and at least someplace that you won't be jolted, right? So even if the space is not quiet necessarily in your house, but you can close the door, that's, those sounds are outside sounds, and no one's going to walk in to startle you.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, can I ask you about maybe about eating?
Yes.
Can I eat beforehand? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, beautiful. When you meditate, you don't want to have a large meal right before you meditate. All right. So in general, for yoga practice, for a large meal, we recommend 2 hours. Now, there's a very different, and this is where it's so beautiful, Casey, to understand the spectrum of meditation. We might be doing a deep meditation with strong breath practices called pranayama. Now, what I mean by strong is that you're working with the diaphragm in a way that is extending the breath, elongating the breath, deepening the breath. In those practices, even though we approach it very gently, you don't want to practice right away. Like 2 hours after eating is very important. But maybe you've just had a smaller meal, or maybe you're just doing a 1 or 2 minute meditation, right?
Yeah.
So even if you've just had a large meal and something stressful happens and you think, maybe it wouldn't be so good if I respond right now the way I'm feeling.
Yeah.
To just take a window of a pause and for 1 minute, listen to your breath. Do you see?
Yeah.
You can do that at any time,
Okay.
at any time. And that's the beauty of it. The deeper you go with the practice, the further you want to be from eating. But in terms of these touchstones that I want to encourage people to do regularly for themselves or to begin a practice, then you can really begin at any time.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Frankie, can you talk to me about some different types of meditation?
Yes. Yes. I know last time we mentioned, or I mentioned that I want people to not get caught up in a method, because what do we mean by a method? I love this term. Ram Dass used to use it in his talks a lot, the method, right? So the method is the key into the garden of meditation, right? So maybe I went this way, maybe you went that way, but we met in this meditation garden. In other words, we found the inner being of ourself, the quietness of our own being.
Okay.
The method is not important in other ways except that it works for you, right? So there's this talk where Ram Dass was talking about, it was back in the 60s or 70s, and he said everybody in the audience was, in their 20s and flower children, and there was a woman who was much older sitting in the front row, and she was dressed like more corporate, and she kept nodding her head, yes, yes, yes. And afterwards, he couldn't wait to meet her because she came on stage to greet him like many of the other listeners. And when she came up, she says, Ram Dass, what you're saying is true. And he said, how do you know? Because here he had done those experiments with LSD with Timothy Leary. Then he went to India. He spent years with a guru, and he's thinking, how does this woman know? How does she know what she knows? And she says, I crochet.
Crochet. All right.
I love that story. So when people are wanting to start a meditation practice, I always share that story because we find the lightness of it. And there can be this idea that meditation has to be dark and somber and dreary. And, I have to sit painfully in lotus position for hours. But really, it's not that at all. And so crochet then was her method.
Okay.
There are many methods, and I like to divide them in general in these categories. You can have a seated meditation. You can have a reclining meditation. You can meditate standing. You can meditate walking. And a beautiful example of a walking meditation is something called forest bathing. And this really comes from the Japanese culture, but there are places now in the States that are, adapting to this idea. Really beautiful places in nature, encouraging people to come and forest bathe. And what that simply means is to immerse yourself in nature consciously. So if I'm walking in nature, and instead of walking in nature, but still being at work in my mind, right? You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Of course.
To be walking in nature and to be mindful, to notice, to be aware, to start to feel you're a part of nature, right? So you hear the crunch of the leaves under your feet, you hear the breeze, and you see and touch, you feel the touch of the air on your skin or the leaves on your skin. This is forest bathing. And it's actually very simple because it's asking us to be mindful and present, right?
Okay.
So walking meditations are really beautiful done in nature. And you see in that way, you have your eyes open. Even walking in your home, you would have your eyes open. But in other forms of meditation, you might have your eyes closed, certainly reclining or seated. And I like to share that very often, one of my teachers, people were always saying, can we do our meditations reclining today? And he would say, no. So you'll all fall asleep.
Could you fall asleep? Okay.
So that is one of the advantages of a seated meditation. We were talking before in a podcast, Casey, that in meditation and in our practice, as we quiet down, we're changing our vibration. So we're quieting the mind, but we're raising our inner vibration. For many people in this process, at some point, their mind is not used to being that quiet. And so they naturally slip into a sleep.
I see.
And that's beautiful because so many people take medication to sleep, right?
Yeah, totally.
So not to worry. But if you are doing a seated meditation, you have a little bit of gravity in your favor to stay awake, right? Stay awake.
Can I ask one thing going back about the forest bathing?
Yes.
Say that you're walking, you're in nature, and you're being aware, you're feeling the crunch of the leaves and all that, and then you stop and you sit on a rock and you start to do a meditation there. Are you still doing forest bathing because you are feeling the coldness of the rock? You are out in nature, but now does it change over to a different thing?
I love this. I love this question so much, Casey, because this is what I mean about method, right? So then that, if I'm sitting, and say I stop to sit on a rock, and now I might still, sitting on that rock, be very immersed in what I'm experiencing around me in nature. Or I might have already started to go within. maybe now I just notice my breath, you know? So nature is still around me, but I've come to a very quiet place. And now I'm just with my breath. And I feel the rising and the falling of my breath. And then I feel a quieting and a quieting and a quieting. And then, you know, we all have had those moments in time where we think, how long have I been here?
Right, right, yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
And so when you're meditating, you don't know if you've been there for a minute or a million years. You know, time is the one aspect that does not exist in meditation, right?
So that's
So
a
you're
good
in
sign if you don't
space.
know?
It's a beautiful sign. It's a beautiful sign.
Awesome.
And so that method of forest bathing might then slip naturally into a method of what we call pranayama or breath. And then you're in a next state, which is in the garden of meditation, where you're no longer using the method. So the method gets us there. And when we're there, it's quietness, right? It's not effort anymore.
Got it. All right.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Nice. And last thing I'll ask here is, do you encourage people to use music or no music?
It's an excellent question. So music has a couple things that work really well for us, rhythm and resonance. So if I'm playing music that is very spacious, has an like a drone kind of rhythm, it can help my mind focus on that, right? If I'm playing music that's top 40, even if it's a relaxing song, my mind is going to be going into that, right? So for meditation, you want this spacious, resonant, soft rhythm that doesn't compete with the rhythm of your breath. Does that make sense?
It does.
So, you know, there's some beautiful people out there. Kamal, Kamal. He has some beautiful music with whale sounds. That again, if you're new to meditation, just the sitting in the silence of your space might feel intimidating. People really love that. And then Deuter, Deuter, has many albums. If you like Crystal Bowles, his Himalayan one album is beautiful. So this is very different than, say, listening to love songs.
Right, right.
You know,
Yeah.
because it's clear. It doesn't put any agenda, and that kind of spaciousness starts to bring you into a state of coherence, right? Which is what we're always looking for. Meditation, we could say, is being in a state of coherence with ourself and our surroundings. But then there are some methods where they want no music at all, and that's also fine. So when you're in quietness is never completely quiet, is it?
No, it's not.
And certainly isn't in your home if you live with other people. And I'll tell you, Casey, even if you live alone, you can prepare everything, and the next thing you know, your neighbors are leaf blowing.
Of course, totally. The train comes by. Or something.
Yes. Planes, trains, all of that. And that's perfect. That's why I tell people that's perfect. So if I'm in a meditation in my class and somebody needs to get up to use the bathroom, or somebody needs to walk through the space or whatever, I would say later, that was a wonderful gift they gave us, because we got to be in our state of meditation, observing something, perhaps hearing something that we didn't have to get involved with.
Oh.
And we could maintain our equanimity, right? So in the beginning, people try to meditate and they get very peaceful, and their spouse walks in or makes too much noise, and then we go, "Why are you making so much noise?" And our spouse goes, "I thought you were meditating. You seem really stressed."
Oh, that's guts to say something like that. Oh yeah.
But it's really true, right? Because and again, that's where we don't want to try too hard, right? And so if you're a person who those outer noises really challenge you, then I recommend checking out some of that beautiful music that I mentioned. Not too loud, just play in the background. Because the sounds of nature, or the sounds of our modern world, are all just sounds, and they're all beautiful. You know, the sound of the air conditioning in the background or the heater in the background, that white noise sound, can also be a beautiful thing to focus on. You just kind of go into that white noise sound and everything else starts to quiet.
So, judging by what you said, I think, is it accurate to say that the music should not have lyrics or people singing, because would that throw you off? What do you think about that?
For deep meditation, I agree. Yes, it's like sometimes there will be vocalizations or harmonizations with a person's voice, but in general, singing will pull us. So, for instance, here's a great thing, like kirtan. Kirtan is chanting, and if ever any kirtan fans or anybody want to try that out there. Kirtan is just so beautiful and energizing, and it's called bhakti yoga. It's a form of devotional yoga, and you can get into sort of a meditative state and trance by doing this repeated chanting, which is using the breath very strongly. But it is in its own corner a little bit, and for instance, if I'm doing that kind of, if I'm listening, say, or doing chanting, it's very different than if I'm going into a quiet state of meditation. The quietness within the mind can still be there. And remember, this is a perfect time to touch on the earlier podcast where we were talking about the exhilarating side of letting go.
Yeah, that was
right.
Yeah.
Right. So Krishna Das is, if you're looking for some kirtan, I really recommend Krishna Das. And he has an album that he says, don't listen to this album and drive because you'll end up speeding. Like really, because he'll start chanting in a slow melodic, rhythm that's very soothing. And then it just keeps cooking, and the rhythm gets bigger and stronger. And people want to move and dance, and you'll go from driving a speed limit on the highway to going 95, not knowing, because your energy is going, right?
Right.
So it's a different kind of experience. So yeah, with like some of the whale sounds or vocalization sounds, some of those can be beautiful. I have a couple CDs of overtone singing in St. Mark's Cathedral there in New York, just transformative music. And as they're doing this overtone singing, and the cathedral, becomes the instrument, it's very beautiful and very meditative. Yeah. But it's not someone singing about, some factual thing that pulls you in this way or that way.
I understand exactly what you're saying. You explained it perfectly. Yeah. And would you suggest for a beginner, do you ever suggest to wear headphones with that soft music that you were talking with the whales, so you don't get distracted by the air conditioner or something like that? Do you ever encourage that?
That's another really great point. So the air conditioning, if you're listening to the air conditioning, that white noise can be actually a blessing to go into that sort of white noise. Headsets, I would say you have to deal with how comfortable you are. Some people will like that, like you might be very used to it, or I'm used to my AirPods a lot. If that's comfortable for you, that's okay. Though I would say if you're starting to do deeper and deeper meditations and starting to really move the energy around, in the old days, my Qigong master would say, take off your watch, right? And people say, why? And it's because your bioelectrical signals and magnetic signals are shifting in meditation. So with an in-depth meditation practice, Casey, I would not wear headphones.
Great, thank you. Okay.
But if I'm just calmly listening to music or calmly just doing a brief meditation, then it's absolutely fine. Okay. Does that make sense? So again, here we're talking about the in-depthness of the work.
Yeah, because if you live in the city, you're hearing the horns and it could be abrupt, something like that. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah.
But Frankie, you set this up perfectly for part 2 because we are at the end right now. So let me give you the part 3, but let me give you the floor here. Anything, and then maybe you could tell us where we're going with this next, because you were
All
just
right.
about to come up to something, but it's a good stopping point here because we'll
It
be
is.
ready to go on the next one.
Beautiful. So, it's Thanksgiving coming up, right? In a couple of days. And so I wanted to end with just this idea of gratitude. David White, I'm going to share 2 little quotes here. David White says that gratitude is not a passive response to something that we have been given. Gratitude arises from paying attention, from being awake in the presence of everything that lives within, without, and beside us. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
To be present, to be mindful, to be awake. And when we are that way, gratitude comes naturally. Meditation comes naturally. Rumi has a poem where he says, the breezes at dawn, the breezes at dawn. Here's some nature bathing here, right? The breezes at dawn have secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. And here he's talking again about this staying awake, staying mindful, listening. When we do this, the state of being awake is when we feel most fully alive. It's not when we've got everything figured out. It's when we feel alive, and we feel alive with curiosity. We feel alive with wonder. We feel alive with passion for our life. And so when we focus ourselves in this way, meditation is either close at hand or already the state we are in.
Nice. Nice. I like that.
Yeah. So Casey, where we're going to go next, and this will be a great reveal for the readers and you, we're going to do a 7-part series on each of the chakras. And these chakras are energy centers within our body. And what I'd like to do is for each of the chakras, just touch for a moment on a meditation focus or theme for each of those. All right. Does that sound interesting?
Yeah, that sounds really cool. I think we learn a lot from that. That'd be cool.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I love that.
All right, so Frankie, tell us where we can get a hold of you. And I really wish you the best Thanksgiving, you and your family and all your students and everyone over there. You're such a nice person. And I'm grateful that I get to do these shows with you and
Thank you,
and learn
Casey.
from you. So
thank you. It's been a joy for me as well. I'm also filled with gratitude. And this is what I mean, like that when we move forward with what we're passionate about, we have these meetings, we have these opportunities to live a life that is meaningful to us. So thank you for being a part of my life in that way too, Casey.
oh, you're the best.
So Frankie Hart at Satya Life Yoga, SATYA Life, LIFE.com is our website. You can also text or call us at 863-802-9642 or write info@satyalife.com.
Awesome. Frankie, thank you so much. And once again, happy Thanksgiving. And everyone else, we will be right back.
Casey.
Stay right there. Thanks, Frankie.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And welcome back, everybody. We're going to talk today about changing your life. And I'm sure a lot of, if you found us, you probably were searching. You found some keywords that you put in and you located us. Maybe you're listening live. We appreciate that as well. And you're looking for a life change. Like there's answers out there and you're trying to find the answers. The answers can very much be working with a spiritual life coach, a hypnotherapist. This stuff really works. And I doubted it in the beginning. And long story, I was exposed to all of this decades ago and didn't really dig into it until I guess I really needed to. And then I did. And she's back with us. And might I also add, she's an amazing author, just got her book. And I'm digging into that now. Ria Maceras is on the program with us. Welcome. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Steve.
And thank you for sending me the book, Rebel Spirit. That is my weekend read. And the book pretty much talks about everything that we're talking about here in terms of spiritually healing through hypnotherapy, all of that, right?
Absolutely. It actually reveals my life story and how one of the main pieces that even in writing it was brought to my attention more and more is how guided we truly are when we allow ourselves to see the signs and the posts and the landmarks that are guiding us. So this really reveals that and shows it in a beautiful, fun, lighthearted, yet deep way.
And I just want to reinforce the fact that you're not just helping people because it sounds like, it's a great idea. You're helping people because this all has helped you. You know it works. You're a student of it for many years. You walk the walk and talk the talk, and that can be revealed in the book as well. Looking back at your life, and I never want to say, you should have done this. You should never should on yourself. But what do you look at your life and say, yeah, I didn't realize that then. Now I realize it.
I think that's a spinoff of what I was just referring to is how we are so guided. And it's really allowing yourself to become the observer in life and really watch instead of getting caught up in the right and the wrong and the shoulds and all of those things that can distract us from our truth, because that's more of societal's way of thinking with the shoulds, etc. So I think that's the main piece in looking back. If someone had told me that like when I was maybe 7 or 8 or 9 or even 10 to start watching, that would have been intriguing to me. How it could have changed my life, I really don't know, but I think it would have added almost like an element of more adventure and fun to the journey.
Somebody told me recently, and this is nobody that does this kind of work. This is a naturist, if you will. He also, I'm trying to think of how to pronounce it, Tao. He studies.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What is it Buddhist connected? I'm trying to remember.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And what he suggests to everybody is picture life being a stream and just go. Don't fight the current. Just go with the current. And I'm hearing that in you where, I guess it's a cliche, go with the flow, but just go. Let the universe, let the water take you instead of trying to fight it. No, wait a minute, because it's taking you for a reason. But we don't realize that. We don't see the reason. Sometimes it will never be revealed. I feel that many times it is, because there's a lesson to be learned. Do you believe that everything is a lesson?
I do. And it's reminding me of the Chinese have this symbol, and it's called crisis opportunity for the same symbol, meaning that anytime there's a challenge or something unexpected, like quote, out of the blue happens, that yes, there is a reason for it. And it's kind of like that idea of not trying to force something, but trusting that that's happening for maybe your soul's evolution, not so much for the humanness through the eyes of what we want or we feel we want or we need, but trusting that that crisis is going to awaken us somehow to an opportunity of growth or change.
What's your biggest lesson in life so far?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think it would be, I'm sure there are many, but right now as we're talking about this, I love what you were saying about the river or the stream, because I've noticed that when I try to force something, that I hit a wall, literally. And so it's not trying to force anything, it's trusting, an element of trust that it's going to happen the way it needs to, like the river scenario. Yeah.
And as I asked you that question, I closed my eyes as you were answering for a moment and thinking, how would I answer? And that would be the first one, many lessons, but the first one would be trust in yourself, trust your instinct, trust your gut. You know the answer. And, there's a personal situation. I'm, not a big one, but it's on my radar where I know it's not going to change as much as I want it to change. I just, that's the way I want it to be. It's not going to be that way. I already know it. So got to go to plan B or make it work for now, whatever it is in your life. But you can't change other people. You can't change situations sometimes. You just got to, again, just go with the flow, because the river's taking you there for a reason. There's a reason behind it.
Yes. Yeah. It's an element of trust.
Yeah.
And part of being the observer, like I mentioned, is keeping your focus and with yourself and your own feelings and your own thoughts. And like ideally, my intention each and every day is to allow them to be positive and in gratitude. I think each day, part of the empowerment, and something I wish I would have learned as well as we're talking, that we really have a choice. Are we going to hang out in fear, or are we going to hang out in love? Because I see those two as really the two opposites. Fear with doubt and shame and anger and frustration. And nothing wrong with emotions. Emotions are important. They're just communication. However, I feel we do have that choice. Or are we going to go and hang out in love, which is appreciation and gratitude and acceptance and all those higher vibrational feelings? Because literally how we change our life is by connecting to the higher vibrational part of who we are.
How do we find that?
Going within, which is part of what I offer on my inner journeys and my outer journeys. We have everything we need within us. That's one thing I would have loved to have heard when I was younger, because we're taught, what are the neighbors doing? What are they thinking? What are they, we're worrying about what other people are thinking about us.
Oh, yeah.
Rather than, how am I feeling in this moment right now? That's such an important question. How am I feeling? Because our feelings are only communication. And we live in a world where, the medical world is cut it out or put you on drugs. And I respect what they do. And this isn't about them, but it's about trusting our feelings and connecting with that part of ourselves and trusting our intuition and all that comes with those feelings.
I feel the same way in many regards. If I could go back to my younger self, I would say just that. Don't worry what people think. Why do you even care? And I even tell my kids now, don't. You're wasting time. Who cares? Like my daughter will even be, self-conscious walking in a store, what she's wearing. I'm like, you're never going to see those people again. They don't care. It's okay. But we put it on ourselves. We worry.
And I would even, I even wonder if that's even related to our ego. That inner critic or that inner judge that somehow thinks people are looking at us, or they really, because at the end of the day, they have their lives they're navigating. They're busy. They're doing their own journeys and what they need to do. They're really not spending time thinking about us. Right?
Yeah. But I also feel, and we've talked about this before, that these are beliefs that got put within us from our childhood. And
yes.
That's what's, why are some people, you admire them if you're somebody that worries about others looking and judging you. There's others that just go, I don't care. No problem. Yeah, I've got confidence. They probably have other issues. We all have them, but that's one thing that they don't worry about. And maybe in their childhood, they were uber supported by their parents. Maybe they, bolstered a lot of self-esteem at a very young age, whatever it might be. So they've got that nailed down, where the rest of us, well, maybe not. There's some things floating out there, but you're never going to know what they are unless somebody works with somebody like you through hypnotherapy or some kind of spiritual awakening.
And as I was referring to with that way of thinking, when you allow yourself to allow me to guide you to enter into that world within you, there's so many answers and insights, and it's so empowering. And then we're focusing on being our best instead of what does Harry down the road think. Or
You know what's interesting? I just had a thought, Rhea, that when you do that, and I got lots to go, but in terms of realizing who you are and yourself, it's like going to school again, because you learn stuff like about yourself, what you're capable of, how you can conquer certain things that you never thought, the ways you think about things. Because unless you really get deep within, you're just doing autopilot every day, autopilot life. Just
yes. And what along those lines too, Steve, is what I've noticed is, for me, it's easier to be in my natural, authentic connection with my soul space. It's more natural, it's more organic, and
Right.
That's where the freedom is. Along with that comes a freedom, because I'm going to be me, because that's who else can I be, right?
Right. But you're not putting on a show for somebody.
Right.
And I don't mean that in the over the top reference, but it's more of, if you're not being me, you're being. There's a song by Billy Joel. It's called "The Stranger," and if you look at the lyrics, it's kind of the same thing. We have a different face we put on for other people, and sometimes you don't even know who you are, and that's. I feel that we do that a lot of times. You might go into a certain situation. Maybe you're this person at your job. Maybe you're this person in this one relationship. Maybe you're this person over here. Just when you come to the point where you're just you, so much easier.
Oh my gosh, and lighter, because you're letting go of all that, literally.
Right.
And the freedom that comes with.
And
that's something that I when I'm working with people, it's a common scenario where they will say, oh my gosh, I don't tell anyone this. I don't tell anyone this, because I offer such a safe space, and without judgment. I'm not here to judge them. I'm only here to support my clients and the people that show up that I work with. And I probably have heard it all. I probably have seen it all. So not many things really surprise me at this point. I mean, I'm there to support and to honor who they are and who they are becoming. And that element of freedom is in the room, that, okay, if you want to, it's time to take the mask off. And like I said, it's so much easier.
Yeah. It's like when you go to the doctor, like people say, if you go to a specialist and it's like, I'm kind of embarrassed. I'm like, they've seen it.
They've seen it all.
Yeah. And the same thing, you've heard it all. Why would you even judge? Like, who even has time for that? And you get past all of that, and let's get to the healing for the person that you're working with. How does it work when somebody reaches out to you? You do hypnotherapy, you also do spiritual coaching and more. How do you how do you work the hypnotherapy in? Is it always a part of working with somebody?
Yes, it is, because I believe that is where the most relevance, the most truth, the most authenticity can be brought to the surface, because we're carrying a lot in our subconscious, sometimes out of protection, sometimes out of denial. We may not want to see it. We may not want to face it. And not to make it like it's scary. It's not all negative. Also in the subconscious is the beauty and the radiance and the brilliance of who we are. So it's a very insightful journey, and it's almost like finding your inner treasures.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said before. It's like going to school and exciting, because you're learning new stuff. What are you learning? You.
Yes. Yes.
It's simple. You.
Yes. and learning how to take care of yourself and listen to yourself, because truly, who is really going to take care of you if you don't take care of yourself?
Nobody's going to do a better job than yourself.
Yes.
And there are many great life coaches, spiritual coaches in the universe, but having done hypnotherapy and looked at all of this, I almost don't know how you can do coaching without the hypnotherapy part, because we can say to somebody, all right, we figured out what your beliefs are. So we're going to put it in a balloon in your mind, and we're going to just let the balloon go. And there's that, and I think that's a hypnotherapy technique as well. But you're not tapping into the true subconscious when you're doing that. It's just, it's a concept. But when you're hypnotized, you're really tapping into the subconscious. You're there. And I don't know how effectively that can be done in coaching without doing hypnotherapy.
Well, that's a really good point. And of course, there are advantages to talking and sharing and
Sure.
sharing your beliefs and your desires, etc. But for real, authentic, long-term change, for me, that it's the best remedy that I have found. And I get to watch. I mean, I literally get to watch my clients come in, and they often are carrying these heavy beliefs or these heavy ideas or this heavy should, like you talked about, you're shoulding on yourself. And then as they're letting go, realizing these and literally letting these ideas and these heavy burdens go, they literally start walking differently with more confidence. They're lighter. It's fascinating to watch. And I just feel really, really honored I get to do this.
Yeah. And all this stuff, we don't realize it. You might not even realize the way you're walking, where your shoulders might be arched forward as opposed to, standing up straight and tall because you're proud of who you are. All of this stuff goes unnoticed because we're just doing life every day without, I guess, a real wake up call. That's really what it is.
I like that. I like that.
You're waking people up, to what their potential is and what their future could be like. Is there different types of coaching that you do, or is it all kind of along the same realm that we're talking about?
Well, I guess it would be different in the regard of the person is different that I'm working with. So it's really about, I really tune in, and it's almost like when I'm working with someone, it's like I'm putting a puzzle together, piecing together what they've shared, what I know about them, what I'm sensing intuitively. And so is it different? Absolutely, because it's going to be personalized for the person that's sitting in front of me at that moment. And it really can go in many different directions. And like, I did a 3-day retreat with a woman I guess it was last week. And she said, Ria, to say that I've changed is an understatement. I am a new woman. And that was a combination of talking, going to the creek, doing inner journeys, and doing some art. And it really, each time I meet with someone, it's designed perfectly for them.
I love that she said that. Being a totally different person.
She was finding who she was. She was literally letting go part of the mask that she was wearing. And she even came to that realization as we were talking that she's been wearing it. She's in her 50s at this point.
Sure.
And she had some ideas around it, of course, but to really, really face it, it takes courage and it takes a willingness to be herself finally. Yay. Yeah.
How long did you work with her?
Well, I worked with her this is the woman that I had shared. I worked with her about 5 years ago. We met and did 2 sessions in Sedona, personal 2-hour sessions. Then I worked with her for ongoing sessions for 2 more years where we were doing inner follow-up, because it literally is changing your thinking, how you view yourself, how you view your life, and opening up new eyes to really look at yourself. So then she came for a 3-day because she was going through a divorce right now. So it's really as if I'm kind of like an on-call emotional provider. In a sense, I have friends that call me and clients. I mean, my clients generally become friends. from all around the United States to just call me up. I need a reboot. I need to talk, or I need an inner journey. And then, so I'm pretty much available.
Do you do any kind of energy healing?
I do Reiki.
Okay.
And I believe the process of any of the inner journey work is automatically energy work, because you're shifting their energy, how they feel about themselves. Ideally, to go to the higher vibrational energies like I was talking about, because that's how we shift our life. So imagine it like this, Steve. If we're hanging out in fear and anxiety and depression and sadness and anger, and then from the past, if we're reflecting on the past and we're angry at someone, we're angry at our mom or our dad or whatever, if we're bringing that fear into the present moment, our present moment is creating our tomorrow. So this is why it's so important to let go of your past, because that's exactly how we self-sabotage. So by shifting out of the fear and the negativity and shifting into the more positive, that's literally how we are in a higher vibrational place. And then that's inviting situation and people in life to come in and meet us there, because we are literally creating each and every moment of our life by our thoughts and our feelings.
I just got a visual of the higher vibration. And to me, it's almost like walking on a cloud.
Ooh.
Where the rest of us, if it's a low vibration, you're just, walking on the floor, whatever it might be, but you've elevated, and doesn't mean you're any better than anybody else, but you're in a different place, and you're just, and you, it's almost as if you're on that cloud and you have a force field, because you don't allow things to get in that don't serve you. And it's
You're literally above them. Yeah.
And we don't want to mean that in a snobby way, like I'm above you.
Right.
No,
Right.
that's not it. You're just coming from a different place. To use a cliche, you're coming from you're in a different place. What place is that? A higher vibration place. And anybody else can be there. It's their choice. You might have just made that.
It really is their choice. And that's part of the empowerment. And so what I meant by a higher, it's more like that allows you to be in the observer position as well. So you can watch and look at your life through those eyes, rather than emotionally taking things personally or emotionally reacting to situations that may or may not have anything to do with you. Because people are really good at projecting.
Oh, well,
their misery onto other people. And even when I'm talking with people, this is so interesting, when I'm hearing them talk about someone, what they did and what they said, and I'm not even thinking about that other person. I'm reflecting that this is a part of them that is sensitive, that is hurting, that needs some attention. So it's very interesting. That's part of the puzzle pieces I was referring to.
Yeah.
And that to me is so fascinating. So I get to be like the little investigator.
Yeah, because you're looking at it from a different perspective. And when you say projecting, that brings me back to what we project what we want people to see, but it's really not who we are. We all have a face that we hide away forever, and we take them out and show ourselves when everyone has gone. And that's The Stranger by Billy Joel, where I think we're strangers.
Oh, I like Billy Joel. I don't know if that I've heard that one though. Maybe I need to hear it.
Yeah. It's off the album The Stranger. So that's the title track. It was about 1977. And it's an interesting song, because I think a lot of us do put that face on, but it's not who we are. Who we are can be that person that is of a higher vibration. That's who we should be. But we want people to think everything's great. Everything's, well, maybe not, but it can be.
So imagine taking off your mask, a little vulnerability, a little sensitivity, and it's all good. It's your truth.
It's your truth. It's who you really are. And, maybe in the beginning, it might be a little uncomfortable to take the mask off. You might feel that, more vulnerability. But once you get into the zone of that vibration and who you really are, that's the way it is. That's the way it should be. There's like nothing can trip you up. It's like, it's all good. I got it. I figured it out now. But you can't always do it alone. And for that, we have you. What's the best way we find you?
Right now, I prefer texting. So 928-204-0878. Sadly, my website is down right now. So texting is fine until I get that fixed.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a geek. Might want to just put up a splash screen with a contact. It's a basic contact. But always great talking with you and just the insight. And this is life-changing things that we're talking about here.
Thank you.
Life-changing.
Imagine that. Yeah.
Yeah. Rhea, always great having you on. I really appreciate it.
All right. Enjoy the book.
That's my
Yeah.
Sunday read. That's what I'm doing. And thank you.
Yay.
All right. We'll talk soon. Okay.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you being here, and important stuff we're going to talk about today. I personally feel that this is the baseline, the GPS for your whole life when it comes to relationships. And essentially what that is things that were done to you, for you, call it those traumas that you experienced early, very early in life, really chart the course for the way you handle relationships in your adult life. And we're going to dig deep into that today. We've skimmed it in the past, but let's go a layer deeper because it's so important. And he helps people with that all the time, navigate through that. He's an amazing life coach, and he's Andrew Dale, and he's back on the program. Andrew, welcome. How you doing?
I'm great. Thank you, Steve. How are you going?
Doing great. Doing fantastic. And it really is something that we've centered on in the past before, in that those things that happened in our lives, many times we had no control over, or when we were a kid, call it 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, whatever years old. Those things that we heard really do chart the course for the future of how we deal with our relationships, right?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And it goes all the way through through our lives as well. It's one person I like to talk about is actually my mum, and a couple of reasons for that is, number one, she passed a couple of years ago now, but she was 89 when she passed, and her issues that she grew up with, the Great Depression, things like that, are very similar to what's going on now, but it just shows you that nothing changes. If you're thinking this is a year 2000 thing or a year 1970, we're talking 1930s, 1940s. The rules were the same, like if you had a whole lot of turmoil going on around you, that was going to color the rest of your life. And one of the stories I like to tell about Mum is when she was in the Great Depression. Australia had the Great Depression as well. That went all around the world. A lot of people don't know that. But she lived in country Australia, and people had to keep moving. They had nowhere to live, and they would come past her house each day, the families, and their family would feed another family, and then they would go off and find somewhere to sleep. And Mum learnt from that to have enough for yourself was greedy. You had to share everything you had. And it wasn't until, she was about 84 when we dealt with that, sitting in a beautiful place in Austria looking at the mountains. And I went through it, and I actually said to her, if in Australia now or in America, same thing, if anyone wants to have a car, a nice house, can they do that? Can they get a job? Is it reasonable that everyone can look after themselves if they want to, if that's their goal in life? And she said, yeah. And I basically said to her, is it okay for you to keep some money now? Because we were never short of money, but there was never any savings. And Mum lived like that for years and years and years. And then after that, she'd had a very successful tennis career. And then at 87, she won the World Tennis Super Seniors in Florida. She won the doubles and the mixed doubles at 87 for the over 80. Yeah. And they played super tennis. That was amazing, watching these people in the courts. But, she'd won a lot of medals. She'd gone to Wimbledon when she was in her 20s. And, but one of the keys for her to really creating friendships around her, creating a social network, was breaking the back of that one belief, or those beliefs she'd had for nearly 80 years, for 75 years, 80 years, she'd held on to the belief that she had to share everything in her life. And, this is what I'm saying. People, younger people now have had a lot of trauma in the last 10 years. They're going to have to make sure that they're very much aware of, and the adults seeing their grandkids, be aware that the kids have been traumatized. They go to school and they don't know if there's going to be they're doing active shooter drills. That's going to stay with them unless we understand that, and we're going to have to understand our grandkids, and that's one of the traumas the grandkids are going to go through. So for ourselves, all of these, so that's a negative trauma. One of the positive traumas that we can end up with is say we're when we're kids. Someone was talking to me this about the other day. Their father was a doctor, and they'd stop at every major accident, but they'd say to the child, stay in the car or stay in the house, stay away from the action, we don't need your help here, stay away from the action. And part of that translates into, you don't have to step up, someone else will do it for you. So while the father's being very generous and very safe for the child, they're actually causing a barrier that says you don't need to look after, you don't need to step into the action. You stand back and sit on the sidelines. We will take care of everything. And, in life, it's very rare that you can go through life with someone else taking care of everything for you. And it just, it means that it's much more difficult to take responsibility when times get tough. That's how that one translates. But there are all these type of things where different people, bullying's a big one. One of the ones with Mum, I talk about Mum a bit. She's got some YouTube videos, which is great. I can go back and listen to my mum give motivational speaking about her tennis, and while she plays tennis with her dog. But one of her things was she was bullied at school by by one of the local wealthy kids, so that it was basically a family that was being aggressive towards her. And we talked about this, and she was a prefect at school, which is a position that's voted on by the kids. And, you know, once we got talking about it, then the other stories came up, and one of the stories was her, one of her friends at one of the reunions was talking to one of the teachers, and he'd said, yeah, I always thought Margaret would do really well in life, you know, and that doesn't surprise me that she's doing what she's doing. And when Mum thought about this and we went through it, you know, she thought she was the outcast at school, whereas she got voted in. So the majority of kids liked her, and it was causing her problems because that would cause part of the bullying. But the reality was more people liked her than didn't because she'd won the vote. The teachers, you know, thought she was going to do amazing things with her life, but she'd forgotten these things. All she remembered was this family that was bullying her, instead of going back and getting it in perspective. We're not trying to cover things up. We're trying to get things in perspective, right? And the reality is, I like to talk about moments in time, which means that, you know, you might have been bullied for 5 years by the same kid. That's one moment in time. But what other moments took place during those 5 years? Were you playing sport? Were you doing well at education? Did you have a great family life? Did you have good friends? And when we go back and we actually layer up all the good things that were going for you at that point, all of a sudden the bullying means it's just nothing. You know, even though you remember it, energetically, it's now nothing. Energetically, number one, you realize that allowing the person who was bullying you to have any input on your energy is just you giving your power away to someone that doesn't honor you. And so, you know, you feel a little bit silly about it, and you should, from the point of view of you don't want to go back there. You never want to give someone the power over you if they haven't got the best of you at heart.
Now, bunch of thoughts here, Andrew. First of all, I think you said your mom passed a few years ago.
Yeah, just 2 years ago now.
Yeah, so did mine. She was the same exact age. So our moms they pretty much went through the same thing when we talk about, you know, the Great Depression. And, you know, for some people that could be a challenge with abundance, where if your parents said continually, we don't have enough money doesn't grow on trees, we got to save. And then you have this thing about money where you're almost afraid or feel guilty to make more money. So that could be a trauma there that goes back to that. My mom was very overprotective, single mom, very overprotective. I found myself doing that to my kids until I realized it. And like, it's a kind of a cliche. It's like, you know, we turn into our parents. Well, I turned into my parents, and it came from a good place, but there was, when my kids were much younger, I look back and I was like, you were really overprotective on them. But then it got to a point where I was just like, I stopped it, corrected it. And it's like, why am I following you around, worried that you're going to fall and hit your head? If you do, it's okay. You'll mend and you'll be back. You'll be okay. And the bullying thing, I was bullied as a kid, and it definitely made an impact on my life later in life until I confronted it and dealt with it. And like you said, and you said it perfectly, we don't just make those things go away. We just acknowledge them and put them into perspective, what they really were. But when you're a kid and you get bullied, it's a big deal. It makes a huge mark on you.
Yeah. And it's not, as I said, we look for the other things that were going on at the same time, because just trying to put something aside creates the vacuum. You've got to have something else to go into that vacuum to fill the void. It's sort of like, if you think of space, if a planet disappeared, it's not going to disappear. Something's going to go there. You know, a vacuum will suck something in there. Well, the choice for us is first of all, you decide what's going to replace that. And so you replace it with great memories or positive thoughts about yourself. You know, why was the bullying happening? Oh, the person was jealous. Oh, that means that I was actually better than them. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
You know,
This is interesting. I have to tell you, Andrew, I confronted all of that through hypnosis and, before we met. But I've never heard it said to look at the positive things that were going on around that time as well. And when I look at that time, the bullying wasn't good. And I'm talking, 8, right around there, and period of years. But what was the good stuff going on? I had great satisfaction in drawing. I wanted to be a cartoonist back then, and also was interested in broadcasting as well. So all those things kind of overshadowed the bullying, took my attention away from them. But it's an interesting thought when you talk about going back to the trauma, but looking at all these things that surrounded it, and maybe a lot of those were a lot of good things. I always hear the word trauma. Go back to that one moment, but there's other things to frame it, to put it all into perspective.
Yeah, you got to be careful going back and dwelling on a moment. People can get really hurt doing that, and it's going to hurt a little bit to change. You're going to have to acknowledge that moment in time, but you don't have to. People talk about reliving it, and you shouldn't have to do that.
No.
And we've got to be. You've brought up a great point where you've got to acknowledge things, but you have to be grateful for what that person did for you. And for you, you may never have been drawing if it wasn't for the bullying. So if you have a look at that, my dad was abusive for years, and I would never have taken up sailing if it wasn't for my dad. I would have been playing football, playing cricket. He was the worst sideline dad in the world because he'd yell at me instead of the other team. But the sailing, I could sail all day and I couldn't hear him. So it sparked a lifelong obsession for me with sailing. I sailed on Sydney Harbour. I sailed the Sydney Hobart yacht race. I own my own little yacht there in South River. I sailed against world champions. I never would have done any of that, or possibly, if it wasn't for the fact that my dad was so noisy on the sideline that I had to find a solution. And so I was extremely lucky. I was also pretty crazy, which helped.
Yeah.
So my idea of taking up a sport is find something you can't do and do it anyway.
Well, not a lot of people do that, so I applaud you on that. I don't know if I would be that person to do that, as well. But you're right about if you focus on just the trauma, it can potentially not be a great thing. It's better to look at all the other stuff. When I was hypnotized, looking at those moments, I confronted myself as a child, and it was good. Like, basically, you are there for him. You'll always be there for him. The adult in me was always there after that hypnotherapy session for that child to help move forward. But you're right. There's a lot of pluses.
Yeah, there's no right and wrong way to do things either. It's what works for you, and that's finding someone to work with that that can crack the code for you. So some people are great at it. Other people, it just depends on you. And but yeah, being grateful for things. Gratitude's an amazing thing. I think we've talked about gratitude before.
Yep.
But being thankful for who you are, being, nurturing that young child within you. They need a hug sometimes, and and no one's parents were perfect. And the one thing, one of the big things that I figured out was, they do the best job they can. Everyone does the best job they've been trained to do by generations. So your parents were trained by their parents, were trained by their parents, So what you're learning now could possibly be, 150 years old. Something that, you're learning, and that might be integrity, or that might be taking your time, or it might be something really ridiculous. So that no one knows the reason for, but we do it anyway, And but if you understand that you're being taught by generations, and it's up to you to decide which teachings you keep and which teachings you let go. And the reason for all of this is it's all your relationships in your life. It's your relationship with your parents, your kids, yourself, and your partners. And, if you're finding that you're on several partners and they all end the same way with the same outcome, then, going through and looking at what's happened in the past is essential. What you learned off your parents. The funniest memory from people is quite often the 2-year-old at the breakfast table or at the lunch table, whenever they had a meal with the family. And you get tremendous insights from that first memory, and it's always like, people, if you're talking to a 50-year-old, it's 48 years old. So it's a whole other lifetime before, but they can still remember clearly quite often what happened, what was going on around them. And especially, the parents are new parents. So money is quite often tight. Not always. Sometimes there's arguments. Sometimes the parents are working all the time. If you want to know why you're a workaholic, did your parents work all the time when you were 2? And if both parents had 2 jobs, you're probably
Seriously.
working. Yeah.
Have you heard this? And I'm totally on your page there, Andrew, about it. We should just take that time to kind of focus back and even write down, what were my parents like? All those things. And then on a simplistic level, look and see the parallels, how you may be that way. Have you heard this, that if you think back to your first memory as a kid, usually that very first memory is usually a negative memory? I've often heard that, and I believe it's because our fight or flight system, we're programmed to fight. That's the thing that we remember, a negative memory. Have you heard that? When you think back, do you come up with your first memory as potentially being negative?
Because of the way, like I don't have many memories of my childhood, apart from sailing and football and things like that. I think I blacked it out, but we're not going there. But it depends how you're going back there. If you're trying to remember, if you're going back there from a place of love, from a place of inquisitive, and you're just thinking, what actually happened, let it come to me, then it's amazing. You get a real feel for what was happening at the breakfast tables, and you because you're not looking for something specifically. If you're searching for answers, if you're saying, look, I'm traumatized, I got to go and find where my trauma was, you'll find it.
Yeah.
But so you have to be careful what you wish for. You got to be kind to yourself. Doesn't matter whether you got on with your parents or you didn't get on with your parents. There were probably times where you actually got on quite well, and if you go back there gently and you say, all right, well, I wonder what that was like. Talk to your mum, talk to someone who knows or whatever. But go back there gently. Go back there to find out what actually happened, because quite often what was a negative memory for us was actually a positive event. We just looked at it differently at the time, and
I don't have that. And I don't know. It wasn't like there was something, these were, call them accidents, but the very first memory I believe I had was around 2, and I was in an apartment, and I was waving bye-bye, and I fell standing on a radiator and cut my head open. And and I remember my mom freaking out and running downstairs to the tenant downstairs in this complex. And, my son is bleeding. He was a dentist, and overhearing him say, "What do you want me to do? I'm a dentist. I can't help you." And my mother freaking out. And there was another time right around the same age where I got a really, really, really bad sunburn. And my mom being angry at my dad. They got divorced right around that time. But I don't have positive memories. I mean, I guess the one positive memory was sitting on a little car and moving it through that apartment because I liked it and it was fun. But I've often heard that. So I wonder if other people have heard that memories can be negative. Your first ones for a reason.
Yeah, and the funny part about that is you're looking at those as a negative memory. Here's a crazy story. Okay, so I'll keep it a little bit short for you. I was sitting in the desert in Western Australia, like a couple hundred miles from anywhere, on a road crew where I used to drive, support the road crew in a 4-wheel drive. I was in my 20s. It was a great job. We were literally out in the desert supporting oil rigs in the desert. And out of the 6 guys that were there, as children, they put a garden fork straight through their foot. Believe it or not. And the 6th guy was crazy, so that was just as well. But I can still remember my mother looking up and going, "No," as I put my garden fork. You know, one of the big 4-prong garden forks?
A pitchfork. Yes, the pitchfork. Yeah, right.
Right through my foot. And so to me, that's not a negative memory. That's just boys being boys.
Agreed. I totally agree. And with me, I call it a negative memory. It was an accident, but I remember it. It's like, why don't we remember the more positive things? Don't know. Maybe there's a reason for that.
But I think your mum, reacted from a point of her perspective, whereas my mum would have always gone, "Okay, off to the hospital," and we just would have got it fixed.
Well,
the country folk, and
exactly. And that goes back to what I said before. My mom, she was wonderful, but she was overprotective, so she probably overreacted, and then that's why I remember it. Has it impacted me? And then, those things, I don't know. I have to look at those. But it's funny how we talk about how those things chart the course for relationships. Because I know somebody whose mom was had a lot of anxiety. This person, she had a lot of anxiety as well, passed on from maybe the mother, and says that she always attracts people in relationships, partners that have a lot of anxiety. So there's a potential there, unless you confront that situation, that's what you're going to bring to you. Sometimes I guess people are just gravitating because they feel comfortable because you have anxiety, you're anxious, and they do.
I heard a great little video. It was probably 1-minute video of Charlie Munger the other day, and someone was interviewing him, and he said, "Well, one of the great things in life is you find a partner that supports you, has their stuff together. You don't find someone to fix." And I'm going, what a great idea. I wonder why he's a billionaire. But it's such great advice. If you're constantly looking for someone to fix, that means that you're not ready to accept someone that is complete, which means you're probably not. It means you've probably got some work to do.
1,000,000,000%, and you probably don't even know you're doing it.
Yeah. Oh, look, absolutely. But I was amazed that, he's a billionaire. You'd think he'd think different. No, he thinks exactly sensibly. It was the best advice I'd ever heard for anyone. And, you might not be there at the moment. So sometimes it's not the right time for you to jump into a relationship. Sometimes, we all have seasons, and maybe this season for you is the winter where you hibernate for a bit and go into spring where you bring yourself together and basically reborn. And that can be like, it can take a moment, it can take 6 months, it can take years, but it's important that you take the time to find out who you are. And it really doesn't take that long if you had the right help. But
exactly.
But find out who you are, find out the positive things about you, find out where you really want to be and what you will and won't accept in a relationship from yourself as well. Put that down on the list. And if you find that you're badgering your partner until they're pulling their hair out all the time, maybe you need to work on that,
and you can't do it alone. So that's where you come in to help people help us analyze, where these things took place. The one thing I've learned from you today, Andrew, the way you work, you come from a picture of positivity, but it's real. It's realistic positivity, because anytime I hear anybody talk about those traumas, it's usually centered on a negative thing. You went through this and now you have to fix that because you're going to continue going through it in your relationships and in your life. You have a different spin on it where look at what you learned, the positive. Yeah, it messed you up. There's no doubt about that. You got to confront it. You got to deal with it. But look at those positive things that came about from that and learn from those as well. For you, if somebody wants to dig deeper into that kind of stuff, that's your wheelhouse. Your website is andrewjdale.com, right?
Yep, that's right. And if you go on there, you can have a look. I've got a few clients on there that you can find out, just listen to their videos, they're only short, and book in a free clarity session. I'd much prefer you get to know me a little bit and you unpack where you are to make sure that I'm the right person for you. So we do that for free. So just go on and you can book in there, and I'd love to speak to the audience. That would be great.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you gave the word clarity session. That's what we need. We just need some clarity. Don't even call it a consultation, even though it is. Just get some clarity on your life. andrewjdale.com. Andrew, always great having you on with us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Much appreciated. I love these conversations. We have great back and forth. It's
absolutely, and even the parallels with our moms, that was kind of weird too. You don't know until you talk some more. But be well. We'll talk soon again. Okay.
All righty.
Thank you.
Care.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And welcome back to the show. We are now with the Millionaire Mindset, and it's her podcast. Yeah, she's here. Millionaire Williams, how are you today?
I've been missing you. Where have you been all my life, girl?
No, it's been a while. Pleasure to have you back here again. The Millionaire Mindset. We are back. Excited to have you. For those who may not know of you yet, please tell us a little bit about yourself. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Millionaire Williams. So I've been on a journey as a certified life and mental health coach, and I have always been concerned about how people see life, how people respond to things, how people react to things, how people perceive life. And oftentimes when adversity comes, Jill, people kind of don't get it, and they allow those external forces to just kind of overtake their mindset. So I have come up with the millionaire mindset. And, with that mindset, you just have to understand adversity is part of life. Accept it. I tell people it's called in my book, life.com, keep living. It is bound to happen. But, how you get up from that, how you resolve to deal with that, how you navigate through that makes all the difference in the world. And I just refuse to accept that I'm a victim. I'm not. I'm an overcomer. And, I'm also inspired to help others, help my clients, help develop that type of mindset. And I tell people, and, a lot of people don't like to tell this, but, I'm 67 years young and very proud of it, Jill, okay? So, I really had somewhat of a head start. I had a mom who did not allow the word can't to be used in the household. So, developing as a young girl and being in a household where that kind of stamina, it builds tenacity, it builds fortitude. And even, when people haven't grown up with that, I still can help my clients help change some of that mindset, that narrative that, you can overcome things in life. You can.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. And you're here helping and inspiring so many millions of people. Tell us the website. I want to know about this workbook too. Come on.
We're going to do that, girl. Yes. My website, as you're watching, as the audience is out there, and I call it the global network of the world, love to connect with you. My website you can go to is www.effectuallifecoaching.com. And that's EFFECTUALIFECOACHING. So effectuallifecoaching.com. And you can look me up. You can see some of the past clients that I've had, some of the companies that I've worked with. And it's been an amazing journey, should I say, journal as well, because I do journal.
Let me see the journal. Let me see it.
So there is, and I'm an author as well of several books now, but this one I want to talk about today, Jill. It's called the Mental Wealth Toolkit. And these are tools to achieve mental wellness, which is very important, which is also part of that millionaire mindset. That is so important. And I even dedicated the book, Jill, to my mom, who has not been with us for a number of years. And I dedicated the book to my mother, Emma Grace McGowan, who was such an inspiration in my life for the short 49 years she lived and operated in her purpose with such excellence and grace. So even though I didn't have her, as long as I would have loved to have had my mom here, the celebration of what she poured into me is poured into my children, and will be poured into my grandchildren, to leave that legacy footprint, And the introduction of this book, I'm going to read a couple of things, if that's okay with you and our audience today. But in the introduction, I say, this book provides the reader a multifaceted approach to tools, techniques, and a plethora of engaging exercises to assist with your mental wellness. Because you got to take care of the insides as much as you take care of the outsides. And additionally, there is a self-care litmus test that I developed, and I'll take the audience through that as well. A test that you can take to help assess where you are in the world of self-care. Because we don't think about that, to kind of, let me do this litmus test and see where I'm at today with self-care. And also, I provide websites, YouTube links, and additional books to add to the journey of mental wealth. And there's some love quotes that are in the book for you. So love up on you. That's real important. You got to love the skin that you're in. You got to love who you are. We didn't come out here designing who we wanted to be. So guess what? You got to learn how to love this. This is all you got here. So, make the best of this journey of who you are, what you have, and then have that smile from the heart. Because I tell you, Jill, and we've spoken, a couple of times before, and I tell you, I just love waking up to life. When I get up, it's like, I get to do this again. And it just puts a smile inside of my heart, And believe me, when your heart is smiling, you feel better, you look better, and people around you enjoy you having that smile that comes and alludes from the heart there. And then to know you are important. You have to own that. You are important. You matter in life. You really do. And you've got to be in that mental mindset. Allow love to permeate and flow through your soul. I want to feel the love, Jill. We all do.
We all want to feel the love.
We do. We certainly want to do that. And when you walk in a room and you feel that energy, you feel that positive love from people, and you give that back out, there's just such a symbiotic flow, that just
I love it.
operates in the room, because I love coming on here talking to you, because you are just like, girl, yes,
like
I love it.
You're on fire. You're on fire. I just follow you.
I love it. And then you got to take quality time out for you. Sometimes I can get so deep in, and a girlfriend of mine, she called yesterday. I'm here in Texas. She lives in an area called Rockwall, Texas. It's beautiful out there in the water. And oh my God, as soon as I pulled up at her house, I could see the water below. And I'm like, oh yes, I want to take some of this. We had lunch, we walked around the shoreline. I mean, you just have to take that time out. And Jill, we actually spent 5 hours together, laughing, joking, having fun, walking, just talking to people, enjoying life, enjoying people. And we met so many people out there, So take that quality time out. Life is the hustle, the bustle, it's real, but you've got to take out those quality moments, because all of that helps with your mindset. Keeping it strong, keeping it healthy, and just knowing that you are important, you matter, and you've got to take care of this. You do. We really do. I look in the mirror and I say, Million, I love you. Jill, when have you ever told Jill you love her?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I can't even remember.
I'm putting you on the spot today, okay?
I haven't in a long time.
So I want you to start just telling you, I love you, Jill. Yeah.
Aww.
Because you are an amazing, incredible soul, young lady. Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Yes, you
you
are.
so much. Thank you.
And I'm not just saying that because we're here, because I sense your humanness
Thank
and
you.
your soul. You are really a force to be reckoned with. And I've kind of peeped your card in some of all of what you've done in life. And
Thank you. Try my best.
nah,
Just a
you didn't
mom, just a
try.
nice person who works hard. That's it. Thank you.
You didn't try. You accomplished, you achieved,
Thank
and you did the thing. Okay, so give yourself credit. And
Okay.
also, you know what? There was another word that I kind of developed that one. You kind of piqued my senses right there for a minute when you said try. Let me tell you, the word try, I don't even use that one in my vocabulary. So
Okay, sorry.
X out the word can't and X out the word try. Let me tell you why, though. I went to a seminar years ago because I used to go to all kind of self-help seminars. I would spend so much money on all of that. And the person that was up on the stage said, "Can I get some volunteers?" And of course, you know, my hand went up and I went up. Yeah. Whatever you're going to do to me, let's just make it happen. There were 3 of us on stage. So the gentleman says, try. So there were 3 chairs there and we were standing in front of the chairs. And he says, try and move the chairs. So, you know, the first thing we do, each of us take the chair and we're moving it. And he's like, no, try and move the chair. So, okay, again, we try to go move the chair.
Yeah.
And so the 3rd time we kind of got it, because you can't try to move the chair. You're either moving the chair or you're not. So the moral to that little story was the word try is another one. X off the list, because you're either doing it or you're not. You know,
oh, it's like that. I think I can. No, you can. The book. Oh, the children's book. Oh my gosh. I gotta read that to my
and
kids.
it's also giving kudos to Nike. You know, just do it.
Yep.
You know, so and I tell people, I think the word try, it just kind of it keeps you in suspended animation, because you're either doing it or you're not, and you have done it. So kudos to you, girl. Okay.
And you too, Mama. Proud mama.
Yeah.
All you accomplished. And I know you told me about your troubles, right? We've all had troubles and struggles with your son, but what you've done to make things better, not just for him, for everyone. You know?
Yes. You know, and we have to do that. We've got to, you know, this world that we're all living in, you know, there's a lot of stuff that people are dealing with, and you know, we've all got to kind of do our part to get some human balance back in life, because you know, there's still a lot of people out here that are really pushing forward to see a better way that we do live. And I earnestly still believe that, yes, we can, and yes, we will. And yes, we've gone through, and COVID has, you know, changed the narrative for everyone's lifestyle. But guess what? You know, you get an opportunity to wake up another day and to be a contributor to life and be a part of this beautiful life that's here, and let's change what's going on, and we can do that.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, we can.
I love it. Keep positive, girl.
Yes,
Absolutely.
darling. And another thing that I like, you know, you got to hug yourself sometimes. Just hug